They came from the countryside, thousands of them over 200 years, drawn to a city that offered wages and opportunities that the rural economy simply could not match. And by the early 14th century, the little town of London had grown from perhaps 15,000 people to 80,000. That's a five-fold increase, driven almost entirely by migration. And what the migrants found when they arrived was a city of contrast. Wealthy merchant halls a street away from tenements packed beyond capacity. Churches right next to the butcher yards. The largest trading center in England, surrounded by open sewers, whose smell later writers record as simply one of London's characteristics, just like the Thames or the weather. And then there was the work. That was brutal. The pay was irregular. The living conditions were even harsher than that. And the family networks they'd left behind in the countryside were slowly fading away. They were on their own, in a city that offered opportunity and misery in roughly equal measure, depending on the day. And for those in the slums of medieval London, things were different to what anyone had experienced before. So today is a video about what their lives looked like. Not just the people, but the slum itself. So come with me and we can walk through those very dirty little tenements. Welcome to the channel. First, just quickly, thank you to those supporting, financially, giving us ad and sponsor free, beholden to nobody besides you good people of the audience. If you want to join those ranks of very fine people, check out the pinned comment and video description. And if you can't do that, give it a like, comment, and subscribe. That always helps put us out in the algorithm. It really does help, so I do appreciate it. Anyway, let's begin. Let's start off with the city itself. The London that the poor majority of the medieval city inhabited was organized around the city's basic geographic features. You had the Thames to the south. You had the Roman walls encircling the square mile of the city proper, and the medieval street plan that had evolved organically from Roman foundations and Saxon settlement patterns, without any real systematic planning. The street plan within the walls was dense, irregular, at worst times an absolute bloody mess, with major thoroughfares like Cheapside, Cornhill, Gracechurch Street serving as the arteries of trade. But then there was a network of narrower lanes, courts, alleyways, ramifying off them in patterns that had more to do with accumulated habit and property boundaries than with any rational design that would come hundreds of years later. By the 13th century, the area within the walls was intensely developed, with buildings lining every street and subdivision of plots producing the characteristic London pattern of narrow street frontages, with deep subdivided plots running back from the street. The tenement buildings that housed the majority of London's population were typically timber-frame structures of 2 or 3 stories. They were built directly adjacent to their neighbors on either side, so that the street presented this continuous wall of buildings. It was all attached, one giant structure. The upper floors of these structures typically overhung onto the street, jettied, as they say, in the architectural term, so that the upper stories of the buildings facing each other across a narrow lane might be separated by just a few feet. The ground floor was often a shop, or maybe a workshop opening directly onto the street, with the shopkeeper's family and employees occupying the floors and above and the back rooms. Now, subdivision of these buildings for rental income was pretty common too. A single building might house several families on different floors, with a further subdivision of rooms and a further subletting of individual sleeping spaces in times of pressure. The poorest of the poor of the city might rent out not a room, but a corner to sleep in, maybe even a share of a straw mattress in a room already shared with complete strangers, paying a few pence per week for the right, for the privilege to sleep indoors. Imagine that. The specific districts of medieval London that housed the city's poorest were those where the combination of proximity and noxious industries, poor ground conditions, distance from major trade arteries, and the accumulated pressure of subdivision had created conditions of particularly dense squalor. Southwark, on the south bank of the Thames, outside the city walls and therefore outside the jurisdiction of the city's governing institutions, was the classic zone of tolerated activities. Its prostitution houses, which they called the stews, its bear-baiting rings, its inns and taverns catering to travellers arriving over London Bridge, and its poorest tenements occupied a district that benefited from proximity to the city, while being insulated from its regulations. Within the walls, the parish of St. Giles Cripplegate to the northwest, the districts around Ludgate, and the area around Eastcheap and Billingsgate were associated in contemporary sources with poverty, crime, and the kinds of activity that city authorities wanted to regulate but in reality could not really suppress. The liberties, the areas just outside the city walls but within its general sphere, like Whitefriars and Blackfriars, housed the populations that the city could not accommodate within the walls. The sanitation of medieval London was perhaps its most defining physical characteristic for those who experienced it. And the documentary record is specific enough about the scale of the problem to allow us to reconstruct it with quite a bit of confidence. The city had a network of common privies, public lavatories basically, and required householders to maintain cesspits for their domestic waste. But the enforcement of these requirements was imperfect, and the system was genuinely inadequate for a city of tens of thousands. The coroner's rolls, i.e. the records of inquests into sudden or suspicious deaths, contained several cases of people falling into uncovered cesspits and drowning, an end both grotesque and evidently not rare enough to be remarkable. It was just one of those household risks. And then there was the River Fleet, which ran down from the Holborn to the Thames on the western edge of the city, and by the 13th century a river of effluent rather of water. The documentary record shows repeated attempts by city authorities to address the condition of the Fleet River, repeated failures, and a stream that by the 14th century was essentially just a thick, open sewer. The city's fish markets, slaughterhouses and tanneries, the leatherworking industry that was central to the medieval economy, good luck getting rid of that, generated waste that went largely into the streets or the watercourses, and the specific smell of the tanning process, which used large quantities of urine and animal dung in the preparation of hides, made the tanning districts of the city immediately identifiable, not by the eye, but by the nose. You knew you were about to enter one when you got the smell of it. The demographic character of medieval London's poor population has been reconstructed from several categories of sources. So first we have the city's tax records, which show the taxable population by ward and allow some inference about wealth distribution. Then there's the coroner's rolls, which record the names and sometimes the occupations and origins of people who died in circumstances requiring official inquiry. The records of charitable institutions, particularly hospitals of St. Bartholomew in Smithfield and St. Thomas in Southwark, which recorded the names and sometimes the origins of those they treated. And then there's the records of the city courts, which similarly recorded the identities of those who came before them. All of this taken together presents a picture of a city whose population was continuously renewed by migration from the English provinces, and in some smaller numbers from abroad, but you're mainly talking the close continent. The pattern of medieval London migration was driven by the same fundamental economics that drove all pre-modern urban migration. The city offered wages and opportunities that the countryside simply could not. In the agrarian economy of medieval England, a serf or villein was largely bound to their lord's land and couldn't legally leave without the lord's permission. But the old legal fiction that a serf who reached a borough and remained there for a year and a day became free by custom provided a mechanism by which the most ambitious or perhaps the most desperate could break free of feudal tenure and seek out that urban wage. Now, London was the premier destination for such migrants, offering the highest wages, the most varied work, and the greatest anonymity in which a person of uncertain legal status could disappear. The city's guilds and trade organizations had their own mechanisms for evaluating new entrants to their trades, but the casual labor market, i.e. the workers who were hired by the day or by the task, was largely open to anyone who appeared at the right place and right time, and could do the required work. The specific communities that are visible in medieval London include substantial numbers of migrants from the English provinces, mainly from East Anglia, Midlands, and the North, who show up in the sources identified by their place of origin. You'd have names like John of Lincoln, Agnes of Norwich, things like that. And this reveals both the geographic range of London's catchments and the importance of place of origin identity in a city of strangers. There was a significant Welsh community in London too by the later medieval period, concentrated in certain trades and districts. There was a Flemish community of skilled textile workers, whose presence was periodically the cause of hostility from native Londoners who saw them as competition. Before the expulsion of 1290, there had been a substantial Jewish community concentrated around the area of Old Jewry, whose economic function as moneylenders made them, indispensable but quite resented. There were smaller communities of Italians, the Lombard bankers whose descendants gave their name to Lombard Street, and Germans from the Hanseatic League, concentrated in the Steel Yard near London Bridge. The city was more cosmopolitan than its English provincial character might suggest, and the tensions generated by that cosmopolitanism were a recurring feature of London's social history. The mortality experience of London's poorest residents was shaped by the specific disease environments of crowded, poorly drained, and inadequately nourished urban populations have to live in, and the city's mortality consistently exceeded its birth rate through the medieval period. London's population was maintained and grown only by net immigration, because the city simply killed its inhabitants faster than they could reproduce. Epidemics of various kinds, all the main characters, dysentery, typhoid, the various fevers that medieval sources grouped together under the general term, quote, pestilence, occurred regularly, with the specific conditions of urban density, contaminated water supply, and inadequate food shortage, creating an environment in which infectious diseases could spread quite rapidly. The Black Death of 1348 to 49 killed so many Londoners so quickly that the normal burial grounds were overwhelmed, and the emergency cemeteries had to be established outside the walls. The surviving records of the following decades show the specific labor market consequences of this catastrophic mortality. Wages rose sharply as the labor supply contracted, creating a post-plague period of relative prosperity for survivors that the Statute of Laborers in 1351, attempting to hold wages down to pre-plague levels, was largely unable to prevent. Well, let's talk a bit more about the work. The occupational structure of medieval London's poor was organized around a set of trades and labor arrangements that reflected both the city's economics as a center of trade and craft production, and also the specific needs of a large urban population for services that the wealthier residents actually could pay for when they needed them. The guild system organized the skilled trades. You had the blacksmiths, goldsmiths, weavers, tanners, butchers. All of these were put into regulated corporations, whose members enjoyed some degree of protection from competition and some degree of quality control over their products. But the guild system covered only a portion of the city's working population. Below the guild structure was a large informal labor market of casual workers, day laborers, servants, and traders in the margins of the formal economy, whose working lives were less regulated, protected, and less remunerative than those of the guild craftsmen. The water trade was one of the most basic and essential, employing hundreds of men and boys who carried water from the Thames and the city's conduits to the households and businesses that could not conveniently access the sources themselves. The conduits, the piped water systems that brought water into the city from springs in Islington and Highgate, were public amenities available to any Londoner. But they were not located in every street, and the poor residents of the city's back alleys often needed the water to be brought to them. The water carriers, the tankard bearers, as the sources sometimes called them, were among the most visible and essential of the city's casual workers, and their specific working conditions made them a category of worker whose health was compromised by the demands of the job itself. You think about it. Water is heavy. There's also the long distances and exposure to all kinds of weather. Not the best job. Now, the medieval London coroner's roll contains several cases of water carriers who collapsed and just died in the street from a combination of exertion, exposure, and underlying illness. So that's obviously not good. The building trades, though, provided intermittent but significant employment for unskilled and semi-skilled workers throughout the medieval period. London's continuous construction activity, the rebuilding of churches, the construction of civic and domestic buildings, and maintenance of the walls and wharfs required large quantities of casual labor for the heavy and unskilled work of carrying materials, mixing mortar, digging up foundations, and of course clearing away all the refuse and rubble. The building accounts of major projects like the Tower of London and the great religious houses preserved the wage rates paid to different categories of workers, and the consistent pattern across these accounts of skilled workers, i.e. the master masons and master carpenters, shows them earning several times the daily rate of the unskilled laborer, which I suppose makes sense. A skilled mason might earn 3 or 4 pence per day in the 13th century. An unskilled carrier or laborer might just earn 1 penny. The unskilled day's laborer's penny per day existence was at the very margin of subsistence. Bread in the 13th century cost a penny for a loaf, sufficient for 1 day's food, which meant that a laborer who spent their entire earnings on bread alone could feed themselves and nothing else. Any expenditure on rent, fuel, clothing, or other necessities required additional income, which meant the poorest of Londoners were perpetually managing multiple employment relationships simultaneously, or relying on family members who could help out a little bit when times were tough. And spoiler alert, the times were always tough. The food trades occupied a particularly important place of the daily life of the poor, both as consumers and workers. The street sellers of food, the costermongers, who sold fruit and vegetables from baskets and barrows, The pie sellers who circulated through the city with their trays and fishwives who sold the cheapest fish from the river were among the most numerous and visible workers in the medieval city. Food always comes first, and everyone has to buy it. So I suppose it's not a bad business plan. The regulations governing these trades, preserved in the city's letter books, reveal the authorities' persistent concern with fraud and adulteration, fines for selling stale fish, for short-waiting bread, for reselling diseased meat. They all appear with a regularity that suggests that this was pretty common. The specific economic logic of food fraud in a poor community is pretty straightforward. Think about it. The person selling food on the margins, thin enough to make a profit from an honest trade, barely possible, by the way, had powerful incentives to extend their stock by any available means. The consumer, who could afford only the cheapest food, had little option but to accept this uncertain quality. Fingers crossed. Now the result was a food economy in which the poor paid relatively high prices for relatively poor quality, a combination that contributed to the nutritional deficiencies that made them more vulnerable to epidemic diseases that circulated through the city. And then there were the social institutions. They were pretty important. They shaped the daily life of medieval London's poor quite substantially, and differently from those who had their organized lives on the wealthier end of society. So understanding things like the church, the hospital, the alehouse is pretty important. You just can't do without them. The parish church was the primary institutional structure of London's social geography. The city within the walls contained over 100 parish churches, in an area of about 1 square mile, giving London a density of ecclesiastical provision that was unmatched in Europe outside Rome. And the parish community, organized by each church, was the fundamental unit of social organization for its members. For those inclined, you could pray all day. Hell yeah. Well, the parish also did a good job of keeping records, too, at baptisms, marriages, deaths. It organized the distribution of charitable bequests. It provided the priest who ministered to the dying and the burial ground of the dead. It was also the community in relation to which individual identity was defined in a city of strangers. Charitable provision for the poor in medieval London was organized primarily through the hospitals. Now, not hospitals in the modern sense of curative medical facilities, but rather institutions that combined hospitality, care, and prayer in the service of the poor, the sick, the pilgrims, the elderly, all the ones that need it the most. Now, St. Bartholomew's Hospital in Smithfield, founded in 1123, and St. Thomas's Hospital in Suffolk, founded in the 12th century and re-established after a period of decline in the 13th, were the primary institutions of this kind in London, and everybody knew about them. Their surviving records, and they do survive, which is quite lucky, reveal institutions that were simultaneously pious in their self-understanding and practical in their operations. They received the sick poor who came to them, provided beds and food, employed nursing staff, and called upon their medical personnel to attend to those whose conditions might respond to treatment. Now, that's the thing, might respond to treatment, not people who needed treatment, because, of course, some people were just too far gone. The conditions in these hospitals, of course, were not comfortable by any modern standard. The wards were crowded and the beds were shared in some periods, not to mention the poor ventilation. But they did provide a form of institutional care for the destitute sick that was genuinely available and genuinely used. It's one of those situations where it's better than nothing and you have to make do with what you're given. The records of St. Bartholomew's, in particular, preserve in enough detail about their patients to give a sense of who was using the institution, and the majority were indeed migrants, people who had arrived in London from the provinces, gotten sick, and had no family or community network to really take care of them. The alehouse was the other major social institution, and we did a pretty extensive video about medieval taverns a while back if you're interested in it. But for now, we can just say that its functions were as multiple and important as those of the parish, though its reputation is, of course, considerably less respectful. The alehouses of medieval London, establishments licensed, well, most of them were licensed, to sell ale for consumption on or off the premises, typically operating from a room in a private house with a bush or sign outside to indicate their status, were the primary spaces of socialization, news exchange, credit negotiation, and informal economic transaction for the working poor. They were warm when domestic spaces were cold. They were social when rooms were solitary, and they provided the ale that was the primary beverage of the poor. Now remember, water was quite unsafe, wine was quite expensive, and ale being both nourishing and psychoactive at a price that even the poorest could sometimes afford, well, it was a pretty obvious choice. The city's authorities' persistent regulation of alehouses, limiting their hours, licensing, and attempting to prevent them from serving known criminals or vagabonds, shows both the genuine disorder that overcrowded, alcohol-serving establishments could generate, but also the authorities' recognition that the alehouse was deeply embedded in the social economy of the poor in ways that could not be simply suppressed without generating resistance. The pawnbroker and the moneylender also occupied a position in the medieval London poor economy that was, well, essential and deeply resented. The poor household that needed to bridge a gap between wages, which were often paid weekly or monthly, and, well, immediate needs had few options, I suppose. You might borrow from family or neighbors, you might pawn goods ready for cash, or simply just go without. There was something called the pledge economy, a practice of leaving objects as security for small loans. That was a fundamental mechanism of the medieval London poor economy, allowing households to convert the sporadic value of possessions into the continuous flow of cash that daily survival required. The pawnbroker who lent a penny against a piece of clothing or a small domestic object was providing a genuinely useful financial service. They were also charging interest rates that could be ruinous to those who could not redeem their pledges quickly, and the accumulation of unredeemed pledges was a mechanism by which the poorest families progressively stripped themselves of material goods that made domestic life possible. The moral and economic tension around money lending, formally prohibited by the church teaching on usury but practically indispensable, is one of the persistent themes of medieval urban social history. Well, you had the good things, I suppose, making it easier, the ale, the hospice, and the church. But of course, there's the bad things, the disease and the death. Can't go without that. Just part and parcel of living in a big city, as they say. You know the reference. Well, the experience of illness in medieval London was shaped by the specific disease environment of an overcrowded, poorly drained, inadequately nourished urban population. All of this combined with a medical understanding that was, I suppose, in certain respects sophisticated, while wholly inadequate in others. The medieval medical tradition, drawn from the inherited Greek tradition of Hippocrates and Galen, transmitted through Arabic scholarship and practiced by small numbers of trained physicians, understood disease primarily in terms of humoral imbalance, rather than in terms of contagion or pathogenic organisms. This understanding produced a coherent and internally consistent framework for explaining illness that was not useful for preventing the specific diseases that killed most medieval Londoners. The waterborne and foodborne diseases, so you got things like dysentery, typhoid, the various infections that medieval sources would group together, were endemic in the medieval city and were the primary cause of infant and child mortality. The specific pathway of contamination, i.e. human waste into the water supply, contaminated water consumed directly or used in food preparation, was not understood before the germ theory of disease was established in the 19th century. But the correlation between proximity to contaminated water sources and higher mortality rates was occasionally observed by contemporaries who noted that certain districts or water sources seemed to have higher rates of illness. You just follow the clues and, well, lo and behold, everybody who drinks from that well is getting typhoid. The preventative measures available, i.e. boiling water, avoiding certain food sources, they were not systematically applied, because the mechanism that would have explained their effectiveness was completely unknown. So don't think of the people of the past either as completely ignorant about all these certain things, because we have to humble ourselves a little bit. In our modern time, we still have problems. We have not yet reached that coveted utopia. And in 500 years' time, when there's a new ASMR historian making videos about people from the 2020s and how ignorant they were about treating this disease and that disease and environmental problems, we're all probably going to look quite silly in hindsight. So, of course, let's not shake our heads too much at our medieval ancestors. We're all just trying to get it right, bit by bit. But you already know that, of course. Anyway, moving on. Next up we got leprosy. That occupied a specific and distinctive place in the disease experience. Not because it was the most common, it certainly wasn't. It wasn't even the most deadly. The thing about leprosy was, it was the most socially managed. The Lazar houses, the hospitals for lepers, established outside the city walls at locations, excuse me, I lost what I was reading, including St. Giles in the Fields and at Southwark, were among the earliest specialized medical institutions in medieval England, and they showed the combination of genuine care for the suffering and a genuine alarm about contagion that characterized the medieval response to leprosy. The leper, who was formally diagnosed by a jury of their peers, confirmed by medical examination, and consigned to a Lazar house, underwent a symbolic death, followed by a supervised existence in the liminal space of the Lazar house. The documentary record of London Lazar houses is fragmentary, but it does suggest institutions that were genuinely charitable in their foundation, handing out food, giving shelter, and some degree of community for those who inhabited them, while enforcing the separation from the general population that the city's anxieties about the contagion required. Now, also, just before we do move on, Lazar comes from Lazarus, the leper from the Bible. Going to look that one up. It's sort of a minor character, but yeah, that's what they named it after. Well, of course, then you can't talk about medieval diseases without the Black Death, even though it's a little bit later on in time, from 1348 to 49. It truly was the defining medical event of medieval English history, and its specific impact on the city was so severe that contemporaries struggled to find adequate language for what they were actually witnessing. The chronicles described the streets full of unburied dead, and, well, that's unpleasant enough, but the normal mechanisms of burial were overwhelmed by this volume of mortality. The clergy dying faster than they could be replaced by priests willing to minister the sick was another problem, along with the breakdown of many of the normal social arrangements that depended on sufficient living people to perform them. People were just scared, right? Hard to deal with this new thing. Often when these new diseases come out of nowhere, people make knee-jerk reactions and decisions that sometimes work out, sometimes don't. I mean, look at what we've dealt with in the last 6 years. Good Lord, it's been 6 years, hasn't it? Anyway, we won't talk about that. Well, the mass burial pits were opened outside the city walls, at Smithfield, at the site now occupied by Charter House, that contained thousands of bodies. Modern estimates of London's mortality from the Black Death generally run between 30 and 50% of the population, and some districts may have experienced higher rates than that. Probably the poor ones, proximity, and all the rest. The specific social consequence of this mortality was as significant thing as the biological event itself, and the recovery of the city's population to pre-plague levels took more than 100 years. You've got to think about the small things, the tail end of all of this. You had the disruption of craft networks and trade networks, the labor market, the breakdown of family and community structures that had always provided this informal social support. Really, everything had to be built up from zero again. How do you mend a broken life? The plague's specific social impact on the poor was not uniform. The survivors found themselves in a transformed labor market in which labor was suddenly scarce, and therefore supply and demand was skewed in their favor. Wages went up, and the specific provisions of the Statute of Labourers in 1351, which attempted to stop the peasants from making too much money and getting out of their little box, holding wages to their pre-plague levels and compelling labourers to accept their lot, represented the landed and employing classes' attempt to use legal coercion to reverse the economic consequences of this catastrophe. Of course, the statute was widely evaded and inconsistently enforced, and the labour market reality of the post-plague decades was an economic consequence of mass death that the poor who had survived it were not inclined to relinquish. After all, after what they'd been through, you don't blame them for thinking, well, you know what, the good days must have finally came. Let's go and make some money. The criminal record of medieval London is preserved in three categories of sources. First, you had the coroner's rolls, which are deaths by accident recording in there, violence or suspicion too, the records of the city's own courts, hustling in the mayor's court, which handled a range of civil and criminal matters, and the records of royal courts of justice that sat at Westminster and whose jurisdiction extended the most serious crimes. Together, these sources give a picture of urban crime that is more nuanced than the stereotype of medieval brutality suggests, and that also reveals the specific relationship between poverty and crime in a city where the margins of survival were narrow enough that a bad week could push a household from subsistence to desperation. The most common crimes in medieval London were property offences, things like theft, receiving stolen goods, fraud, the various forms of commercial dishonesty that the city's trading environment made possible, and the city authorities attempted to suppress. The specific character of the theft that appears most frequently in the coroner's rolls and the court records is petty and opportunistic, rather than professional. Things like stealing a loaf of bread or a pair of shoes, things like that. A small sum of money, perhaps, from an inattentive market trader. Opportunistic stuff. Amateurish. The goods stolen were the goods of the poor, stealing from the poor. In most cases, at least, because the goods of the wealthy were better guarded, and the penalties for stealing from the wealthy were a bit more severe. The overlap between the grey economy of the poor, i.e. the second-hand trade, casual labour market, and pawn economy, And the criminal economy was a real and continuous thing. A second-hand dealer who did not inquire carefully about the provenance of the goods they'd bought, a lodging housekeeper who housed known criminals, or a tavern that served as a meeting place for people of ill repute. Well, they could all get themselves into trouble. All participants in an economy whose boundaries were not really as defined as our modern times. Violence in medieval London records was concentrated in specific contexts and among specific populations in ways that the sources allow partial reconstruction. The tavern altercation that escalated from argument to blows to knives was the most common scenario for the violent deaths recorded in the rolls. Men who were typically drunk, typically young, and typically armed with short knives that were the standard item of personal equipment for all classes, whose arguments over gambling debts, women, insults, or points of honor ended up in someone getting seriously hurt. The specific social logic of this violence was the honor economy of the poor, a set of informal norms governing personal dignity, debt obligations, and community standing, whose violation demanded physical response in the absence of more formal mechanisms for redress. A man who was cheated at dice and could not afford a lawyer, well, he had a knife as his recourse. And the knife's use was pretty understandable, if not acceptable within the framework of the community's own informal justice. Think about it this way. Why did this guy get stabbed? Well, because he tried to steal money from another guy. Well, to the law courts, it's all on paper. You can't do that, but most people would say, well, he did try to steal money from the guy, so it is what it is. Not saying that that's a good response, but, you know what I'm getting at. Anyway, the treatment of convicted criminals in medieval London combined public humiliation, corporal punishment, and in the most serious cases, execution in ways whose specific character reveals the punitive logic of the period. At the pillory, the stocks, and public floggings, they were the standard responses to commercial fraud, minor theft, and various forms of social disorder. They were punishments that exposed the offender to public shame, while leaving them able to return to their normal life and occupation. The gallows at Tyburn, located just outside Tyburn, located just outside the city at what is now the northeast corner of Hyde Park, was the destination for those convicted of felony, which included serious theft as well as homicide. The public nature of the execution, attended by crowds who might attempt to sympathize with the condemned, or some even reveled in the spectacle, depending on the specific case, served the same commutative function that the public punishment had served in every society we've examined. The demonstration of the state's power to destroy people who threatened the social order, performed before the community whose order was being protected. It's kind of like they're saying two things. Like, one, we're doing this for you, and two, to anybody who's thinking about crossing the line, kind of communicating, you could be up here as well. Next time, everyone could be showing up to your execution, so you better be good. Well, the specific experience of poverty in medieval London was not uniform across the population. Never really is. It was differentially distributed by age, sex, and legal status. Women in medieval London occupied a position that combined legal subordination with economic participation in ways that were specific to the medieval urban context. A married woman had no independent legal personality in common law. She had to act through her husband. She held property through him and could not independently enter contracts or bring lawsuits. But in the practical economy of the medieval city, women were present as workers, traders, and household managers in ways that the formal legal subordination didn't accurately reflect. The femme sole status, a legal category available to married women in London who were engaged in trade independently of their husbands, gave some women a degree of economic autonomy that was pretty unusual in the framework of common law. Unmarried women and widows occupied a different position. The unmarried woman without family support was one of the most economically vulnerable in the medieval city. The trades available to women were much more narrow than those available to men. The wages paid to women for comparable work were typically lower, and the domestic service that employed large numbers of women placed them in relationships of dependence on their employer that left them vulnerable to dismissal and its consequences. Consequences like loss of housing, food, and income simultaneously. Then, of course, there is the specific vulnerability of female servants to sexual exploitation by their employers, and that is documented in the records of ecclesiastical courts handling cases of sexual misconduct, and in the coroner's rolls, which occasionally record deaths in circumstances that suggest sexual violence. The path from domestic service to the Suffolk stews, we mentioned that word, remember the licensed prostitution houses on the South Bank, was travelled by enough women that it was a recognizable social trajectory, one whose specific logic was economic rather than moral. The woman who lost her position as a servant and could find no alternative employment, she was forced to use whatever resources she had, I suppose. Children in medieval London were expected to contribute to the household economy from an early age, and the specific forms of their contribution varied by their family's economic position and the trades available in their district. The children of artisans learned their parents' trades as a matter of course. The children of the poor, casual labor market were put to work in whatever capacity was available, from fetching and carrying to helping with the family's street selling and watching younger siblings while parents worked. The apprenticeship system, which provided a formal mechanism for training in the skilled trades, was available to children from a somewhat wider social range than is sometimes assumed. But the majority of children in London did not enter formal apprenticeships and received their economic education in the informal market. Old age in medieval London was a precarious condition for those who had not accumulated property or skills that would sustain them when their capacity for physical labor declined. The city's hospital provision included specific establishment for the elderly and infirm poor. The almshouses attached to religious foundations, the bed spaces reserved for the aged in general hospitals, but the demand always exceeded the supply. The aged poor who had no family to support them and no charitable institution to receive them were among the most visible figures of urban poverty. The beggars at church doors, the figures sleeping in doorways, the people whom the city's authorities periodically tried to move on and who persistently returned because, after all, they had nowhere else to go. The sources for these figures are thin, precisely because they were people of no account to the institutions that generated records. But the coroner's rolls occasionally record their deaths in ways that give glimpses of individual lives otherwise invisible. An elderly woman found dead in a doorway in January. A man described as, quote, very poor and feeble, whose death in the street required an official inquiry. Now, we've mentioned the shake-up of the Black Death, and really it's the after effect of that, the tail end economically, that we need to talk about, i.e. the Peasants' Revolt of June 1381. It was the most dramatic political expression of accumulated grievances in the medieval period, and London's specific role in the revolt, i.e. as a target, a site of action, and participant, shows the relationship between poverty and political consciousness in the medieval city. The revolt's immediate triggers were the poll taxes of 1377, 79, and 81, which imposed a flat per-head tax on all subjects above a certain age, and whose specific injustice was its indifference to the differences in capacity to pay. The same tax on the wealthy merchant and the impoverished day laborer was a tax that bore far more heavily on the latter as a proportion of their income. The revolt began in Essex and Kent, and then moved toward London, where the rebels' arrival in June 13th, 1381, produced one of the most extraordinary episodes that we have in medieval English history. The London poor who opened the city's gates to the rebels from Kent and Essex, well, it wasn't just out of sympathy. They had their own specific grievances, you see, against the tax collectors who had been aggressive in enforcement, the lawmakers whose enforcing the legal structures of the existing order, making everything worse, and against the Flemish merchants whose competition in the textile trades was bitterly resented, not to mention the wealthy residents of the city whose comfort was visible and whose influence was exercised on their own behalf rather than that of the majority. Sounds familiar, doesn't it? Anyway, well, the specific targets of the rebels in London were chosen with a logic that reflected these specific grievances. The Savoy Palace, home of John of Gaunt, and symbol of royal excess. The rebels found it, and they destroyed it. The legal records at Lambeth were burned. The Flemish merchants, who sheltered in churches, were dragged out and killed. The Tower of London, in which the Archbishop of Canterbury and the Treasurer had sought refuge, was breached, and both of them were executed on Tower Hill. The violence had a clarity of target that distinguished it from mere riot. The revolt's aftermath in London, its suppression, the execution of its leaders, including Wat Tyler, who was stabbed at Smithfield in the presence of the young King Richard II, and the subsequent retraction of the concessions that the king had initially granted, returned the social situation to something resembling a status quo. But the revolt had demonstrated something quite important about the political awareness of the medieval city's poor, and that was that they were not a passive population that was just going to accept their condition as natural and unalterable. They had specific grievances, demands, and ultimately an organizational capacity to act on a collective level that threatened the existing order. The authorities who suppressed the revolt understood this, and the persistent tension in later medieval London between the oligarchic city government and the broader population of workers and small traders shows an ongoing negotiation whose terms had been dramatically clarified by the events of 1381. The specific social geography of the revolt in London is itself quite telling. The rebels, who came from Kent, entered through Southwark and crossed London Bridge. Those from Essex came through Aldgate. The London poor who joined them were concentrated in the eastern and northern districts of the city, the areas of the highest population density and poorest conditions. The wealthy residential areas of the city were largely spared, partly because the rebels' targets were specific, and partly because the proximity of the wealthy to each other and the city's defensive structures gave them more capacity for self-protection. The specific topography of political conflict in medieval London showed the same social geography as the poverty we've been examining throughout this episode. Poverty and political radicalism occupying the same space, because the conditions that produced the one also produced the other. Wat Tyler, the great leader of the rebels, whose stabbing at Smithfield ended the revolt of London's phase, was a man from Kent. But the crowd that gathered at Smithfield to watch the confrontation with the king, that witnessed the stabbing and the boy king's extraordinary claim that he would be their captain and lead them himself, was composed largely of London's own working poor, people whose specific grievances about taxation and legal representation had found in the revolt from the countryside, an expression that they really recognized as universal. Of course, this is all to say that the poor of medieval London left very little behind that's conventionally understood as a historical legacy. The poor weren't building monuments or writing chronicles. They didn't found any institutions that bore their names. There wasn't a guild of the impoverished Londoners, although I wish they had of, because that probably would have been to their best interest. Anyway, well, the material culture of London's medieval poor inhabitants has been recovered primarily through archaeology, and the picture that archaeology presents is one of material life, constrained by economy and circumstance, but not without its own texture of pleasure, craft, and sociability. The pewter badge brought at a pilgrim shrine, or a small wooden toy, a decorated pot, things like that. These are the material traces of lives that had their own dignity and their own pleasure, alongside the unpleasantness. But the documentary legacy is richer than it might initially appear, partly because the legal and administrative institutions that the medieval city generated in response to poverty and its consequences produce records that, carefully read, give access of the lives of people who would have otherwise been completely invisible. The coroner's rolls have been analyzed by historians including Kellum Hannawalt in ways that reveal the texture of daily life for the urban poor. Yet workplace accidents, domestic abuse and street violence, the drownings and the falls and the fires, all part of ordinary existence. Each inquest record names a dead person. It describes the circumstances of their death. It names the witnesses who appeared before the coroner. And in doing so, it preserves a moment of specific, individual life that the chronicles and administrative records would otherwise have just completely ignored. So the experience of medieval London's poor also left quite a legacy in the development of specific institutions. Think about the hospital, the parish poor relief system, and the city's regulatory framework for food and trade. They would eventually evolve into more systematic welfare provisions of later centuries. It took a while, but hey, like they say, better late than never. And the recognition that the city had obligations towards the poor, that the sick and the aged and the orphaned required institutional provision that neither family nor market could reliably supply, was a medieval recognition, worked out in the specific context of medieval London's specific social problems. The hospitals of St. Bartholomew and St. Thomas, which would survive the Reformation and the subsequent centuries to become the great teaching hospitals of modern London, they are the most visible institutional continuity between the medieval world and the present. Institutions founded to provide for the sick and the poor of a medieval city that are still, in their transformed modern form, providing for that disadvantaged group. And that continuity itself is the legacy. The recognition that the city's poorest inhabitants had claims on the city's resources that the city was obligated to meet. A recognition that medieval London worked out imperfectly and expensively, and that subsequent generations have been working out imperfectly and expensively ever since. Who knows? Maybe one day we'll get it right, but I wouldn't hold your breath. Well, thank you so much for joining me on another medieval slum/poor video. You know, we talk about normal people, and that's the thing. The majority of people were poor. The majority of people were living in slums. So, yeah, normal people. Thank you so much for listening, and, well, I don't know, that's the end of the video, isn't it? So I should say goodbye. Thank you for liking, commenting, subscribing. Thank you for supporting financially if you're doing so, keeping us ad-free. Yeah, you know the thing. Anyway, see you next time. Good night and farewell. Leprosy, the living death. It's perhaps no surprise that societies in medieval times responded by treating its sufferers as the living dead, separated from the healthy, often given last rites at diagnosis, and consigned to communities of their own, never to be seen again. But beyond the grim ceremony and stigmatizing symbols lies a more complex reality. Medieval leper colonies were not mere prisons of horror. Within their gates, patients led organized lives not unlike those of monks or nuns. They followed daily prayer routines, cultivated gardens, and sustained a micro-society, bound by its own rules. Some even found spiritual meaning in their suffering, believing that somehow it brought them closer to God. Outsiders, too, oscillated between dread and piety, shunning lepers from everyday life, yet building hospitals for them, donating alms, and sometimes even venerating them as holy sufferers. And that's what we're here to talk about today. Leper colonies. In medieval times, Europe and the Near East being our focus. So if you'll join me over the next hour, we can step in and take a look into their daily lives. Welcome to the channel. Just a quick thank you to those supporting, keeping everything ad-free by becoming Patreon and YouTube members, also donating and checking out the merch store. All those links are available in the pinned comment and description. If you can't do that, give it a like, comment, and subscribe, and tell your friends about us. Anyway, that being said, let's begin. Leprosy was long known by even antiquity, but it became markedly more visible and prevalent in Europe during the Middle Ages. Modern biomedical studies suggest that Mycobacterium leprae, a bacterium causing true leprosy, may have been introduced to the Mediterranean world sometime around the time of Alexander the Great, so about the 4th century BCE, or even slightly later via trade routes and population movements. By the 4th and 6th centuries CE, sources report leprosy in the Eastern Roman, i.e. Byzantium, Empire. Indeed, one early epidemic of leprosy was noted in Constantinople during late antiquity. But it was in the High Middle Ages, roughly the 11th to the 13th centuries, that leprosy grew to pandemic proportions in Western Europe. Chroniclers and skeletons alike attest that by the 1100s and 1200s, the disease was widespread in many areas like France, England, and the Low Countries, and parts of Germany and Scandinavia. It afflicted rich and poor, peasant and noble. And of course, surely we all know that even a king like Baldwin IV of Jerusalem, who I'm a big fan of, ruled in the late 12th century while suffering from leprosy. Last time you called in sick to work, Well, alongside this rise in cases came with the development of institutional response. Prior to the medieval period, those with severe leprosy often survived on society's fringes as beggars or found ad hoc refuge in monasteries. Early Christian leaders had exhorted care for lepers. Famously, St. Basil of Caesarea in the 4th century, in Cappadocia, central Anatolia, established a charitable complex around 370 that included a house for lepers, perhaps the first dedicated leper asylum in the Christian world. Basil reportedly personally ministered to leprosy patients, and his friend, St. Gregory of Nazianzus, praised for this audacious project as a new city of mercy. But despite these precedents, for centuries care of lepers remained informal and frankly quite haphazard. But the true explosion of dedicated leper houses, often called leprosaria, Lazar houses, or leper hospitals, occurred around the 11th to 13th centuries. In Western Europe, the pious upsurge of the High Middle Ages, spurred by religious reform movements, crusades, and the spirit of charity, coincided with growing fears of leprosy's contagion. The result was the founding of numerous leprosaria, institutions that were part hospital, part monastery, and by the 1200s virtually every major town in Western Europe had at least one leper house on the outskirts. Many smaller villages had one as well, or shared a regional refuge. Historians estimate that medieval England, for example, established 200 to 300 leper hospitals between the Norman conquest, 1066, and the mid-14th century. France had an even denser network. By 1226, an official survey in France claimed over 2,000 leprosaria, though this figure may be exaggerated. Cities like Paris, Rouen, and others had gained multiple such hospices. Spain, the German lands, Italy, and Scandinavia likewise saw numerous leper houses founded in the 12th and 13th centuries. Several forces drove this phenomenon. First, the religious impulse. Care for lepers was framed as an act of supreme Christian charity, a way to get in God's good books. The New Testament recounts Christ healing lepers, and the ethos of imitatio Christi, imitating Christ, led many to minister to lepers as a path to grace. Wealthy nobles and merchants endowed leper hospitals as an act of piety to benefit their souls. The Church actively encouraged such foundations, of course. Notably, the Third Lateran Council of 1179, an assembly of Catholic bishops, issued Canon 23, which called for the proper organization of leper asylums. This decree acknowledged the leper communities forming across Christendom and directed that lepers should have their own churches, ceremonies, and clergy, so they could live apart but not deprived of spiritual service. In essence, the Church had sanctioned a separate but cared-for status for lepers, segregated from the healthy, yet to be provided for in the spirit of Christian charity. Now, secondly, there was a public health motive. While medieval people did not understand bacteriology, a couple of hundred years off from that, they observed that leprosy could be caught through close contact over time. The disease disfiguring nature and chronic course also made it especially feared. Municipal authorities and kings sometimes promoted leper houses as a way to remove the sick folk from the streets and minimize the risk or perhaps the panic of contagion. For example, some medieval town charters or laws stipulated that known lepers must live isolated outside the town walls. An early legal precedent comes from as far back as 643, when King Rothari of the Lombards included in his law code a provision banishing lepers from communities, one of the first such laws in the post-Roman Europe. Over time, many regions adapted their own laws to require lepers to live apart. The establishment of a leper colony conveniently allowed authorities to enforce these rules by providing a designated place for expulsion. And thirdly, there is the social order aspect. Leprosaria helped manage the social disruption caused by leprosy. A person with leprosy often could no longer fulfill normal roles in family or work life. Over years, they might become blind, lose the use of their hands and feet, and develop chronic ulcers. A leper house offered a form of custodial care. Food, shelter, and basic nursing, you had it all, and that relieved families and parishes of the burden, and prevented sick beggars from overwhelming the urban spaces. In many cases, families or communities saw sending someone to a leprosarium as both a prudent and merciful thing to do, a way to ensure the sufferer was looked after, albeit away from home. But it's important to note that not all societies rushed to segregate lepers to the same degree. The Eastern Roman territories and also the Islamic Near East at the time were generally less prolific in founding isolated leper colonies than Catholic Western Europe was. Now, why was this? Partly because there was a different medical and social tradition. and possibly because the incidence of leprosy, while present, never reached the extreme level seen as in, I don't know, 13th century France or England, where it was reaching a pretty plague-level proportion at some points. But nevertheless, both the Byzantine world and the Islamic world did maintain institutions for leprosy sufferers, usually as special wards in hospitals or monasteries, rather than standalone colonies out on the fringe like the Western model. For example, in Constantinople, there was a long-established leprosarium called the Zotikos Leprosarium, named after Saint Zotikos, the 4th century saint who had devoted himself to caring for lepers. This asylum, located across the Golden Horn from the main city, functioned under the supervision of the church, and even received imperial patronage. Likewise, the great hospitals of the Islamic world often had sections for patients with chronic diseases like leprosy. As early as 707, the Umayyad Caliph al-Walid in Damascus founded what may have been the first Islamic hospital, reportedly including care for lepers who were given treatment and stipends to support their families. Over the centuries, cities like Baghdad, Cairo, and Aleppo also provided for lepers, usually within a medical charity context rather than a monastic retreat. So whether in a European lazar house or a Damascus Bimaristan, which is what they called their hospitals, the emergence of these institutions signaled a significant shift, and that was that society was moving from simply casting out lepers in fear to attempting to organize their own communities, part quarantine and part care center. By the high medieval period, the leper colony had become a familiar fixture on the outskirts of many settlements, typically a cluster of small buildings. You had a chapel, dormitories or huts, maybe an infirmary hall, with its own lands and sometimes high walls or fences, literally and symbolically demarcating the boundary between the world of the healthy and the world of the leper. Well, that's pretty much what we're dealing with in terms of what the colonies actually were. So let's look at a little bit under the hood. So for a person suspected of leprosy, the journey into one of these colonies usually began with a formal diagnosis and a probably heart-wrenching farewell to their old life. Medieval physicians and clerics took the diagnosis of leprosy very seriously, but also equally cautiously, because the declaration of leprosy carried such dire consequences. Examinations were often done by multiple experts. Medical texts from the era detail the telltale signs: skin lesions that are insensitive to pain, a hoarse nasal voice, collapse of the nose, thickened earlobes and facial skin, sometimes called leonine faces, and numb or deformed extremities. If an individual displayed severe signs in any of these areas, a panel might be convened. In some places, a council of physicians and surgeons, elsewhere a group of civic officials or even other lepers to pronounce the verdict. I suppose they could spot their own, right? Well, once judged as a leper, civil and religious authorities often collaborated to enact the ritual of separation. Surviving records of this ceremony reveal how literally medieval society viewed the leper's new status as a living corpse. In a typical rite, the leper heard a mass of the dead said on their behalf. Sometimes the person would lie in a grave or coffin during part of the ritual, or be sprinkled with dirt or ashes. The priest would then bless the leper's new garments and accoutrement, traditionally a coarse robe or mantle, often grey or black, sometimes marked with a badge, in some regions a cross, in others perhaps the St. Lazarus symbol or a special pattern. The leper was given a walking stick and the hand bell or wooden clapper that they must announce their presence from afar. An old French source instructs the newly diagnosed to always cry, "Unclean, unclean," which is probably extremely humiliating for them. They could have came up with something better than that. That's why it was better when you give them a bell to ring when nearing healthy folk. Now, this is a practice with biblical echoes. In the Bible, Levitical law required lepers to cry unclean as a warning. By medieval times, most people had moved on from that. The priest would typically set out a list of injunctions to the leper, which would be quite extensive. These typically forbade the person from certain acts, like entering towns or markets without permission, touching common wells or water sources, washing in streams used by others, or even walking on narrow footpaths where one might brush against a passer-by. The leper was often enjoined to stay within the confines of the leper house assigned to them, unless they were given special permission to leave. Medieval documents sometimes outlined these rules in pretty stark language. One medieval German ordinance from the 13th century directs that lepers, quote, shall live outside the towns in their own places. A French bylaw might specify that if a leper absolutely must come into town, for example to see a lawyer or attend church on a special feast, he or she must wear the distinct attire and keep a minimum distance, a spear's distance away, as one phrase went, from any healthy person. The underlying idea was to prevent physical contact and thereby hopefully prevent transmission of the disease, an early form of social distancing born of both medical logic and fearful stigma. Having been effectively buried and reborn into this new status, the leper was now a member of a quasi-religious community of outcasts. Many leprosaria required their entrants to take vows, similar to a monastic vow. Surviving charters and rules of leper hospitals indicate that residents often swore to live in chastity, to obey the house master, and not to wander away without license, paralleling the monastic vows of chastity, obedience, and stability. In England, for instance, the 12th century rule of a leper hospital at Bishopsgate in London stipulates that male and female inmates must live separately in segregated quarters and remain celibate. Any breach of chastity would be punished by expulsion. Some institutions only admitted one sex. There were all-male leper houses and all-female ones, while others had both, but they were strictly partitioned. Marriage was generally prohibited for those within a leprosarium, even if both spouses were leprous. Married couples who both contracted the disease sometimes entered the same house but were expected to live as basically brother and sister thereafter. No funny business. Well, after the emotionally charged separation ritual, the new leper might be escorted to the colony by family members or by a town official. Often the leprosarium was close enough to the town to reach in a short walk or horse ride, typically just outside the gates or a mile or two down the road. The location was chosen to be isolated, yet accessible for deliveries of food and visits by clergy or family, from a safe distance, of course. Many European leper hospitals sat along well-traveled roads, especially pilgrimage routes, where they could conveniently receive alms from travelers. The familiar sight of a little cluster of buildings bearing the name St. Lazarus, St. Mary Magdalene, St. James, or St. Giles became part of the landscape, and all of those, by the way, are associated with leprosy and caring for the sick, so suits. Crossing into the gates of the leper colony, the initiate was entering a new society with its own hierarchy and customs. Typically, a hospital master or warden stood at the top of the internal hierarchy. This might be a healthy cleric appointed to by the church, or in some cases, a leper elected from among patients. Some houses allowed leprous inmates to hold certain offices, though usually under oversight of a non-leprous clerk or prior. Supporting the master were often a few healthy attendants, maybe a lay nurse or two, a cook, and a chaplain priest who would conduct religious services. These healthy staff often lived on-site or nearby, performing tasks too difficult for patients and acting as liaisons to the outside world. The lepers themselves, sometimes called brethren and sisters of the hospital, might number anywhere from just a handful to dozens. Most leprosaria were relatively small, housing perhaps 5 to 20 patients on average. A few large foundations, often near cities, could have 50 or more. Archaeological excavations at the leper hospital of St. Mary Magdalene in Winchester, England, suggest that it accommodated a substantial community across several centuries. Its cemetery held hundreds of burials, indicating continuous use, and a rotating population as older inmates died and new ones came. On the other hand, remote rural houses might only ever have a few residents at one time, especially if resources were scant. To be admitted, patients sometimes had to meet certain criteria, beyond just having leprosy. Some hospitals insisted that the leper be from the local region or town. Others welcomed strangers and pilgrims. Many required that the entrant be poor, or at least willing to surrender any remaining property to the hospital's custody. Indeed, a legal side effect of being declared leprous was that one's property often legally transferred to the heirs of the leprosarium itself. In medieval law, a leper under the ban was effectively civilly dead, meaning they could not inherit or transact like they did before. In some cases, a person of means entering a leper house would sign over their lands to the institution, providing an endowment for their own care as well as others. There are records of minor nobles or widows doing so and living out their lives as sisters or brothers of Lazar House, with the comfort of having provided for the house's welfare. Thus, by the time a new resident settled into their cell or their bed, whatever we're going to call it, at the leprosarium, they had undergone quite a transformation. They had lost their old identity in the world, legally, socially, and even sartorially, wearing now the uniform of the leper. They gained a new identity as part of a different outcast community, which in many ways mimicked a kind of monastic life. This social death was traumatic, yet it was mitigated by the structured environment that would now surround them. So let's have a look inside the communities and see how these men and women organized their existence. Although leper colonies were born from isolation, life within them was far from chaotic or idle. It's quite the opposite. Most leprosaria were run on a strict daily schedule that blended routine medical care, religious observance, a bit of household work, and of course periods of rest. Contemporary accounts often liken leper hospitals to small monasteries, and that's for pretty good reason too. Many were founded or supervised by monastic orders. For instance, the Order of St. Augustine or the Benedictines, who imposed their customary discipline. They're not really known for being too relaxed, the Benedictines. But even though those weren't directly managed by monks, they often adopted monastic-style rules to regulate daily life. After all, everybody needs structure to keep them from falling apart. Bit of a leprosy joke there. Now, a typical day in a European leper hospital would begin pretty early, at dawn, around 6 a.m., with morning prayers in the chapel. Lepers often attended matins or mass each day. If the hospital had a resident chaplain, he would celebrate mass in the chapel for the lepers, who might sit or stand in a special area, sometimes separated by a screen from the altar if the priest was concerned about close contact, though many chaplains did directly serve their charges. In some places, if a priest could not be present daily, the lepers would gather and recite prayers or hear readings led by one of their own or a lay attendant. Prayer was a central pillar of life in the colony, not only for spiritual comfort, but also because many residents understood that their suffering was framed in religious terms. Well, after worship, the practical matters of the day commenced. Breakfast might be pretty modest, perhaps bread and ale or pottage. Pretty normal. They get the same thing non-lepers get. But one noteworthy aspect of many leper hospitals was that they tried to provide a relatively nutritious diet, on the theory that good food could slow the progression of the disease or at least sustain the strength of the patient. Medieval medical theory, based on Galen's humoral model, considered leprosy a disease of imbalance, often thought to stem from excess black bile or phlegm causing corruption of flesh. Diet was the one way to counteract this that they knew. Surviving directives show that leper inmates were sometimes given extra portions of meat, fish, or dairy compared to what ordinary poor people might eat, in hopes of fortifying their bodies. I suppose that's a bit of a silver lining, I guess. If you got thrown into a leper colony, at least you'd be eating well. I'm sure it wasn't the same for everyone, though. For example, an English leper hospital's rule might specify fish 3 times a week, fresh bread daily, and wine or beer rations, and that's a pretty decent regimen by medieval standards. Archaeologists examining bones from leprosarium cemeteries indeed found evidence that many leper house residents had diets high in protein, suggesting institutional food was better than what you'd get as a beggar. After breakfast, some of the more able residents engaged in chores or work to keep the community going. A common sight in leprosaria was a garden or a small farm. Gardening was quite beneficial, it seems. It kept lepers active and outdoors, and it yielded produce too. Vegetables, herbs, maybe fruit trees to supplement the meals. We even have medieval accounts noting that fresh air and a clean environment were encouraged in these hospitals. Many leper houses had adjacent fields for grain or pasture for a milking cow, sheep, or perhaps chickens. Those among the lepers who still had use of their hands and sight might tend to these gardens, mend their own clothes, or help prepare simple foods. In larger hospitals, tasks would be divided. Some might help in the kitchen, some draw water from the well, and others would sweep up the chapel. Communal labor, as in a monastery, was seen as healthy for body and soul. Of course, advanced leprosy could leave people crippled, blind, or ulcer-ridden, so not everyone could contribute equally. Many were essentially full-time patients, resting in infirmary beds. But the ethos was pretty much that each should do whatever they can. Now, what about hygiene? Well, that was a challenge, but it was not neglected. Bathing and cleanliness were actually encouraged in many leper hospitals. Contrary to later myth, medieval people did wash when they could, and for lepers, keeping ulcers clean was vital. Some leprosaria had their own bathhouse, or at least a designated washing area. Warm baths were believed to soothe leprous lesions. In the Near East, where Islamic medical tradition was a bit more advanced, lepers might be sent periodically to soak in thermal baths if they were available. Sulphur springs, in particular, were considered to be therapeutic. One 8th century Arab governor in Syria who had leprosy built his residence near a hot sulphur spring on medical advice. Within Western leprosaria, baths might be given weekly or as needed, with attendants assisting those with disability. Laundry was also important. Soiled bandages and clothing had to be cleaned frequently. In some hospitals, nuns or lay sisters managed this laundering. In others, lepers themselves learned to wash their own linens in dedicated tubs. Medieval medical advice recommended keeping leprous wounds bandaged with clean linen and applying herbal salves, thus making and washing bandages would have been a constant task. Herbal gardens in leprosaria often grew plants like sage, rosemary, chamomile, mint, and aloe, herbs commonly used in balms for skin diseases. A recipe from a 14th century leech book, i.e. medical manual, for treating lepra calls for a paste of herbs mixed with animal fats to apply to lesions. It's likely that some hospitals would have followed similar practices, preparing simple remedies on site doing what they could with what they had, I'm sure. Well, by late morning, leprosarium patients might receive visitors or deliveries from the outside world. Townsfolk would sometimes come by with a few charitable gifts, a bit of bread, ale, firewood, some old clothes, stuff like that. Many hospitals had an appointed almoner or doorkeep who would receive donations at the gate. In some cases, benefactors specifically endowed the house with regular supplies. For example, a local lord might grant the lepers a right to collect a measure of grain each harvest, or a guild in town might send cooked meals on certain feast days. Family members of the lepers might also visit, though direct close contact was usually avoided. There are a few accounts of loved ones coming to the leper house gate to converse through a small window or across a low wall, leaving parcels of food or tokens of affection for their estranged kin. The rules generally forbade lepers from freely roaming back to their old homes, but supervised visits at the colony were allowed, and I'm sure that they were quite emotionally charged too. In some leper hospitals, especially in later medieval centuries, not everyone inside was actually afflicted with leprosy. You see, as leprosy's overall prevalence began to decline in the 14th century, for reasons still debated, possibly due to changing strains of bacterium or competition from diseases like tuberculosis, which confers some cross-immunity, some leprosaria found themselves with extra space or fewer true leprosy cases. They sometimes admitted other chronically ill or poor individuals for shelter. For example, by the 15th century, English records show certain leper hospitals housing blind paupers, or those with other infirmities, essentially functioning as a general almshouse. This could lead to a mix of patients and perhaps some relaxation of the strictest isolation rules. However, in our focus period of roughly the 12th to 13th centuries, most residents did indeed have leprosy, or were strongly suspected of it. Midday would bring the main meal of the day. In keeping with the monastic practice, there would have been a reading of scripture or a saint's life during the meal, and a rule of silence as they ate in a refectory. Some leper houses explicitly modeled their dining customs on the rule of St. Benedict, meaning meals taken in silence or accompanied by pious readings to avoid idle chatter and encourage spiritual reflection. The food, again, could be better than one might assume for a medieval sick poor. Accounts from a leper hospital in France in the 13th century list a few purchases: meat, fish, eggs, wine, and a few spices for the residents' consumption. Many houses had specific feast day indulgences. On church festivals, the lepers might get a bit of meat, if they normally abstained, or a cup of spiced wine, etc. The charity of benefactors often increased on holidays, meaning fuller tables at those times. Something to look forward to, I suppose. After lunch, there was likely a period of rest or light activity. In warmer climates, a siesta. In cooler, maybe sitting by the hearth. Lepers whose disease affected their nerves often suffered pain or itching in afternoons that might need wound dressings changed. If a physician or surgeon visited periodically, it might be in the afternoon where they would examine patients. However, full-time doctors at leprosaria were quite rare. Typically, the medical care fell to the resident staff, the priest or lay brother with basic knowledge. Occasionally, urban hospitals for lepers in big cities had an attending medical practitioner who came once a week. In Islamic lands, hospitals did have doctors on staff. So a leprosy ward in, say, the Mansouri Hospital of 13th century Cairo would receive learned physicians who could prescribe diet, ointments, and even try a few experimental treatments, like drinking snake venom, an actual remedy tried by some Arab physicians for leprosy aiming to counter poison with poison. But in a small European house, formal medicine was minimal. Care was largely palliative, cleaning wounds, easing pain with herbal potions, perhaps opium poppy or henbane for severe pain, and preventing secondary infections. Once again, like all the other doctors of the era, just doing the best they could. Afternoons might also be a time when the residents engaged in crafts or pastimes. Some lepers made small handicrafts, weaving baskets, carving wooden crosses, or sewing, both to pass time and sometimes to sell to visitors for a small income. There are accounts of lepers crafting little trinkets or religious tokens that sympathetic travelers would purchase as a way of giving alms. Reading and writing were probably limited to those already literate, which were a minority, but some leprosaria did have a few books for use in the chapel. It's intriguing to imagine a literate leper, perhaps copying a devotional text or composing a poem. Not impossible, though no famous literature from inside a leper house survives in Europe. In Islamic history, however, there was one notable figure, the poet Abu al-Ala al-Ma'ari in the 11th century. Hope I pronounced that one right. Though he wasn't a leper himself, he did write verses empathizing with lepers and other outcasts, and some pre-Islamic Arab poets like al-Harith ibn Khiliza were reputed to have leprosy and still performed their works, indicating that having leprosy did not wholly silence one's voice in all contexts. By late afternoon, attention would turn again to spiritual duties. Many leprosaria observed Vespers, the evening prayer service, and possibly Compline at nightfall. The chapel was truly the heart of the colony. It offered hope of salvation and a structured time to come together in worship, reinforcing solidarity and a sense of purpose beyond suffering. Some leper hospitals ingeniously designed their chapels with separation in mind. For example, a common arrangement was to have a screened porch or special window where outsiders could attend or observe Mass from the outside, while the lepers would sit inside, or perhaps vice versa. The lepers outside looking through a little squint hole called a leper squint, while the priest conducted Mass at the altar. The so-called leper squint was a small aperture, often in the wall of a church, allowing those outside, either lepers or other outcasts, to see the elevation of the Eucharist and participate spiritually without entering. Such architectural features survive in some medieval churches, though whether they were truly for lepers or perhaps anchorites is debatable, but they do show concern for those to accommodate those who could not mix with the general congregation. I mean, at least they had something. In any case, many leper hospitals had their own chapels to avoid the need for residents to travel to parish churches. As for nighttime in the leper colony, that was quiet. Curfews kept everyone inside the grounds. The gates might be locked by the porter. A skeleton crew of attendants would tend to the very ill, much like an infirmary at night, with low lantern light and perhaps the moans or coughs of patients echoing in the dark. Now you see, leprosy is not an acutely fatal disease. People could live with it for years or decades, but it was often accompanied by secondary illness, tuberculosis, infections, etc., and that could cause episodic fevers. When a leper was dying, they received the usual last rites. One hope for many was that though they did have a living funeral at diagnosis, as we mentioned, they would still receive a proper sacramental anointing at the end. Death in a leprosarium was sadly common, and the community developed its own rituals for that too. A small funeral, burial in the hospital's own graveyard, and prayers for the departed who had already been considered dead to the world long before. Thus passed the days, the weeks, the years in a medieval leper colony. The regimen of prayer, work, and relative seclusion could be pretty monotonous, but it also gave structure and even a semblance of normalcy. Some residents bonded deeply with one another, forming what must have felt like a surrogate family. there are hints of leper communities developing internal camaraderie and even a bit of pride or identity as a distinct group. For instance, a few leper hospitals had coats of arms or seals, and their inhabitants might collectively be called the brothers and sisters of St. Lazarus at wherever place. So you might imagine on a summer evening a few leprous musicians striking a tune up on a lute, if they retained the fingers to play one, and their fellows singing a hymn, making the most of that fellowship that they had. But what about beyond the walls? How'd the rest of society interact or think of these isolated communities? Well, that's what we'll talk about now. Let's start off with the obvious one, the fear and the stigma. Of course, on one hand, leprosy was steeped in stigma and fear, but on the other hand, it evoked pity and pious charity. And I think that duality influenced how leper colonies were treated by the outside world. The fear is straightforward. You see, leprosy is believed to be a highly contagious disease, though in reality its transmission is quite slow, requires prolonged contact. People dreaded this disfigurement that came with the disease, the loss of nose and lips, the blindness, the withered limbs. An anonymous 9th century sermon famously called lepers walking corpses, which I'm sure the lepers didn't really appreciate that, but it still captures how visceral their appearance was to most people. Graphic depictions from medieval writers don't really hold back either. They speak of stinking ulcers and decayed flesh. Such imagery meant many people just wanted to avoid the lepers. A little bit more than an arm's length. Anyway, beyond physical revulsion lay moral stigma. It was commonly thought that leprosy resulted from some spiritual corruption. The Old Testament described instances of God striking sinners with leprosy as a punishment. For example, Moses' sister Miriam is temporarily made leprous for speaking against him. King Uzziah is smitten with leprosy for sacrilege, etc. Early Christian commentators like St. Augustine and Pope Gregory the Great reinforced the idea that leprosy could symbolize the state of a soul in sin. Now, this doesn't mean that every leper was seen as personally wicked, but the disease was often interpreted as a chastisement or a visible sign of inner uncleanliness. A folk belief in parts of Europe held that leprosy could be caused by sexual immorality. Some called it the uncleanness that befell those who had led lustful lives. Others speculated that it was inherited, or the result of one's parents' sins. Such views led to social discrimination. Lepers were sometimes legally equated with outcasts of other kinds. For example, a leper in a medieval law might be classed alongside the insane or civilly dead in terms of their rights, not allowed to bear witness in court, hold office, or marry the healthy. At its worst, the fear and distrust of lepers boiled into persecution and violence. The most notorious example occurred in France in the year 1321. In that year, there was a rumor that spread that lepers, in league with Jews and Muslims, were plotting to poison the wells of Christendom to cause plague. This conspiracy theory, likely born of the general paranoid atmosphere and repeated famines as whispers of plague began in the East, led to what is known as the Lepers' Plot Panic. King Philip V of France issued orders to have lepers arrested. Under torture, some gave false confessions of such a plot. An unknown but large number of lepers were imprisoned and even executed, burned at the stake or drowned, hopefully downstream, of course, in a wave of fear that also provided a pretext to attack Jewish communities who were accused of masterminding the plot. Well, even short of such extreme cases, there was everyday discrimination. Lepers were typically required to signal their approach, hence the bells and the clappers, so that people could avoid them. Many cities had ordinances barring lepers from marketplaces, taverns, mills, and churches, except perhaps on designated days or from designated areas. Some towns provided special leper houses or shelters just at the town gate, where traveling lepers could stay overnight without coming inside the walls. And we even find accounts from travelers. The 14th century Moroccan explorer Ibn Battuta, complete story of its own, pretty amazing too, by the way, visiting Syria, noted that outside one city, possibly Aleppo, there was a settlement of lepers who came to beg, and the locals would leave food for them at a distance. He remarked on the kindness shown in providing for them, but also admitted that they had to be kept apart. Medieval art and literature often depicted the leper as a pitiable figure, yet sometimes as the butt of cruel jokes or cautionary tales. There were popular legends of morally bad people turning leprous. For instance, a wicked rich man who refused to help the poor might in a moralistic tale become a leper as a kind of divine punishment. Even in the Arab Islamic tradition, which generally advocated caring for the sick, one finds the Prophet Muhammad's hadith advising flee from the leper as from a lion, showing that even with charity one should not lightly risk exposure. Islamic jurists at times included lepers in lists of those with curtailed legal capacity. Since leprosy was a mortal illness, a leper might be excused from certain obligations or not allowed to be a legal guardian, etc. All of it paints a picture. Lepers were feared as sources of physical and spiritual contamination. But that is only one side. The counterbalancing attitude was rooted in Christian and Islamic duty of compassion for the afflicted. Medieval Christian theology had a remarkable twist regarding leprosy. Some theologians proposed that lepers, precisely because they suffer so much in life, are likely to go straight to heaven in the next. Their purgatory is being lived right here, right now. Cold comfort, perhaps, for them. Well, this idea, sometimes phrased as lepers being in a state of purgatory, led to an almost exalted view of their condition. They were seen by some as especially close to God, akin to holy martyrs who endure pain. This did not erase the fear, of course, but it introduced at least a little bit of respect. People would sometimes refer to lepers as the poor of Christ or even friends of God. A 12th century chronicler in England wrote that the leper is, quote, separated from men but united with God. In a paradoxical way, the leprosarium was also called the Domus Dei, in some records meaning house of God. This reverent outlook fueled many charitable acts. St. Francis of Assisi epitomizes the change of heart. As a young man, he found lepers abhorrent and ran away at the sight of one. After his spiritual confession, he deliberately went to embrace and kiss a leper on the road as a sign of humility and love. That moment, Francis kissing the leper, became iconic in medieval hagiography, highlighting that the true sanctity meant overcoming the natural horror and seeing Christ in the leper's face. Following such examples, members of the mendicant orders, such as the Franciscans and Dominicans, often included ministry to lepers as part of their mission. Excuse me. They might visit leper colonies, not just to preach, but to wash wounds and bring provisions. Some saints, like St. Louis IX of France, took this to the extreme. Louis, who was a king in the mid-13th century, was renowned for his personally tending to the needy. Joinville, his biographer, recounts how Louis would enter hospitals, including those for lepers, and minister to patients, bathing their sores and feeding them. In one famous little story, Louis quizzed Joinville whether he'd rather have leprosy or commit a mortal sin. Joinville said he'd rather sin than be a leper, and Louis sternly reproved him, showing how much the king esteemed the spiritual over the physical. Louis's example as a leper-loving monarch was celebrated, and indeed he endowed leprosaria in France and in the Holy Land. The Church, as an institution, provided consistent support. Monasteries would send food regularly. Parishioners were urged to remember lepers in their almsgiving. In wills, many people left a bequest to the lepers of such and such hospital. For instance, numerous medieval testaments in England have small sums designated for local leper houses, reflection of both genuine pity and the donors hope to earn a bit of merit by aiding Christ's suffering poor. Leper colonies thus often enjoyed a steady stream of charity. This could make some leprosaria relatively wealthy over time, accumulating land and rents from endowments. A notable case is the Hospital of St. Giles outside London, which by the 13th century had a substantial property and income to support its inmates. There was even a military monastic order devoted to lepers, the Order of St. Lazarus, of course, founded in Jerusalem during the Crusades. It was initially a leper hospital run by a mix of leprous knights and healthy clerics. The Order of St. Lazarus gained papal recognition and established branches across Europe. But here's something unique. It provided an outlet for knights who contracted leprosy themselves. You see, they could join and continue a kind of knightly life within that order. Remarkably, during the Crusades, the Knights of St. Lazarus, some of whom were lepers themselves, were said to have fought in battles, and when things were desperate, a chronicle mentions a contingent of leper knights charging into combat. A rather poignant sight. Well, suppose they had nothing to lose. Though small in number, the existence of armed leper knights further shows that society did not uniformly consider lepers utterly helpless or untouchable. You see, in dire circumstances they could even be seen as warriors of God. After the fall of Crusader Jerusalem, the order moved its headquarters to France, where it continued to run leper hospitals well into the Middle Ages. Religious symbolism often softened a few attitudes up. Medieval Christians drew parallels between lepers and biblical figures. The most obvious is, of course, St. Lazarus, not the Lazarus raised from the dead by Jesus, but Lazarus the beggar from one of Christ's parables. This is Luke 16:19-31. Now, in that parable, Lazarus is described as a sick beggar, covered in sores, who lies at a rich man's gate. When Lazarus dies, angels carry him to heaven. The medieval imagination conflated this character with the idea of leprosy, sores, poverty, eventual blessedness. Thus many leper hospitals were named after Lazarus, and lepers themselves were sometimes called Lazaruses. Well, they could take comfort that Lazarus, despite misery in life, was rewarded after death in heavenly comfort. Likewise, Job from the Old Testament, afflicted with terrible sores but remaining faithful, a model of patience for lepers. And of course, Christ's own actions touching and healing lepers in the Gospels, providing the ultimate validation that lepers should not be utterly shunned. In the Islamic context, while the dominant note was to avoid contagion, there were also a few strains of compassion. Prominent Muslim physicians like Avicenna or Ibn Sina devoted sections to their medical encyclopedias to the treatment of leprosy, indicating a professional concern, or at least managing it. Various charitable endowments in Muslim cities funded care for lepers. For example, the great Cathars Hospital in 13th century Cairo, explicitly welcoming patients with chronic maladies and providing them with free treatment, even a bit of spending money upon discharge, if you made it that far. There is an account, too, that the Sultan Calawun's endowment made sure leper patients leaving the hospital got a small gold coin so they wouldn't have to beg right away. Islamic narratives include more kindly hadiths. such as one where the Prophet Muhammad is said to have shared a dish of food with a leper to prove that faith can overcome fear, counterbalancing the other hadith about keeping distance. Sufi Muslim saints sometimes deliberately ministered to lepers as acts of humility. For instance, the 13th century Persian poet and mystic Sa'di of Shiraz writes a parable of a king visiting a leper colony and finally learning a little bit of compassion. Thus, leper colonies existed in a tension between exclusion and inclusion. One could say, ideally, society provided for the lepers while still providing against them. For them by maintaining these colonies, donating food and granting them rights to have their own priests and facilities, and against them by keeping them segregated, occasionally persecuting them in the odd panic, and marking them as fundamentally other. From the lepers' perspective, they stood in a quite unique social category. No longer fully part of ordinary life, they formed a fraternity in affliction. They depended on the charity, but also sometimes had to remind society of that duty. There are hints of lepers asserting their collective voices. In 1321, during the aforementioned persecution in France, some records suggest that lepers tried to band together and appeal for authorities for mercy. I mean, it didn't work, but they tried, right? In other instances, leper hospitals would petition for protection or rights. For example, asking the king to confirm that the local market must give them a certain allowance of bread, or seeking exemption from tax on their lands. A few of these such petitions survive, which indicates that leper colonies actively negotiated their place in the social fabric. Well, finally, as the Middle Ages waned, so did leprosy in much of Europe. By 1400, cases had become far fewer. The reasons remain studied by historians and scientists. Now, one theory is that the bacterium's virulence declined, or that increasing prevalence of tuberculosis, which is a related mycobacterium, gave people some cross-protection. We've already talked about that, but it's also hypothesized that changes in living conditions and possible quarantine effects of the leprosaria themselves helped burn the epidemic out. As leprosy waned, many leper colonies just got repurposed. They turned them into almshouses. I mean, there weren't many lepers left to fill them up, so they had to do something. Some were simply dissolved, or fell into ruin, their lands taken over by other institutions. For instance, during the Protestant Reformation in England, a lot of medieval hospitals, including leper houses, were either closed or secularized. But the memory of them remained in folklore and place names. Lazarus hospitals, Spitalfields, various maisons Dieu across Europe mark where once the unlucky sick were tended. And that's where we ended. The story of a small segment of humanity in exile. Well, let's be glad we're not getting leprosy these days. It's, obviously not good. Plenty of other things to worry about, but we can put leprosy behind us at least. We hope. Wash your hands, please. Thank you for listening, and thank you to those supporting on the Patreon and YouTube memberships, along with the merch store and the occasional donation. Keeping everything ad-free. Thank you very much. And thank you for liking, commenting, and subscribing. I have been your host, proudly leprosy-free, and see you next time. Good night, and farewell. Almost everything that we know about the Cathars was written by the very people who destroyed them. Records from the Inquisition, the Catholic polemics, chronicles by men who rode fiercely with the crusading army to put an end to them. There's a few texts from the Cathars that survive in fragments, a handful of manuscripts preserved almost by accident in the libraries of those who confiscated them. And that should tell you something about how thoroughly they were erased. In the 12th and 13th century of southern France, they built an entire alternative Christian tradition, organized, popular, and frankly, theologically coherent. So coherent that it challenged Rome's authority directly, and the Pope eventually launched a military crusade to wipe this rising power out. It was a crusade not against Muslims, not against a foreign power, but against Christians, Christians in Christian lands who believed the wrong thing. And so today, we are going to tell the story of what they believed and what it cost them. Welcome to the channel. Good to see you all. Thank you to everyone keeping everything ad-free on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, donations, and merch store. If you can't do that, then just give it a like, comment, and subscribe. If you can do that, navigate to the pinned comment. You'll find where you need to go if you want to go there. With that being said, let's get busy. It's probably a good place to start by talking about dualism, the theological core of Catharism. Basically, this was the belief that the material world and the spiritual world were the creations of two different opposing powers. The precise articulation of this dualism varied across different Cathar communities and different periods of the movement's history. Not quite a one-size-fits-all, but there is a general picture that we have. There were what scholars call mitigated dualists, who believed the evil creator was a fallen angel, rather than a wholly independent evil principle, and then there were the absolute dualists. They basically believed in two entirely co-eternal cosmic powers, good and evil, entirely independent of each other. But the fundamental structure was consistent. The material world, the world of bodies, matter, flesh, blood, and death, was the creation of the evil principle, the demiurge, who had imprisoned spiritual beings in material form in a kind of means of control. The spiritual world, the world of souls, light, pure being, well, that was the creation of the good and trustworthy God. The task of human existence was to free the spirit from the prison of matter and return it, eventually, to its divine source. This theological framework had direct implications for how Cathars read the Bible, which they interpreted through a profoundly dualistic lens. The God of the Old Testament, the creator of heaven and earth, the God of armies who commanded genocide, who hardened Pharaoh's heart and drowned the Egyptian army in the Red Sea, was, in the Cathar reading, the evil demiurge, the creator of the material world, not the Father of Christ. The New Testament's God, however, the Father of mercy and love proclaimed by Christ, was the true and good God, who had sent Christ not as a being truly made of flesh and blood, but rather a spiritual messenger. This Christological position, known technically as docetism, from the Greek word for to seem, had ancient roots in early Christian heresies of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, and it had radical implications. You see, if Christ was not truly incarnate, well, then he did not truly suffer on the cross. And if he did not suffer on the cross, then he did not truly die. And therefore, the entire edifice of Catholic sacramental theology, the Mass representing Christ's sacrifice, baptism incorporating the believer into Christ's death and resurrection, was, frankly, built on a complete fiction. You can see how the Catholics were not keen on this idea. Kind of shakes up the old worldview a little bit. The consequences for Cathar ethics and practice were equally radical. If the material world was evil, and the body a prison of the spirit, then anything that reproduced and perpetuated material existence was, at best, deeply problematic. Sexual reproduction, which created new material prisons for trapped souls, was therefore a significant moral concern. The most rigorous Cathars, the perfecti, or the perfect, in case you didn't get that from the Latinization, the initiated elite who had received the sacrament called the consolamentum, were required to practice complete sexual abstinence, along with the rigorous vegetarianism that excluded meat and eggs on the grounds that these were the products of sexual reproduction. They also avoided taking oaths, because Cathar reading of the Gospel of Matthew was that Christ had commanded complete truthfulness in speech, and that the taking of an oath implied that ordinary speech might be untrustworthy. In a society organized around oaths of fealty, commercial obligation, and legal testimony, the refusal to swear oaths was both a theological statement and a practical challenge to established order. The perfecti were the spiritual elite of Catharism, a small minority of the total Cathar population, distinguished by the full rigor of their practice and the authority they derived from it. The much larger population of credentes, the believers, supported, fed, and venerated the perfecti, while not themselves undertaking the full obligations of Cathar initiation. The consolamentum, the Cathar sacrament that transformed a believer into a perfectus, of course the plural for perfecti, was primarily a deathbed sacrament for the credentes, received at the end of life, after the physical appetites and reproductive capacities were no longer a practical concern. This arrangement was sometimes caricatured by Catholic polemicists as allowing the credentes to live however they liked with the assurance of spiritual insurance at death. But the reality is a bit more nuanced than that. The credentes supported the perfecti with genuine reverence, regarded their blessings and their touches spiritually significant, and ultimately were integrated into a religious community structured around the perfecti's teaching and example. The relationship between Catharism and its ancient intellectual predecessors is one of the most debated questions in the field. The structural similarity between Cathar dualism and the Manichaean dualism that had flourished in the Roman Empire in the 3rd and 4th centuries, and against which Augustine of Hippo had defined so much of his theology, topic for another time, I suppose, had led medieval Catholic polemicists and some modern scholars to treat Catharism as a direct descent of Manichaeism, a continuous underground tradition of dualist heresy persisting through the centuries. This continuous tradition hypothesis, as it's been called, has been subsequently rejected by the majority of current scholarship, but it is worth mentioning. The most widely accepted view now is that medieval dualism, including Catharism, developed through contact with the Bogmil movement of Bulgaria and the Balkans, a dualist Christian heresy that emerged in the 10th century and spread westward through trade routes and the movements of itinerant preachers. The Bogomils did not directly produce Catharism, but they did provide a theological vocabulary, the organizational models and scriptural interpretive frameworks, too, that the Southern French movement developed in its own distinctive direction. Catharism was, on this view, a genuinely medieval creation, rather than the revival of an ancient tradition. But of course, everything comes from somewhere to some extent, so we do have to mention the early heresies. Now, when we say heresy, too, we do not use this word in a kind of finger-pointing way. Heresy is basically just a departure from the accepted doctrine. A heretic is very different from a non-believer, or a pagan, as it would be called back in those days. A heretic is somebody who is actively trying to change what Christianity is. And the reason why the church got their noses so bent out of shape with that was because It was basically leading more people to the direction of hell rather than heaven, leading people away from salvation with what they saw as bad scriptural interpretation. This is why they went so hard against it. Anyway, let's continue. You do need to understand the world of 12th century Occitania, the region of southern France whose language, the Occitan, and whose culture distinguished it sharply from the northern French world of the Capetian monarchy and their own dialects. Now, this was not simply a regional variation within a broadly unified French culture. We hadn't quite gotten there yet with the nation-state of France, so we can't quite think of it like that. It was in significant respects a distinct civilization, politically fragmented into a patchwork of counties, viscounties, and lordships whose overlapping obligations created spaces of effective autonomy, culturally sophisticated in ways that drew on Arabic influence from across the Pyrenean border, and ultimately socially organized around the values of fin amour, the refined love poetry of the troubadours, and a particularly form of a aristocratic culture that prized wit, courtesy, learning, and the patronage of art alongside the conventional aristocratic values of military prowess and lordly generosity. All very complex. The troubadour culture of Occitania is not separable from the Cathar context. It really comes hand in hand, though the relationship between the two is more complex than the romantic legend suggests. The troubadours were the lyrical poets of the Occitan aristocracy, composing in Occitan the most sophisticated vernacular poetry of the 12th century, poetry whose themes of courtly love, desire, honor, and spiritual aspiration, hint, hint, had generated interpretive traditions ranging from the literal to the allegorical to the outright strange. Some troubadours were sympathetic to Catharism, some were indifferent, some were actively hostile. What they shared with the Cathar perfecti was a social milieu. Both the poet and the perfectus operated within the aristocratic and urban culture of the Occitan South. Both depended on aristocratic patronage and protection, and both represented a form of prestige and cultural authority that the Roman Church in this region was notably failing to provide. The Cathar perfecti were, in many accounts, visibly more learned, more ascetically impressive, and more personally virtuous than the Catholic clergy of the same region, a comparison, rather, that mattered enormously in a culture that took the intersection of moral authority and spiritual power seriously. It didn't help all of those papal scandals that we discussed in the terrible popes and scandals of Rome video, kind of shatters people's faith in the church. Well, when that shatters, of course, people look for new things, don't they? It's only natural. The political structure of Occitania was fundamental to Catharism's survival and growth. The county of Toulouse, the dominant political entity in the region, was ruled by the Counts of Toulouse, Raymond V, and then Raymond VI, who maintained a studied ambiguity toward the heresy on their lands and reflected the more complex political realities of their position. Well, the Cathar perfecti included members of noble families that were connected to the Count's own network of allies and clients. The credentes included a significant proportion of the urban merchant class, whose commercial importance made them politically useful. And the Catholic Church in Languedoc was, by multiple contemporary assessments, including those of Catholic reformers, in a state of significant pastoral and moral failure. Things were falling apart. Not a good situation for anybody. Bishops appointed for political rather than spiritual reasons, especially those who had their offices basically sold to them. Simony. It's not good. There was also clergy of inadequate education and questionable personal conduct, monastic institutions that had lost the vitality of the early Reform period. So in come the Cathars, offering in this context something that the institutional church was visibly failing to provide: a community of genuine spiritual teachers who actually practiced what they preached. Imagine that. The role of Cathar women in the movement deserves a particular attention because it represents one of the most striking features. Women could actually become perfectae, on the same terms as men, receiving consolamentum and undertaking the full obligations of Cathar religious life. The perfectae, that's the women term, that's a T-A-E rather than T-I, lived in houses of religious women. They preached to credentes of both sexes, and were accorded the same veneration as their male counterparts. There was no, there was no real hierarchy. A perfecti or a perfectae was just a perfecti or perfectae. It didn't matter if you were male or female. This is, of course, an extraordinary departure from the norms of 12th century Catholic Christianity, in which women were rigorously excluded from any formally authoritative religious role. The inquisitorial records are full of testimony from witnesses who describe receiving religious instructions from perfectae, being blessed by them, and in some cases owing their initial acquaintance with Catharism to women, whether that be a mother, an aunt, a neighbor, something like that. Well, for aristocratic women of the Languedoc, the Cathar tradition offered a form of religious authority and community life that the institutional church simply did not provide in any comparable form. It was an alternative, a different direction, and people were well and truly sick of what they had for so long. Maybe it was time for a change. But was there someone you forgot to ask? In come the rather frustrated Catholic Church, who were not famous for their sense of humor at the time. Their response to the spread of Catharism in the Languedoc passed through several stages before arriving at the military solution of 1209. And understanding those stages is pretty important. We have to see why both the crusade happened and why it represented such an extreme departure from previous church practice. You see, the church did not immediately reach for the sword. It tried, pretty hard too, over several decades, a range of less violent methods: preaching, missions, theological debate, episcopal reform, and the application of canonical penalties, including excommunication and interdict, before they concluded that none of them was working. And of course, these were the tried and tested methods. I mean, for the past almost 1,000 years since the church had got kicked off in Rome, they'd been sending people off to far-flung lands to convert barbarians, their words not mine, and kings and everything in between to become good Catholics. It worked before. I mean, they convinced the Vikings to do it, so, well, maybe they'd have better luck trying the old methods. The preaching methods of the early 13th century are the most historically interesting of these earlier attempts, because they produced, as a byproduct of their failure, one of the most significant institutions in the medieval Christian history, and that is the Dominican Order. You might have heard of them. Dominic Guzman, a Spanish Augustinian canon, who accompanied the papal legate Diego of Osma on a preaching mission to the Languedoc in 1206, identified what he believed was the fatal flaw in the church's missionary approach, and that was that the papal legates were traveling in an ostentatious state, with large retinues, fine horses, impressive equipment, while the Cathar perfecti, whom they were trying to argue against, traveled on foot. They were subsidized by minimal food and they wore these poor clothing. They looked more like a reflection of Christ rather than a reflection of some militaristic nobility power structure. Of course, the normal people on the ground thought, well, the Cathars look just like us, whereas you guys look like, well, stuffed shirt preachers. The contrast perceived in spiritual authority was devastating. Dominic's insight was that the Catholic mission needed to match the apostolic austerity of the Cathars. They had to preach with the same visible poverty and simplicity that made the perfectly credible to their audience. The itinerant preaching communities he established became the nucleus of the Order of Preachers of the Dominicans, formally approved by Pope Honorius III in 1216, an institution whose impact on medieval Catholic intellectual and spiritual life was transformative, born directly from the experience of competing with the Cathars. The formal canonical escalation against heresy in the Languedoc had been building for decades before the Crusade. The Third Lateran Council of 1179 had authorized the use of armed force against heretics and their protectors, an early and significant step toward the militarization of heresy suppression, and Pope Lucius III's decree ad abolendum in 1184 had established a systematic obligation for bishops to conduct regular investigations into heresy in their dioceses, and of course to hand over any convicted heretics to secular authorities for punishment. Now remember, secular authorities. It wasn't the church that was doing these punishments. They'd handed over to the power structures that were not spiritual in nature, though it was the church passing judgment upon them. Anyway, just a little detail. These measures were applied in the Languedoc with notably limited effect, partly because the bishops of the region were themselves embedded in the same political networks that actually tolerated heresy, and partly because the secular lords on whom enforcement ultimately depended had their own reasons to look the other way. After all, these are your neighbors, and you don't want to upset them. The decades between 1179 and 1209 represent a sustained institutional failure to contain a movement that was growing rather than shrinking under the pressure of official disapproval. And that failure is as important a part of the Crusades' origins as the specific event that triggered it. The assassination of the papal legate Pierre de Castelnau in January of 1208, killed by a servant of Count Raymond VI of Toulouse, in circumstances that remain somewhat ambiguous, but we can interpret them as politically motivated. Anyway, it gave Pope Innocent III the pretext and the political momentum to launch the crusade. Innocent was one of the most capable and intellectually formidable popes of the medieval period, a man with a comprehensive vision of papal authority over both spiritual and temporal affairs that expressed itself in constant, energetic political engagement with every major power in Europe. In layman's terms, he was a busy boy. He had been attempting to address the Cathar problem through canonical means for years, and he basically was getting nowhere. He'd concluded that without the removal of the political protection that Occitan lords extended to heresy, no purely spiritual intervention would succeed. They were just wasting their time. It's time to bring out the big guns. A crusade. And the crusade he launched was therefore both a religious undertaking and a political one. Well, there was the extirpation of heresy and the subordination of the independent political culture of the Languedoc to the authority of the Church and the French crown. The Crusades' armies were primarily drawn from northern France, attracted by the usual incentives of crusading. It's a pretty good deal: remission of sins, promise of land and plunder, social prestige for fighting for a holy cause. and led by a combination of papal legates and secular commanders, of whom the most consequential was Simon de Montfort, a northern French baron of considerable military ability and absolutely uncompromising religious conviction. Simon de Montfort, father of the English Simon de Montfort, whose name is associated with early parliamentary development, was the dominant military figure in the Crusade from 1209 until his death at the siege of Toulouse at 1218, struck by a stone thrown from a siege engine operated by the women of the city. Nice shot, girls. Well, the crusade continued after his death, after his son Armory, and eventually became from 1226 a formally royal French enterprise under the direction of Louis VIII, and then the regency of Blanche of Castile, complementing the transformation of what had begun as a religious campaign into an instrument of Capetian territorial expansion in the south. So, how did it all go down? The Albigensian Crusade, as it was called, lasted in various phases, from 1209 to 1229, and is, well, I suppose in terms of its conduct, it raises more moral questions as any in medieval military history. This was something that was very new. It wasn't a war between evenly matched armies defending for defined military objectives in the conventional mode. It was, for much of its duration, simply a systematic campaign of territorial conquest and population coercion, in which the destruction of settlements, the massacres of garrisons and civilian populations, and heretic burnings serve simultaneously as military strategy, religious statement, and political face-slapping, or political communication, perhaps. Now, the primary sources, the chronicle of Peter of Levaux-de-Charnay, a Cistercian monk who accompanied the crusade and wrote with partisan enthusiasm, and the Canso de la Cruzada, the Song of the Crusade, composed in Occitan from a perspective a little bit more sympathetic to the southern cause, together give us a picture of whose moral extremity neither source was designed to produce, but which the combination illuminates with uncomfortable clarity. Bessieres was the first and most notorious massacre, but it was not the last. At Minerve in 1210, after a siege that reduced the population to starvation and thirst, the garrison surrendered on its own terms. The perfecti inside, roughly 140 of them, were offered the choice of conversion to Catholicism or death. According to the chronicle source, the Crusades' legate offered to spare them if they simply renounced their faith. Well, most of them were not keen on doing that. They refused, so they were burned on a mass pyre. The Crusades' leaders did not even formally need to execute them, the chronicle notes, because the perfecti walked into the fire willingly rather than accept conversion. Now, that's a pretty chilling detail, and it's repeated across multiple episodes of the Crusade. It's one of the most consistently attested facts about the Cathar perfecti, their willingness to die for the faith. The chronicle sources, hostile to the Cathars, can't suppress their evident respect for this. Even Peter of Levaux-de-Charnay, who regards the perfecti as agents of the devil, describes their courage at the pyre with something between bewilderment and grudging admiration. Of course, he's going to stop short of using the M word, martyr, but, well, I'm sure the Cathars watching on and hearing the stories would not be stopping short of using that word. The political complexity of the crusade, the fact that it was simultaneously a religious campaign against heresy and the northern French annexation of southern lordships, produced military and diplomatic situations of extraordinary intricacy. Count Raymond VI of Toulouse occupied a position of permanent ambiguity. Formerly Catholic, personally tolerant of Catharism, politically resistant to northern encroachment, and attempting throughout to manage his relationship with the papacy, the Crusaders, and his own heretic-tolerating nobility. Talk about a bit of a tightrope, huh? He was excommunicated, reconciled, excommunicated again, and eventually submitted to terms in the Treaty of Paris of 1229 that imposed humiliating conditions on the county of Toulouse and gave the French crown the permanent foothold in the south that the crusade had, from the Capetian perspective, been designed to produce in the first place. Mission accomplished, as they say. The political settlement of 1229 was, in retrospect, the decisive moment of the Languedoc's integration into the French monarchy, a process that the crusade had accelerated, but whose completion required the subsequent institutional work of the Inquisition. The human cost of 20 years of crusade warfare in the Languedoc is pretty impossible to quantify with any precision. It's just been too long, and the records weren't as good as we'd like them to, and the sources' numbers are not reliable enough to support any confident estimates, whether that be financial or the costs in lives. What the archaeological and documentary evidence confirms is that the depopulation of significant areas, the destruction of towns and agricultural infrastructure along with displacement of populations, and the elimination of political independence of a region that had a generation earlier been one of the most culturally sophisticated in Europe, well, it was all bad news for the Languedocs. The troubadour Guillaume de Tudela, who began the Canso de la Cruzada, Song of the Crusade, was himself broadly sympathetic to the crusade. The anonymous poet, who continued it after Guillaume's death, was not, and his continuation is one of the most powerful anti-war texts of the medieval period. A sustained, anguished lament for a civilization being destroyed, rendered in the same high literary form that the civilization had produced. The Occitan literary tradition continued after the Crusade, but of course it never recovered its earlier vitality, and the troubadour tradition, whose apex had coincided with the period of Cathar flourishing, gradually faded away through the 13th century. It never really came back again. Oh, what could have been? Oh well. The Albigensian Crusade destroyed the political and military infrastructure that had protected Catharism in Languedoc, but it did not destroy Catharism. In the aftermath of the Treaty of Paris, substantial communities of Cathars survived in the hills and forests of the Languedoc, protected by local networks of credentes who continued to shelter and feed the perfecti, and by the persistence of a social world in which sympathy for the good people remained widely distributed across the population. The instrument designed to finish what the crusade had begun was the Inquisition, the systematic judicial institution for the detection and punishment of heresy, formally established in the Languedoc from the 1230s onwards, operated initially by the Dominican and Franciscan friars, and characterized by investigative procedures that represent one of the most significant developments in the history of European law. The inquisitorial procedure was genuinely innovative in the legal history of medieval Europe. The traditional accusatorial procedure of medieval courts required an accuser to bring a specific charge against a specific individual, and then prove that charge, placing the burden of proof on the prosecution, and exposing the accuser to counter penalties if the charge failed. The inquisitorial procedure replaced the formal accuser when the inquisitor himself, who could initiate proceedings on the basis of rumor and reputation, summon witnesses, compel testimony under oath, and use the accumulated testimony of witnesses to construct cases against individuals who might not have been directly accused by any single person, was a really new and shiny idea. The records produced by this process Above all, the enormous registers compiled by the inquisitors Bernard de Caen and Jean de Saint-Pierre at Toulouse in the 1240s, which recorded the depositions of some 5,000 witnesses from across the Languedoc, are the single most important documentary source for the social history of Catharism, and they have been subjected to increasingly sophisticated analysis by historians since the late 19th century. Say what you want about the Inquisition, but they left us with quite a few good records. The Inquisitors' records reveal, in remarkable detail, the texture of Cathars' social life in villages and towns of the Languedoc. Who knew who had offered a perfectus hospitality, who had participated in the ceremony of the melioramentum, the ritual bow before a perfectus that was the credente's primarily religious practice, who had provided information about the perfecti movements to the inquisitors, and who had warned them of impending visits. Everybody had a file. The records are a social network analysis avant la lettre. They map the relationships of an entire regional society through the medium of religious prosecution, and in doing so they preserve, unintentionally, a record of community life, family solidarity, and personal loyalty that would otherwise just faded away and not survived. Emmanuel Leroy-Ladurie Montelou, published in 1975, and based largely on the inquisitorial register of Bishop Jacques Fournier of Pamiers from the early 14th century, remains the most celebrated example of what can be extracted from these records. A micro-social history of a single Pyrenean village whose Catharism and everyday life are reconstructed in extraordinary intimacy from the testimony its residents gave under inquisitorial interrogation. Torture was authorized in inquisitorial proceedings by Pope Innocent IV in 1252, a generation after the formal establishment of the Languedoc Inquisition, and therefore not characteristic of the earliest phase of the investigations. Its introduction significantly changed the dynamics of the proceedings, though the evidence suggests that its use was more constrained in practice than the theological authorization for it might actually imply. The Inquisitor's most powerful tool was not physical torture, but the social and spiritual consequences of the process. It was all about the threats of excommunication, getting locked up in prison, having your property taken away, and then, of course, the stigma that attached to a heresy conviction in communities where inquisitors had effectively made heresy detection a communal responsibility, almost creating a kind of neighborhood watch system. The person who knew of a Cathar and failed to report them was liable to prosecution for concealment. This mechanism transformed every community member into a potential informant and created over time a climate of mutual surveillance that was profoundly destructive to the solidarity on which the Cathar networks depended. Talk about destroyed friendships, right? God, imagine if one of your friends dobs you into the Inquisition and the next minute you're getting stretched out on the rack. I mean, come on. Anyway, modern problems aside, at least we don't have to deal with that, depending what country you're in. Anyway, the most dramatic single episode of the inquisitorial campaign against the Cathars was not a burning or mass arrest, but a siege. The fall of the castle of Montsegur in March 1244. Montsegur, perched on a steep-sided rocky peak in the Pyrenean foothills of the Ariège, had been, since the 1230s, the effective capital of what remained of organized Catharism in the Languedoc, a refuge for perfecti, driven from the lowlands by inquisitorial pressure, protected by a garrison of around 100 soldiers under a lord named Raymond de Periel and his son-in-law Pierre Roger de Mirepoix. After a siege of 10 months, The garrison negotiated a surrender in March 1244, on terms that included a 2-week truce in which the defenders could settle their affairs. At the end of the truce, some 200 perfecti descended from the castle and were burned en masse at the foot below the foot of the Pe Pertus, which is the mountain name below the walls. The site of the burning is now commemorated by a stone memorial. Montsegur itself remains partially ruined. But you cannot ruin the legacy. It's actually one of the most visited sites in the French Pyrenees, and everybody knows what happened there. And you bet that it's on my list. In terms of French monuments, it's Montsegur and the big old Vercingetorix statue near where the Battle of Alesia was. Those are my two main things. Oh, and the catacombs in Paris. Tell me your top French destinations in the comments. Anyway, I digress. The fall of Montsegur also didn't end Catharism, but it was a hell of a blow. It effectively ended organized institutional life under Cathar guidance in the Languedoc, and what survived was a dispersed, clandestine, and increasingly precarious community of perfecti, operating in the spaces that the Inquisition had not yet fully penetrated, sustained by networks of quidentes who continued to shelter and supply them, all at enormous personal risk. Sore necks from looking over their shoulders, one would assume. The final phase of Catharism in southern France, extending from the 1240s to the early 14th century, is documented in the inquisitorial records with a detail that gives a quality of tragic vividness. We know the names, the movements, the relationships, and in some cases, the exact words of the last perfecti, because the inquisitors who hunted them recorded everything they found. Like I said, if they did anything good, it was kept records. The last years of Catharism were sustained partly by a remarkable figure named Pierre Autier, a notary from the village of Aulx-les-Thermes in the Ariège, who received the consolamentum in Italy in 1300 in his 50s, and returned to Languedoc to attempt to revive Catharism in the communities where it had been suppressed for generations. Goes to show his bravery. Autier and a small group of fellow perfecti spent nearly a decade conducting a clandestine ministry in the villages of the Ariège and the Toulousain, traveling at night, hiding in forests and in the houses of faithful quidentes, administering the consolamentum to the dying and preaching to those who still remembered the faith of grandma and grandpa. The inquisitorial records from this period, above all register of Bernard Guy and the remarkable dossier compiled around the village of Montelou, document this clandestine ministry in extraordinary detail. The routes Autier travelled, the houses he stayed in, the people who sheltered him, and ultimately the people who betrayed him. Sorry about the spoiler alert, but it's been 700 years. The social history of the Montelou community, as reconstructed by Leroy Ladry from the Bishop Fournier's register, gives us an unusually intimate picture of how Catharism functioned at the village level in its final phase. The perfectus Bellebaste, the last perfectus to operate in the Languedoc, born around 1280 and eventually burned at Villerouge-Dermenay in 1321, emerges from the testimony as a recognizably human figure, brave and earnest in his faith, but also a bit vain, sometimes difficult, inconsistent in his practice of the rigorous sexual abstinence required of the perfecti. He had a companion, woman, who was technically his spiritual sister, but whom contemporaries suspected of being a little more than that. He was eventually betrayed to the Inquisition by a spy, a man named Arnaud Sicre, who had infiltrated the community of Cathar exiles in Catalonia. gained Belibast's trust, and then lured him back into French territory, where he could be arrested. The betrayal was calculated and sustained over 10 years. Arnaud Sicre had his own reasons. You see, his mother had died as a Cathar, her property was confiscated, and he had been promised restoration of family lands in exchange for his cooperation with the Inquisition. All comes down to money, doesn't it? But anyway, he delivered Belibast to arrest in 1321, and then they burned him. With his death, the last perfectus in the Languedoc was gone, and Catharism, as a living religious tradition in its homeland, was effectively over. The rapidity of the transition from the flourishing of Catharism of the late 12th century to its extinction by the mid-14th is one of the most striking features of the movement's history. In roughly 150 years, from the first serious papal alarm about heresy in the Languedoc to the death of Belibast, an alternative Christian tradition that had attracted significant popular and aristocratic support across a substantial region of Europe was hunted to extinction by a combination of military force, institutional prosecution, and the social mechanisms of this new inquisitorial surveillance. The demographic destruction of the crusade, the redistribution of land, and the installation of this Inquisition's machinery that made harboring perfecti genuinely dangerous at every social level, all of these contributed to an outcome that had seemed, in 1200, far from inevitable. All the hope that they had in those earlier times, well, it was now all gone. The inquisitorial records, which had the purpose of giving the identification and punishment of heresy, not the preservation of social history, actually give us a pretty detailed picture of how ordinary people in the Languedoc related to Catharism in their daily lives. So let's read them a little bit against the grain. What emerges from these records is considerably more nuanced, provisional, and more deeply embedded in the textures of village and family life than either the idealized portrait of devout Cathar communities or the Church's portrait of this demonic conspiracy would have you believe. For the most of the credentes, Catharism was not a defined ideological commitment that stood in sharp, conscious opposition to Catholicism, but rather one strand of religious life, embedded in a community where the local perfectus was a familiar and respected figure, where receiving his blessing was a normal part of social interaction, and where participation in Catholic ritual, that being baptism, marriage, the last rites, etc., continued alongside Cathar practice without any apparent sense of contradiction. As they say, the devil is in the details, right? Many witnesses interrogated by the inquisitors described attending Mass and also venerating perfecti, making offerings to Cathar communities and also to Catholic churches, and having their dying relatives receive both the Catholic last rites and the Cathar consolamentum. This religious pluralism was not necessarily theological confusion. It may have reflected a genuine popular syncretism in which different religious practices served different social and spiritual functions, just without that systematic mutual exclusion that both Catholic and Cathar theologies formally demanded. The economic relationship between the credentes and the perfecti was central to the movement's functioning. The perfecti lived on the charity of the credentes, receiving food, clothing, shelter, and money in a relationship that was simultaneously spiritual patronage and practical economic support. The inquisitorial records are full of specific donations: a woman who gave a perfecte a measure of grain, a man who paid for the shoes of a traveling perfectus, a household that provided overnight lodging and a bit of a meal. These transactions are recorded as evidence of heretical contact, but they also revealed the texture of daily economic relations in a community where the perfecti moved through a network of households as recognized, trusted, and valued guests. The risk these hosts were taking, harboring a perfectus was a serious offense in the eyes of the Inquisition, was genuinely undertaken not as an act of theological defiance, but more of one of personal loyalty to someone they knew and respected. A lot of the time, it wasn't really because he was a perfecti or she was a perfecte. It was because it was Dad's friend, or this was a respected member of the community. That old man who knows a lot about the Bible, this kind of thing. Death was the context in which the relationship between credentes and perfecti became the most intense and consequential. The consolamentum administered to a dying person was the most important spiritual event in the credent's life. The sacrament that would, if received in faith and not subsequently vitiated by eating meat or resuming sexual relations, ensures the soul's release from the cycle of material existence. The practical problem this created: what if the dying person recovered after receiving consolamentum and was now bound by the perfectus obligations? Well, that was all addressed by a controversial practice called the endura, about which the Inquisitional records contain disturbing testimony. A dying person who had received the consolamentum but was recovering might undertake this endura, a voluntary fast to the death, which is a very kind way of saying starving yourself. This would ensure the sacrament's effects were not vitiated. Whether the endura was widespread, as the inquisitorial records suggest, or whether its prominence in the records reflects the inquisitors' interest in the most extreme evidence of heretical practices, well, that's where the debate is. But its very existence, however occasional, shows the seriousness with which the Cathars sacramental system was taken by at least some of its adherents. I mean, you're always going to have this on a spectrum, aren't you? Any religious belief is like that. In any case, the picture that emerges from all this testimony is of a religious movement that was genuinely popular rather than elite. Not in the sense of being confined to the poor and uneducated, but in the sense of being distributed across village life in a way that made it inseparable from the ordinary social fabric. The perfecter who was your neighbor's mum, the traveling perfectors who stopped by the village inn and whose blessing people sought as naturally as they might seek a priest's, the inquisitors who took testimony across Languedoc encountered repeatedly witnesses who described Cathar contact not as a profound ideological commitment, but just a normal feature of the world they'd grown up in. Nothing special. That was just the way it was for them. Many of them were quite bewildered by the gravity with which the Inquisition regarded what had seemed to them to be simply the customs of their community. People thought, why is this such a big deal? Just leave us alone. Good luck with that. That bewilderment itself is a historical document, evidence of how completely Catharism had been embedded into the Occitan social life, and how completely the Church's campaign was aimed not just at a theology, but a way of living. Now, we could finish it there, but we're not going to, because you can't really talk about Cathar history without running into the extensive modern mythology that has accumulated around the subject, particularly since the 19th century, when the Cathars were rediscovered by Romantic nationalism and subsequently a range of esoteric, spiritualist, and New Age traditions found in the good people a blank screen on which to project their own ideals. Many such cases, I know. The modern mythology of the Cathars is, in many ways, as interesting as the medieval reality. It tells us about how subsequent generations have used the medieval past, but it has also produced a significant body of misunderstanding that really has to be addressed if we are to think clearly about what Catharism actually was in this medieval context. The Romantic nationalist version of Catharism, developed primarily by French writers in the 19th century in the context of cultural awakening of the Occitan regional identity, constructed the Cathars as the spiritual representatives of a free, tolerant, culturally sophisticated civilization destroyed by this northern French imperialism masquerading as this religious crusade. Pretty much good guys and bad guys sort of thing. In this version, the Cathars are proto-Protestants, proto-liberals, proto-feminists, proto-modernists, the bearers of an alternative European spiritual tradition that was snuffed out by Catholic bigotry and French noble ambition. There is enough historical truth in this picture. I mean, look, the cultural sophistication of Occitania, the political dimensions of the crusade, the role of women among the perfecti, it gives it a bit of credibility, and enough distortion to make it significantly misleading as a guide to medieval religious reality. It's almost there, just not quite. The most problematic element of the Cathar legend is probably the Montsegur treasure myth. Legend which has no credible foundation in the primary sources but has achieved extraordinary cultural currency, holds that before the fall of Montsegur in 1244, a small group of Cathars escaped down the cliff face by night, carrying the Cathar treasure, sometimes identified as a hoard of gold and silver, sometimes as the Holy Grail, sometimes as secret texts of cosmic significance. Who the hell knows? The treasure myth connects Catharism to the Grail legend, to the Knights Templar, to the Freemasons, to later Nazi occultism. Heinrich Himmler's SS actually sent expeditions to Montsegur in the late 30s looking for the Grail, and to every subsequent tradition of esoteric European conspiracy. It's got a bit of everything. But if we're going to be a little bit stuffed shirt about it, and be a, quote, serious historian, ruining the fun again, the historical evidence for a Cathar treasure, the Grail connection, or a Templar association is pretty much non-existent. I know. It's not as fun, but it's just the way it is. The whole myth is a projection of later desires onto a historical canvas that is interesting enough on its own terms, without requiring embellishment, at least in my opinion. A scholarly reassessment of Catharism over the past 30 years has also produced a revisionist current that, in the view of many, has overcorrected. Now, Mark Pegg wrote a book on it in 2001, and his subsequent work on the topic argues that there was no organized, self-conscious religion called Catharism, and that label was a construction of the Inquisitors, imposing on a much more diffuse and various set of religious deviations. It's been influential, but a little bit controversial. It's a few good ideas, but it's missing a few things. Most historians of the period accept that Pegg has usefully complicated the picture of a unified and organizationally coherent Cathar church that earlier scholarship sometimes assumed, and that the movement was considerably more varied and inconsistently observed, rather than the term religion might imply. But the complete dissolution of Catharism into an inquisitorial construction goes further than the evidence supports. There were genuinely committed perfecti who held consistent theological positions. They received formal initiation through the consolamentum, organized into regional structures, and maintained connections with co-religionists across a wide geographic area. There was a Catharism, even if it was less uniform than the legend suggests. It was certainly there. And so, here we are at the end. And the Cathars are still with us in a certain way. They keep being discovered and recovered by each generation for their own purposes. Perhaps that's the most revealing aspect of their legacy. There have been anti-clerical heroes for 19th century French Republicans, spiritual models for Occitan regionalists, and Grail guardians for esotericists, who perhaps ignored the primary sources. But the real Cathars, the village women who made the melioramentum before a perfected neighbor, the notary from Ars-le-Therme, who in his 50s received the consolamendum and set out to revive the faith of his forefathers. It was people like that, who were considerably more interesting, more complex, and, well, more fully human than any of these modernized uses allows. They were people who held a set of beliefs that the most powerful institution in the world declared worth killing them for, and who in many cases chose death rather than abandon those beliefs. Think about those perfecti, walking bravely into the fire, onto the next world. Well, shows a little bit about faith, doesn't it? And I suppose the inquisitors who recorded it, hostile witnesses all, couldn't help but notice that. It certainly seems worth noticing. Who knows? Maybe there were some inquisitors who were just following orders, just doing their jobs, but behind closed doors shed a tear for those Cathars, who, while they might have had a few disagreements with, or who knows, maybe agreements, at the end of the day, they were all Christians when it came down to it. It's just one of them was the wrong kind. The quiet of the countryside, up with the dawn, tools down at sunset. The schedule of a simple life. Not much happens around here, and if change comes, it comes so slowly, if in a lifetime at all. For most people in the Middle Ages, this was the normal scene of life, far removed from the noise of those trumpets accompanying the knights of shining armor, or the ladies in silken gowns in those great castles. No, the reality of daily life in medieval England was a little more monotonous than that, but certainly not without its eccentricities. Medieval England was overwhelmingly rural. In fact, over 90% of the population were peasants living in villages and farming whatever land they had. Yet the lives of these ordinary men and women are often overlooked. We always talk about the kings, the castles, the battles, but history is a bit deeper than that. And so today, that is exactly where we go, not to these great, grand events, but to the smaller things. A guided tour through a village, long abandoned, and all those souls that lived within. And I think we can discover a little life, a simple life, difficult and constrained by feudal duties, but is also one of community, tradition, and ultimately, great resilience. We'll span the entire medieval period, but we will stay within England. Talk about how peasants lived, using archaeological and historical evidence, and we'll try and piece together a picture in our mind of what a day for a medieval peasant might actually look like. Well, before we begin, I'll issue the normal welcome to the channel. It's good to see you all here. Here we go again, back to medieval England today. It seems to be, geographically, a place of quite a lot of interest, and quite quintessential when we talk about the medieval period, particularly in a Western cultural scope. In other videos we will go to other parts, perhaps. Let me know what you want to see in the comments. Of course, I will remind you to do the like and subscribe thing, and also this video is completely ad-free like everything else. So this is made possible due to the contributions on Patreon, YouTube members, those who checked out the merch store, and of course the donations on the PayPal and super thanks. This is all available in the pinned comment and links in the video and channel description. That's if I've not forgotten to put the pinned comment in. Fingers crossed. Well, with introductions out of the way, I think we can get to our topic for today, how medieval English peasants actually lived. So relax and we may begin. And so here we find ourselves in the medieval village, and the peasant having his place in a society. When we say village, what do we mean? Well, it is effectively a small world of its own, a cluster of thatched cottages and barns amid the strips of cultivated fields, with the parish church and often a manor house at the centre. We'll get to that a little bit later. But here the peasants lived under the system of manorial feudalism that bound them to a lord. Now, most were unfree serfs, which were also called villeins, who owed heavy obligations to the lord of the manor, though a minority were actually free tenants, who paid rent in cash or kind for their land. Think about things like if they were farming a certain crop, they would give a certain crop of that to make up for any coin they would not give. That's a pretty typical arrangement. And that was that the peasant family held and farmed some lands for its own sustenance, but in return owed labour and dues to the lord. In many parts of England, villages operated an open field system of agriculture. The arable land was divided into large fields, which were then subdivided again into long strips. Each household's holding consisted of strips scattered across different fields, a kind of a way to share both the good and bad land. Not all soils are created equal, I'm afraid. Well, the system forced neighbours to cooperate. They ploughed and sowed according to an agreed schedule. By the High Middle Ages, a 3-field rotation prevailed in many regions. For example, one field planted in autumn with winter wheat or rye, and one in spring with oats, barley or peas. But the 3rd field would be left fallow. Over-farming the soil, well, that's not good for anyone. In any case, this helped maximize yields, but also required coordination among villagers. Now, of course, we go straight into agriculture, and we have to talk about that because, well, that is the life of a feudal peasant, of course. We cannot go past that. And talking about it, in the first place, well, it's certainly a good place to set the scene. You can't have a peasant without farming, of course. Now, for the unfree peasant, there were also feudal obligations. Let me explain. A villein, that is the unfree peasant, owed the lord labour services on the lord's own land. Now, typically they'd work for the lord for 2 or 3 days each week, perhaps more at busy times. During harvest and planting, the lord could demand boon days, that meaning extra work from all of the peasants to ensure the lord's crops were brought in first, perhaps in exchange for a meal, some ale, something like that, a big sack of onions, whatever it is. Now, beyond labour, peasants also paid numerous dues and fines. They paid a yearly rent, often in grain, eggs, or other produce for the small lands they were allowed to farm for themselves. But they also had to pay special fees on life events. For example, a serf who wanted to, let's say, marry someone from outside the manor needed the lord's permission, and they paid what is called a merchet, that is a marriage fine. When a serf died, the family owed the lord a heriot, often the best beast. As a death duty, could be the finest cow, finest ox. Serfs were typically required to use the lord's mill and grind their grain, and his oven too to bake bread. Of course, using that, they'd have to pay a portion of flour or loaves of bread as a fee. You can see how it's a pretty good deal for the lord, of course. But even gathering firewood or pasturing pigs in the lord's forest, regardless if he was using it or not, that might incur a small charge. Of course, we have to remember that all of this depends on what the lord is going to charge. You could have lords that were a little bit more tolerant, and ones who were a little bit more, let's say, entrepreneurial. Now, virtually every aspect of a peasant's livelihood in general was still subject to the lord's control, or perhaps a toll imposed upon them. A serf couldn't freely leave the manor or sell his oxen without permission. Everything had to go through the higher-ups. So in effect, the law regarded the villain's person as goods, as the lord's property, not the peasant's property. A state of affairs that most people naturally resented, and which they constantly sought to alleviate. I'm sure you can imagine people saying back in the day, well, it's not a perfect system, but it's the only system we have. They invented other systems. Spoiler alert. Of course, peasants, not all of them were equal. Not all equally oppressed, at least. A free peasant, also called a freeman, well, they owed no labor duty at all. Instead, he paid a fixed rent, and he could move about or marry without seeking the lord's consent. Free tenants were, however, a minority in most villages, but some regions, especially frontiers or newly settled lands, had more of them. There were gradations even among unfree peasants, though. A substantial tenant with 20 to 30 acres lived more securely than a cottager with only a couple of acres, who had no labor for others to survive. But still, all peasants were low in status, at least compared to the nobility, and they lived with few comforts. Now, over the centuries, these feudal bonds did gradually loosen. By the 14th century, many lords found it convenient to accept money payments in lieu of labor, a practice called commutation. And that basically means that if a peasant could scrape together a bit of money, maybe selling their own goods at the market for a surplus rather, he might pay a fixed sum instead of performing days of labor, buying back his time and allowing him to spend more time on his own farm. Now, the catastrophic population loss of the Black Death actually accelerated this trend. We talked about that in the Black Death videos and the aftermath of the Black Death in medieval England video. You see, far fewer workers were available, and the surviving peasants, well, they gained quite a bit of bargaining power. Wages for farm work rose, and lords increasingly had to persuade rather than compel peasants to work. If they didn't like the conditions, well, they would just pack their bags and they would get a job anywhere else. A labor crisis in the favor of the laborers. Well, some serfs even fled their manors to seek freedom in the growing towns, where a common saying held that town air makes free after a year and a day. And over time, in general, social attitudes and legal judgments began to favor liberty over bondage. By the late 15th century, serfdom in England was largely dying out. Most peasants had become tenant farmers, free in a nominal sense, paying rent for their land rather than laboring under these ancient obligations. They were still poor, don't get me wrong, and, well and truly subordinate. It's not real freedom in the modern sense, if you've even got that. But the personal bondage that characterized the early medieval serfdom was well and truly coming to an end. In short, through quiet transformations and the occasional rebellion here and then, the English peasantry gained a greater measure of freedom as the medieval period drew to a close. That's all good and well, but what exactly were they doing between the rebellions and between the transformations? Let's take a look at the daily work of peasants. Now we can understand that. Step into the shoes, or lack of. Well, when we talk about the daily work, we pretty much look at it in the cycle of seasons and just the general demands of agriculture. Typically, as we mentioned in the introduction, the day begins at first light, either at sunrise or at the cock's crow. Men and women would rise from pretty simple beds, after maybe a quick bite of bread or a little bit of porridge, modest breakfast if any. Time to set out to the fields. Now, work usually started at first light because there were only so many hours of day that they had, and there was plenty hours of labor to be done, labor that can only be done in that precious daylight. Tasks depended on the seasons, of course. Ploughing, sowing, weeding, reaping, threshing. In the fields, peasants often worked communally. For example, several households might pool their oxen to pull a heavy plough. One family alone might not own a full team. You see, it took perhaps 8 oxen to haul a large plough through heavy clay soil. One man would guide the plough, another drive the oxen, while others might follow with harrows to cover the seed. As you can imagine, this is not quick work, rather it being slow and strenuous. In fact, an English poet in the 14th century, William Langlet, gives an image of a poor ploughman at work, hood and shoes full of holes, his hair and toes sticking out, body smeared with mud as he trudges behind the oxen. And that's pretty accurate. Shows the hardship of physical toll on a medieval farm. In any case, the morning had passed, and by midday, peasants would pause for their main meal, or perhaps just a short rest. Now, this would be kind of their dinner. It might be taken at home if the fields were nearby, or more often they would just sit down in the field and partake in a short meal together. We can imagine a group of field laborers seeking shade under a tree at the edge of a field, perhaps, sharing a few bits of bread, cheese, perhaps some weak ale, bought by one of them in a leather jug. They wouldn't be drinking much water. Ale was the drink of choice. Sometimes other watered-down beers and things like that. In any case, after this brief respite, it was back to work until the sun went down. The workday might last until sundown, especially in summer when the days were long. In winter, though, darkness, of course, falls a bit earlier. But winter days were filled with other tasks, like mending tools, twisting rope, or perhaps weaving baskets by the hearth. Really, you've got to spend your time doing something, don't you? And days before electricity, well, you may as well just sit there at the fire and make things. In any case, each season, as we mentioned, had its labors, and medieval calendars often showed the work of the months. Now, what I mean by that is in spring, roughly March and April in England, fields had to be ploughed and sown with barley, oats, peas, and other crops. Ploughing was also a major task. Peasants drove teams of oxen to pull the heavy wooden plough with its iron ploughshare to turn the soil after winter. It often required 8 oxen to pull a single plough, as we mentioned, so contributions, each coming together to make up a full team. After ploughing, the seed was sown by hand and harrowed, and, well, spring in general was also a time to plant peas and beans, repair fences, tend to sheep shearing, and have a little cottage industry. Wool, very important. Well, summer, that is June through August, that was a period of growing and haymaking. Meadows had to be mowed for hay. Peasants, being men, women, and older children, would cut tall grass with scythes and rake it into piles to dry. Now, hay was a crucial fodder for livestock in the winter. Of course, you would try and keep them inside, not to have them starve. Summer was also a time for weeding the crop fields and shearing sheep. in late spring or early summer to gather wool to help the sheep stay cool as well. So by the late summer, the grain harvest arrived. The most intense period of work in the year was well and truly on for young and old when it got to this point. Harvesting wheat, rye, oats, and barley meant long days of reaping entirely by hand. Men and women stooped to cut the grain with sickles or scythes under that hot August sun. The lord's fields also had to be harvested first if you were a serf. Only then could the peasant attend to his own small plot. Priorities had to be in order, of course, and the priorities were set by the nobles. Harvest was truly an all-hands-on-deck affair. Entire families, including children as young as 5 or 6, helped in whatever ways they could. Gleaning, that is, collecting stray stalks left behind, was often done by the very old or perhaps the very young. The timing was also crucial. A rainstorm or early frost could ruin a ripe crop, so the community made a collective effort to get everyone's grain safely in. After cutting, the grain was bundled into sheaves and carted to the barn, and it was there that it had to be threshed, beaten with flails to knock the kernels out of the husks, and then winnowed. That is, by the way, just kind of like tossing it in the air so the chaff blew away. It looks kind of like dust, almost. You know, separate the wheat from the chaff. That's where this comes from. In any case, these tasks often were quite extensive, and they often extended into the autumn months. Now, September to October brought other tasks as well. Some of the harvested grain, especially wheat and rye, was used as seed for the next year. Peasants plowed and sowed their fields again in early fall to plant winter wheat or rye that would sprout before frost and be harvested the next year. Any animals that could not be fed through the winter might be slaughtered in the late autumn, and thus November was often actually called Martinmas slaughter, where surplus pigs or cattle were butchered, the meat being salted or smoked for preservation. Autumn was also a time for collecting foods like nuts, berries, and mushrooms in the woods to add to the winter stores. Pretty much anything they could get to throw into that pottage mix. And then we hit winter, November to February. That was the quieter season for field work, and certainly not a time of leisure. In fact, well, it was not a pleasant time for anyone. With the ground hard or barren, peasants focused on indoor and maintenance tasks. They repaired tools, made carts, wove baskets, perhaps made or mended clothing. Women spent long winter hours spinning wool into yarn and knitting or weaving. But winter also was the season to haul timber or cut firewood from the woodlands. A back-breaking chore, but, well, would you rather freeze to death? Also, what else are you going to cook with? The fire doesn't come out of nowhere. As for the livestock, as we mentioned, they needed help throughout the winter. Cows and sheep had to be fed with whatever hay and straw had been stored, and their stalls mucked out. Every peasant learned to be pretty resourceful in winter. If you didn't learn, you died. For instance, making rushlights, that is, candles from animal fat or dried rushes, or carving new wooden bowls and utensils by the fireside. And though the days were short, the winter nights were long. Peasants often rose before sunrise to tend animals, and might gather around the hearth in the evening to tell stories, mend the nets or harnesses, or simply just to conserve a bit of warmth, another precious commodity. But winter was also a time when the community socialized more. Yeah, it was cold outside, but, well, there was less field labor to do. We shall see that later. Many traditional village festivities took places in midwinter too. In any case, throughout the year, every member of a peasant household had work suited to their strength. The men would do the heaviest ploughing, carting, and woodcutting, while women performed a double burden of work, assisting in the fields during peak times, and doing endless daily chores of cooking, cleaning, and child-rearing, along with the dairying and spinning. Anything else they could find, really. As for the children, well, the ones as young as 5 were expected to help out. It might have been running to fetch water, these kinds of things, keeping an eye on grazing geese, scaring crows from the newly sown seed. By their early teens, peasant boys and girls were working almost as full adults, the boys in the fields, or learning a craft, and the girls would be around the home. But despite the long hours of toil, peasants did not work every single day. Sundays were the holy day of rest, when field labor ceased, and by church law, everybody attended Mass. In addition, the medieval calendar was filled with saints' feast days and church holidays, on which no servile work was supposed to be done. Many of these fell in spring or summer, giving brief respites from labor, while peasants certainly had to work extremely hard, especially in the peak season. It's a misconception that they never had days off. In fact, many of them probably had more days off than we do in our modern era, which is, well, a little bit scary. Between Sundays and various holy days, a medieval peasant might have upwards of 8 to 10 weeks off over the course of a year. Doesn't sound too bad, doesn't it? Though on those days they might still do light chores or tend animals, and not all lords honored every holiday. But think about it. If you take time off work, you probably end up cleaning the house at least 1 or 2 days out of that, so it's all in perspective. Nevertheless, these periodic breaks, Christmas, Easter, numerous saints' festivals, these kind of things, they provided a much-needed rest, and of course a time for community recreation, as we'll get to a little bit later. But let's get out of the fields. They had to go home eventually, didn't they? If the fields were the workplace, well, the homes were the humble shelters offering minimal comfort. But of course, you make it your own, don't you? Now, a typical peasant family lived in a small cottage, usually made of something called wattle and daub. If you don't know what that is, it's woven wooden rods that were kind of plastered with mud and straw. Rough timber with a thatched roof. We've seen it. Now, these houses were often just 1 or 2 rooms. Pretty simple stuff. The floor was beaten earth, sometimes covered with straw or rushes to absorb dirt, and there were usually no real windows. Perhaps a tiny opening with a wooden shutter, so indoors was pretty dim and pretty smoky. They hadn't quite figured out chimneys yet. In the middle of the main room was a hearth fire burning for cooking and warmth. Smoke from the fire drifted up and escaped through a hole in the roof, or through the thatch at least, which blackened the rafters, so there was something, but still not like a chimney in the modern sense. The atmosphere inside was perpetually smoky because of this, irritating to the eyes and lungs, but, well, people just got used to it. Now as for the furnishings, well, they were sparse and quite homemade. Simple stuff. A few stools or benches, a simple table made of boards laid on trestles, taken down when not in use most of the time, and perhaps a wooden chest to store clothing or grain. Those were the main items. At mealtime, the family would sit on benches at the trestle table and eat from wooden bowls or coarse pottery dishes, using wooden spoons. Knives were shared, and forks were unknown at the time. Cooking was done at the open hearth. There was no oven inside a peasant cottage. Villagers often had a lord's oven or a communal bake oven that everyone used. Instead, simple breads or cakes were baked on flat stones, in the embers or in iron pans propped on the fire. A heavy iron pot or kettle would hang over the flames. used to boil porridge or perhaps stew, the ubiquitous pottage that I've mentioned briefly but we'll discuss a bit more in the next section. The household wife would have to mind this fire constantly, both to keep the home warm but also to have hot coals for cooking. She likely also used the residual heat of the hearth for tasks like drying grain or herbs. Peasant families did many domestic chores indoors too. Women brewed ale in small batches, churned butter when they had milk, and spun wool or flax into yarn, often with what was known as a drop spindle. Spinning wheels were a bit of a later arrival, even though we do see them quite a lot in medieval artwork. Said those women in the silk dresses spinning at the wheel. They were a bit of a later invention. Now as for laundry, that was infrequent, but when they did do it, it was quite arduous. Clothes had to be soaked and scrubbed with lye. That is a harsh soap made from ashes. It's spelt Lye, by the way. And they would do this in a big wooden tub, and water for washing had to be hauled from the well or the stream, so there's the weight of that as well. The floor, strewn with straw or rushes, was swept now and then and renewed with fresh bedding. With fresh bedding straw only a few times a year. Now, inevitably, the house was dirty by modern standards. No one's really denying that. It didn't help that chickens and other small animals sometimes wandered in and out, and, well, that just adds to the mess without becoming too descriptive. At night time, the family slept on simple beds or pallets. A bed, if we're going to use that term, might just be a cloth sack stuffed with straw or wool scraps, laid on the floor, or in a crude wooden frame. They used coarse wool blankets or old fur cloaks for covers. Several family members often shared one bed for warmth, just out of practicality. And it was not unusual for husband, wife, and young children to all sleep together on a large pallet on the floor, with perhaps an elderly parent or a visiting relative curled up nearby. As for privacy, good luck with that. It was minimal if you were lucky, non-existent if you were like everyone else. A fire was typically kept smouldering through the night, banked under ashes or a fire cover, so it could be revived the next morning. Now, they had to have the homes double as shelter for animals as well. You see, in many cottages, one end of the building was sectioned off as a pen or a byre for a cow, donkey, or a few goats or sheep, especially in winter when valuable animals need protection from the cold or from thieves or wolves. Of course, back in those days, wolves were all over the place, so were the thieves. In smaller dwellings, the family's chickens or a pig might share this living space, wandering in freely. This gave the animals warmth and safety, and in turn helped warm the house slightly, but it certainly added to the odor. Imagine the smell. Well, fleas and mice were common problems. The continual smoke of the hearth ironically helped deter some vermin, keeping the rafters sooty and the air acrid. Cleaning was a Sisyphean task, if we could put it that way. One medieval writer humorously described how a peasant housewife would sweep out the dirt and straw from the floor, only for the chickens to come in and scratch it all around again. Definitely a task worthy of calling it a Sisyphean. Well, despite the cramped and smoky conditions, it was still a home, and I suppose it's not too bad when you got nothing else to compare it to. A place of family comfort, and it's certainly better than sleeping outside in the cold. In the evenings around the hearth, parents would tell stories or sing to their children. Family members mended their clothes or carved little tools by firelight. And in winter, neighbors might drop in, share a little bit of warmth, or a cup of ale, exchanging tales or gossip. Such moments provided what we can imagine as a bit of emotional relief from the grind of work. Yes, life is difficult, but we're all here together, and that's something at least. And so within those walls, just like our modern-day family life unfolded, children were born and raised, meals were prepared and shared, fights happened, laughter happened, all echoing off those smoky rafters. That humble cottage, serving as a backdrop for all of the peasants' joys and sorrows, from the cradle to the grave. Very, very human. And this is where we come to the next thing. Food. Probably the most important thing next to warmth. A lot of moving parts, sure, but it's pretty complicated to get the right amount of sustenance in that time. The diet was pretty simple, too, not to mention repetitive. The primary staple was bread. Medieval peasants typically ate coarse, dark bread made from cheaper grains like rye, barley, or oats, and wheat was the most prized grain. Unfortunately, it was often reserved for the lord or for market sale, so common folk usually baked loaves of what was called maslin, a mix of rye and wheat flour, or bread made from barley or oats. The result? A dense, heavy loaf, very unlike the modern, fluffy white bread, but I don't think many people are eating white bread anymore. It's a bit, you gotta go the multi-grain sort of stuff, you know what I mean? You know what I mean. Well, a peasant household might grind its grain by hand, just get that rock out and start bashing it, grinding it on a stone, this kind of thing. Found plenty of those sorts of stones in the old medieval houses, that's for sure. Or perhaps they would take it to the lord's grinding mill, as if the lord had one, but of course you would have a fee charged with that as well. Then they would bake bread in a communal oven or at home on the hearth. Now this bread, along with pottage, a kind of vegetable stew or whatever you could find to put in it, formed the basis of pretty much every meal. Now the other daily mainstay was indeed pottage, a thick soup or stew cooked in an iron pot over the fire, hence the name pottage. Peasant wives became adept in making filling pottage out of really whatever was available, which could vary from day to day, of course. But if we can imagine a basic pottage, well, it might include oats or barley for thickness, some beans or peas, and garden vegetables like cabbage, onions, or leeks, all boiled together in water. They would season it with a bit of salt and herbs, like parsley, thyme, or sage. You could find them in a cottage garden. Most peasant families maintained a small kitchen plot to grow greens and root vegetables, and they kept a few chickens or eggs. If they were fortunate enough, they could have a cow or some goats for milk, and they would also churn a bit of butter, make simple cheese, valuable proteins and fats to their otherwise diet of starch. The pottage was usually meatless. If available, a scrap of bacon fat or maybe a ham bone might be added, but that was a rare luxury. Essentially, peasants ate a kind of vegetarian diet, but rather by necessity, rather, for much of the year, not by their own choice. The peasants' meals were, indeed, remarkably monotonous by our modern standards. Breakfast, if taken at all, might be just a little bit of leftover cold porridge, or bread, perhaps a little bit of cheese, but, well, if you were lucky, you'd have that. The main meal around midday, that'd be bread and pottage, maybe with a bit of onion, some curds, washed down with a bit of ale, and in the evening another round of pottage or broth might be served as a kind of supper. Now, even on work days in the field, this little picnic would be a hunk of bread, a piece of dried cheese or salted fish, and of course that flask of weak ale, So it wasn't like it was better on the weekdays or weekends. It was every day just the same. Still, a diet of high-fiber bread and beans, while pretty bland, provided the essential carbohydrates and a few proteins, especially when peas and grain were combined. Now, ale we've mentioned a few times, and that was the universal drink of medieval peasants. Not just in England either, but quite much the same case on the continent. Because clean drinking water was not always available, and because fermentation killed many pathogens, whether they understood that at the time, they just knew they didn't get sick when they drank it, ale was consumed in great quantities by everyone, and that includes children. The medieval ale was a barley-based brew, made without hops. You see, hopped beer would come a bit later, and it was usually quite weak in alcohol. It might be closer to a soupy sort of small beer, a real light one, often slightly sour or yeasty, and was meant for hydration and nutrition more than intoxication and celebration. According to various records, an adult peasant might drink a gallon or more of ale per day, though ale in this context was more like a low-alcohol porridge than the strong beers that we think of today. As for brewing, that was typically done by the women of the village, and at a household level. If you've heard the term alewife, well, that's where this comes from. Ale provided much-needed calories. It was sometimes even called liquid bread. Peasants would drink ale at every meal. It was safer than most water, certainly more filling. Of course, ale could be festive too. Stronger batches were brewed for holidays and celebrations. But the everyday ale was mild enough that peasants could consume it throughout the day and still labor on effectively. In any case, without ale, the medieval peasant diet would have been even more meager. At least with it, they got a few B vitamins and hydration along with their bread. Of course, they didn't understand all the nutrition back in those days, but they certainly understood when you didn't eat well or when you drank bad water, dirty things, you got sick, things like miasma theory and all the rest. They had an understanding of it, just not on a scientific basis, more of a practical thing. Now, vegetables, legumes, and dairy supplemented this diet when possible. Gardens yielded cabbages, beans, lentils, peas, turnips, garlic, beets, other crops when they were in season. A surprising variety. But peasants also foraged wild foods, berries and nuts from the woods, wild greens like nettles, dandelion, etc., for salads or pottage, and apples or pears from hedgerows. But the dairy products really were prized. Milk from a cow or a goat would usually be turned into butter or soft cheese, because fresh milk, well, that spoiled quickly, and many adults were somewhat lactose intolerant. Butter added fats and flavor to otherwise bland foods. Cheese, often a crumbly fresh cheese, could be eaten with bread or melted into pottage, which of course thickens it up a little bit. Eggs from hens were another important protein source, used in cooking or eaten on their own when available. And all these elements, of course, had to vary by season. Spring and summer offered fresh greens, eggs, and milk, whereas winter diets, well, you'd be relying more on salted or dried foods, and of course, whatever was stored from the harvest. Well, and meat, of course, if you could get it, good for you. But of course, it's far rarer on the peasant table. Most peasants could only afford to have it every now and then. And it wasn't in that fresh form, it was usually in the form of salted or smoked meat. A common family might raise a pig throughout the year and slaughter it in the late fall. Pork was the primary meat of the peasantry because pigs were relatively easy to feed, and they could forage in the forest for acorns, that kind of thing. They also yielded a lot of fat. Salted pork and lard could last all winter. After the autumn slaughter, the family would have some fresh pork for a feast, but the rest was preserved with salt or smoke. That bacon or ham was then rationed carefully and used to flavor soups or accompany bread on special days. Fresh beef or mutton was pretty uncommon. Cattle or sheep were too valuable alive. Think about milk, wool, traction. They wouldn't butcher 'em unless the animal was old or injured. Chickens were generally providing eggs and were only eaten when they stopped laying them. So you might be thinking, well, why didn't they just go hunting? Good question. The problem with that is that forests were typically the lord's property, and that meant they were off limits. Poaching a deer or a boar could get a peasant harshly punished. Well, harshly punished, I don't mean a fine. Bad things happen. Nonetheless, peasants did catch smaller game. They just did it on the sly. Rabbits, hares, birds, or fish from the streams. No one could really stop them from doing that. They added a bit of meat to their diet every now and then. On Fridays and during Lent, the church forbade meat entirely. So those days peasants ate things like herring, if they could buy dried fish, or they simply went without meat at all. Many inland villages were far from the sea too, but eels from rivers and ponds were a common poor man's fish. Eels were actually so plentiful in medieval England that they were sometimes used to pay rent. You could imagine that, showing up to your landlord, giving him a big bag full of eels. I don't know how many months that would get you. I suppose it depends on how many eels you give them. Well, in any case, yes, food was there. You could get it. You could farm. You could do a little bit of trapping or fishing on the sly, but a lot of peasants always lived close to the brink of hunger. One bad harvest meant real hardship, and you were in trouble if you had two. That could even mean famine, as happened in 1315 to 1317 when incessant rains caused crops to rot and thousands of people across England starved. Bad times. In lean times in general, they stretched their food by mixing filler into bread, like peas, beans, or worse. Who knows what they could put in there, a little bit of sawdust for good measure, or by simply going without. Spring was often a hungry season, when the winter stores ran low, but the new crops were not quite ready to be harvested. And true famine, as in the years of 1315 to 17 as we mentioned, struck occasionally. Conversely, in the good years, while their diet was plain and monotonous, most peasant families could at least fill their stomachs with bread and pottage, and, well, that's enough to keep you alive. And of course, the lords knew it was enough to keep people in the fields working, just enough to work, but not enough to really have a good quality of life. Of course, only on special occasions or holidays did they taste a richer fare. It wasn't like they went their whole lives without having something nice, but they'd have to wait around a bit. Special things for special occasions. A village might collectively slaughter an animal for a feast, or bake some meat pies for Christmas or a wedding. Occasions where everyone could briefly eat to their fill. Good times, happy people, this kind of thing. But those were extraordinary days. On the ordinary days, a medieval English peasant just ate to survive, not to savor. A chunk of coarse bread, a bowl of vegetable stew, and a draught of weak ale. Those were the basics that fueled their labor. And what about peasant clothing? That's, of course, another topic of discussion when it comes to the appearance of a peasant. Well, it was above all practical, built for hard use, made from the materials at hand. The primary fabric, wool. abundant thanks to England's many sheep. Almost all outer garments, tunics, dresses, cloaks, hose, they were all made of coarse woolen cloth that was thick, warm, and hard wearing, if also a little heavy and scratchy. But for lighter or undergarments they used linen when possible, woven from flax, anyway, but linen was relatively expensive, so many poorer peasants had no linen at all, and they would just wear the wool raw on the skin. Colors were mostly natural or earth-toned. Wool straight from brown or grey sheep produced drab cloth. Some clothing was dyed with inexpensive local dyes, that is, dull yellows, greens, or russets, but bright and rich colors like deep blues, reds, and blacks were largely the preserve of the wealthy, who could afford such things. Thus, a typical peasant could be seen clad in dull browns, dusty greys, and washed-out greens. The better to hide the dirt, I suppose, and last a bit longer. A peasant man typically wore a knee-length wool tunic as his main garment. It was belted at the waist with a cord or leather strap and served as both a shirt and a coat. For his legs, he had woolen hose, that is, long stockings reaching up toward the thigh. On his feet he wore simple leather shoes if he owned them. Otherwise, he often went barefoot in warmer months to save his footwear for winter. In cold or wet weather, a man might layer a second tunic or a rough sleeveless jacket over the first, and on a woolen hood or cowl that covered his head, neck, and shoulders. But even so, his clothing only gave modest protection from the elements. After hours in the field, his hose were often soaked and muddy, and over time his garments became frayed, patched, and stained from hard use. A peasant woman's main garment was a long woolen gown, a basic dress that extended to her ankles. It was usually long-sleeved and loosely fitted, and she cinched it at the waist with a simple belt. Underneath, if she was fortunate, she might have a linen shirt. Otherwise, she wore the wool gown over the bare skin. When doing heavy work, she often hitched up her skirts and tucked them into her belt to keep them out of the dirt. A woman always kept her head covered in public, typically with a wimple or a kerchief, which was a linen cloth draped over her hair, and sometimes around the chin. This head covering protected her hair and satisfied the era's customs of modesty. For footwear, women had much of the same as men: low leather shoes or perhaps clogs when available, and bare feet when necessary. Because cloth was labor-intensive to make, each person owned very few sets of clothes. A peasant might wear the same tunic every day for most of the year, with perhaps a slightly less worn one kept for the holy days or festivals. Your work clothes and your party clothes, I suppose. Garments were patched and repatched and patched up again. Elbows and knees especially showed layers of mending. Washing clothes was difficult. As we mentioned, it required hauling and heating water, making soap from wood ash, so outer clothes were not washed often. Instead, people just wore linen undergarments when possible and washed those occasionally, and simply shook out or brushed off their woolen outerwear. As a result, peasant clothing was usually dingy, having the odors of smoke, sweat, and earth. Contemporary observers sometimes describe the country people as rough and rustic in appearance. We have one vivid portrait in William Langland's 14th century poem Piers Plowman, where a poor plowman and his wife are depicted in patched and tattered attire, the man's hood's full of holes and old, through which his hair pokes out, and his shoes of broken toes sticking through. He is all smeared with mud as he follows the plow. And beside him there is his wife. She trudges with her skirts hitched up, wearing a threadbare smock. She has no proper shoes, only torn cloth wrappings, and her bare feet bleed from the cold ground. Well, it's a literary description, though part of an allegory, but it does match what we know from historical records. He doesn't seem to be dramatizing anything for dramatic effect. Many peasants truly had only very worn garments, and often went barefoot even in harsh conditions. Despite these realities, on Sundays, or at a village festival, they did their best to make themselves presentable. You gotta put on your best face, of course. Well, a man might have a cleaner tunic or a wide-brimmed hat decorated with a scrap of ribbon. And a woman, well, she might have a freshly washed headscarf or a dress with a bit of homemade trim. Small little touches of dignity. They might not be good clothes, but it distinguishes the best they had from the everyday rags. At least they weren't covered in dirt from the fields. Medieval peasant society was organized around the family, but that family unit existed within a larger, tight-knit community. Most peasant households were typically husband and wife and the children living in a single cottage, simply because houses were just so small. But extended family members usually lived nearby in the same village, so a child might have grandparents or cousins a few huts away, but maybe not under the same roof. The average peasant married in their early or mid-20s, and couples would set up their own home as soon as they could manage it. Marriages were guided more by practical considerations rather than romantic courtship. A man needed a wife who could work hard and run a household, and a woman needed a husband who could support a family. The approval of the lord of the manor was required if the individuals were serfs. A lord might demand a merchet or a marriage fine, or even sometimes veto a match if it meant losing a valuable worker to another estate. In practice, most peasants married someone from their own community, or at least a close neighboring village. A medieval peasant wedding, well, that was a joyous and communal occasion. The couple exchanged vows at the church door with the priest's blessing, and then the village joined in a bride ale, that is a wedding ale feast featuring food, drink, music, and dancing for all. Children were plentiful in peasant families too, but childhood wasn't. It's not as we think of it today. It was more of a brief and perilous affair. Children were of course born at home, attended by local midwives, if they had one, or perhaps an older woman with a bit of knowledge. There was a very high risk of mortality. Many infants died in their first days or weeks, and childbirth was dangerous for mothers as well. Newborns were baptized within a day or two, with chosen godparents as sponsors, because if a baby died unbaptized, well, it was greatly feared that the soul could not enter heaven. The mother, still weak from delivery, typically did not go to the church for baptism. She stayed home recovering until a few weeks later, when she underwent a purification blessing called churching that marked her return to community life. Infancy was fraught with hazards too. Aside from disease, a crawling baby in a busy cottage could easily fall into a hearth or be accidentally smothered in bed. Once childhood grew past toddlerhood, they quickly became contributors to the household. By the age of 5 or 6, a peasant child was assigned small chores, fetching water with a little pail, scaring birds from the planted fields, gathering kindling, things like that. Perhaps they'd watch over the younger siblings too. Bit of responsibility. But there was no formal schooling for peasant children. They just learned by observation, watching their parents and elders and doing what they do. A boy would learn farming, woodcutting, or his father's craft by observing and helping, and a girl would learn cooking, spinning, childcare, and all the arts of managing a poor household from her mother. As for playtime, it wasn't entirely absent. They might be seen kicking a ball around with other village children, or something like that, playing tag. But by their early teens, peasant boys and girls were expected to basically be adults, and work as hard as adults. The village community itself was like an extended family, bound together by necessity and custom. Neighbors helped each other in times of need because everyone that knew misfortune, well, they knew it could strike anyone. If one peasant's barn burned down, or a cow died, others would organize a helping bee to rebuild the barn, or would share a bit of their own grain or milk to get that family through. Many tasks were done cooperatively. For instance, peasants had often pulled their oxen to plow the fields, as we mentioned. And of course, at harvest, the entire community helped reap and gather every family's crops in turn. But beyond the work, villagers shared in each other's life events and festivals. Not only weddings, but baptisms, funerals, the annual cycle of religious holidays, a bit of everything. Really, the church brought everyone together, too, especially on Sundays and holy days, and the churchyard or villages became a social hub after services. For recreation, men sometimes held contests of archery or wrestling on Sundays, and women often socialized while doing chores like spinning or washing clothes together. In the evenings, especially in the winter, villagers gathered at the alehouse or by a cottage hearth, singing songs, telling a few stories, and just relaxing. Village life, it was regulated by both custom, but also a bit of self-government. The Lord's Manorial Court periodically judged local disputes and minor offences with a jury of villagers. Typical punishments were small fines or things like stray livestock or breaking village laws. Serious crimes, though, they were quite rare in the village and were dealt with by higher authorities. In practice, most order was kept by peer pressure and custom. Everyone watched everyone else and held them to standard. If someone behaved disgracefully, for example, an abusive husband, the community might respond with a charivari, a cacophonous prank at the offender's door, banging pots and singing mocking songs to shame them into better behavior. Perhaps we need to bring that one back, This kind of informal social policing often proved to be quite effective in a world where one's reputation among neighbors was critically important, especially if it's your barn that burns down or something like that, and, well, that helping bee, all of a sudden people don't want to show up. Now that is a little awkward. Well, before we go, let's talk a little bit about the truly unpleasant parts, but also a bit of the resilience. You see, as you can imagine, I don't think I need to explain it to you or say it again. The life of a peasant was certainly not a fun affair. It was full of danger and hardship, as even beyond the everyday toil, and foremost among them was the threat of hunger. Peasants lived harvest to harvest, and if the crops failed, well, they had little reserve to fall back on. Bad weather, such as excessive rain or drought, could ruin the grain yield just like it did in 1315 to 17, where the Great Famine was caused by rains across Europe. Well, people in England at this time reportedly either starved to death or survived on acorns, weeds, and possibly even substitutes like tree bark. Even in less dire times, though, winter and early spring, the lean season before the new crops grew, often meant empty cupboards. Malnutrition was a chronic problem, leaving peasants weak or more vulnerable to disease. The poor peasant might be driven to begging or theft to feed his children if his own stores ran out. Starvation was a very real spectre in the Middle Ages. It kept peasant communities in a state of perpetual anxiety about the weather and the harvest. And then there was the disease. Medieval peasants had no knowledge of germs and very limited medical care. A village might be visited by a wandering barber/surgeon, or have a local wise woman who knew herbal remedies, but nothing really resembling a real doctor for the poor. Epidemics could sweep through and kill indiscriminately. Of course, we all know about the Black Death of 1348 to 1350, which killed around half of England's population in a matter of months. Entire villages were emptied out. Those who survived were, of course, traumatized by the loss of family and neighbors. Other diseases also took a great toll. Periodic outbreaks of sickness, dysentery, fevers, things like that, swept through the villages and carried off the weak. Even injuries or infected cuts could turn fatal for lack of effective treatment. Peasant women faced the danger of childbirth without any real care, and many unfortunately died delivering children. So what was the life expectancy? Take a guess. 50, maybe. 40? Well, it could have only been around 30 to 40 years. But this is kind of skewed, because most children died so young, so the averages are kind of off. So we can put it between 40 and 50 years old, perhaps. You might be lucky enough to live to 60, but that would depend on your circumstance. In any case, those who did reach adulthood and avoid lethal diseases, if you managed to get to that natural death point where you could live into your 60s, but that was far from common. The labor, the poor diet, the lack of medicine meant that most peasants were old by our standards when they got to their 50s. That's if they lived that long at all. But peasants also bore the brunt of man-made hardships. Chief among them were the heavy taxes and rents imposed by lords and the king's government. Lords could levy special talligays or fines arbitrarily when they needed money, and the crown expected nationwide taxes, often to fund wars that landlords would just pass on to the peasants. In the late 1370s, for instance, King Richard II's government imposed repeated poll taxes to finance military campaigns. These taxes fell on humble villagers and provoked quite a bit of resentment. Coupled with long-standing grievances, like villeins being legally unfree and owing labor, this unrest erupted in the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. It was in that year that thousands of peasants in southeastern England, led by figures such as Wat Tyler, and inspired by radical preaching, rose up in an armed people's rebellion. They marched on London itself, calling for an abolition of serfdom, lower taxes, and an end to corruption among the royal officials. And for a brief moment, the rebels terrified the ruling class. They even executed the king's treasurer and dragged out a few other hated officials too. King Richard II ultimately quashed the revolt. The rebel leaders were deceived and killed, and the peasants' demands were officially denied. However, the uprising was certainly a turning point. It frightened the nobility, and perhaps it accelerated the decline of serfdom. In any case, in the following centuries, things began to change, and, well, little by little, the peasants got their own back. And so for all these hardships, they demonstrated a remarkable resilience. They developed coping strategies. In times of dearth, they foraged on wild foods and tightened the belt. When epidemics struck, they turned to faith, organizing processions and prayer vigils for deliverance. Surviving community records show that peasant communities provided communal mutual support. If one family was going through hard times, well, people would try to get them back on their feet. They met adversity with a dogged practicality, replanting, rebuilding, and just getting on with it. Over time, some of the hardships did ease. For example, the late medieval decline of serfdom and the slight improvement in living standards after the plague reduced the population. But new challenges, such as renewed warfare or later the enclosure of common lands, would arise. Through everything, the peasantry endured. And the very fact that the English peasantry survived century after century of exploitation and disaster, well, that is a testament to tenacity and the capacity for hope. And so maybe we learn a little bit about perseverance and tenacity that we can apply to our modern day. Who knows? Maybe as well we can learn from the peasants and identify those people in our community that are having a bit of a rough time, and we can pull together and help them out. People are a little bit too scared to put their hands up and ask for help these days, so maybe it's up to us to ask the question first. Are you all right? What can we do for you? What can we do for each other? We just hope everybody remembers it. Summer, 1565. The island of Malta is about to witness one of history's most ferocious sieges. The Ottoman forces, intent on annihilating the last Crusader stronghold, had just overrun a small fort and sent a grim message across the water. The headless bodies of the captured Knights Hospitaller were floated on wooden crosses toward the main fortress. In response, Grand Master Jean Parisot de Valette, the aging leader of the Knights, ordered his own Turkish prisoners to be beheaded. Their severed heads fired back at the Ottoman camp from cannons. It was a gruesome exchange, but it shows the uncompromising resolve of the Knights Hospitaller, an order of warrior monks that by then had stood for centuries as a bulwark of Christian defense. From their humble beginnings, tending sick pilgrims in the 11th century Jerusalem, to their transformation into a militant brotherhood fighting epic battles, the Knights Hospitaller carved an extraordinary place in history. It's a place that we should all learn about, and that's what we're here to do today. So welcome. If you're a newcomer, good to meet you, and for those returning, it's really nice to have you back. Why don't you tell me where you're listening from in the comments? Also, another reminder, the video's all ad-free along with everything else. It's because we're all crowd-funded here. Patreon, YouTube memberships, the occasional donation through PayPal or Super Thanks, and of course the merch store. That's how we keep it all ad-free for your viewing pleasure. But if you want to do us a solid, then just like, comment, tell your friends, hype the video. That just helps us in the algorithm. In any case, with the welcomes said and done, let's go on another journey back to medieval times and learn the full history of the Knights Hospitaller. Well, let's look at the origins. We've got to go back pretty far. Those streets of 11th century Jerusalem. Decades before the First Crusade, by the way. In a city then under Islamic rule, a group of merchants from Amalfi, that is one of the old Italian trading hubs, obtained permission around the year 1070 to establish a Christian hospital. Now this hospital, dedicated to St. John the Baptist, was built near the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Staffed by Benedictine monks and volunteers, it offered shelter and medical care to the poor, the sick, and just tired pilgrims who traveled far away to reach those holy places. For years, it operated quietly as a charitable hospice in a multicultural city, tending to patients of various backgrounds. And this was the seed from which the Order of Hospitallers would grow, a religious community devoted to healing and hospitality in the Holy Land. Ever wonder where we get the name from? Yes, there it is. But in 1099, things changed. Now, if you know your dates, that's when the First Crusade erupted. And, well, the Hospitallers were right in the thick of that. After a brutal siege, the crusading armies captured Jerusalem, and amid the chaos and regime change, the Amalfitane Hospital remained a rare sanctuary for mercy. A man named Gerard, known to us in history as Brother Gerard or Blessed Gerard, was in charge of the hospice at this time. Contemporary accounts describe Gerard as a pious and compassionate figure, devoted to aiding the needy, and thus he won favor with the new Latin Christian rulers of Jerusalem, who recognized the value of this hospital in caring for wounded crusaders and sick pilgrims alike. Under Gerard's guidance, the hospital in Jerusalem expanded its operations after the First Crusade. It could accommodate impressive numbers of patients, as later pilgrims would report. The hospital of St. John sometimes cared for hundreds at a time, and it wasn't just Christians either. No discrimination here. They cared for them regardless of origin or religion. Of course, this is all in keeping with its charitable mission. Gerard and his companions became renowned for their generosity. They fed the poor, nursed the ill back to health, and provided lodging to travelers. As they saw it, this was all for the sake of Christ, all just doing the good Christian thing. This nascent community, led by Gerard, gradually formalized into a religious order in these early years. It was in the year 1113 that Pope Pascal II issued a pivotal papal bull. This was titled Pae Postulatio Voluntatis, and it officially recognized Gerard's hospital and placed it under direct papal protection, which in those days was really the best protection you could get. This papal charter effectively established the Hospital of St. John of Jerusalem as a new order within the church itself. It confirmed the hospital's independence and right to receive donations, and it also acknowledged the brothers' work to sustain the poor and pilgrims. But importantly, this bull of 1113 laid the legal foundation for the order's future. It affirmed the charitable purpose of the hospital and approved the election of Gerard's successors. And so, with papal sanction, the Hospital of St. John began to receive lands, properties, and alms from devout patrons across Europe, all eager to support its spiritual and humanitarian mission. In these years, the members of the order, called Hospitallers or Brothers of the Hospital, took religious vows of poverty, chastity, obedience, and followed a rule of life that was pretty similar to other monastic orders. But their work, that was the distinctive part. They were neither cloistered scholars nor parish clergy, but rather they were caregivers, right out there in a frontier environment. Throughout the early 12th century, the Hospitallers' fame as healers grew. Pilgrim chronicles from this period give remarkable testimony to the scale and quality of the hospital in Jerusalem. The German pilgrim, John of Versberg, writing around 1165, marveled at the, quote, enormous multitude of sick people, both men and women being cared for in various rooms of the hospital at St. John on any given day. He reported that as many as 2,000 patients could be accommodated at once, with dozens who died each day being carried out, and new sufferers constantly arriving to take those empty places. The hospitals provided these unfortunates with food, bedding, and medical attention, but it was all at great expense, an expense that John of Versberg believed even the most powerful kings and despots would struggle to sustain. Another contemporary traveler, known as Theodoric, likewise praised Jerusalem's hospitals' richly provisioned halls and its more than 1,000 beds, concluding that no one could comprehend its vast charitable outlay without seeing it firsthand. These accounts are, however, likely somewhat idealized, but I think the important part is this, that they convey the immense reputation that the Hospitaller Infirmary had earned. Even a fraction of those beds, well, it's still pretty impressive back in the day, especially as a charity, asking for nothing in return. That is something unique. So what really had begun as a modest hospice had by the mid-1100s become one of the most celebrated institutions in the Latin Kingdom of Jerusalem, a place where Christian charity was manifest on a grand scale. During these early decades, the order's primary identity was a brotherhood of compassion. Hospitallers devoted themselves to imitating the Good Samaritan, feeding the hungry, taking care of the sick, and of course sheltering all those pilgrims going to and from. Gerard, their founder, died around 1120, and was venerated after as a model of Christian charity and virtues. He would actually eventually be beatified, known as Blessed Gerard. But initially, there was nothing overtly martial about the group. They didn't have their origins in a great battle. No trial by fire. They were just doing the good charitable thing, leading by example, just taking care of those who needed to be taken care of. They were friars, they were lay brethren, medicine men. They were not knights in armor. But the seeds of change were already present. The world had requirements that needed to be filled. The Kingdom of Jerusalem and other Crusader states were military societies under constant threat, and all able-bodied men were expected to help defend them. The Hospitallers, despite their mission, were no exception. As the Latin settlers came under attack from surrounding forces, it seemed not enough for the brothers of St. John to merely heal the victims. They increasingly found it necessary to protect the vulnerable by taking up arms themselves. But, as they say in medicine, perhaps an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of the cure. Well, the transformation of the Hospitallers from a purely charitable order into a military one was not an overnight process, rather a gradual one driven by the harsh realities of living out there in the Crusader kingdom. If they had been up in Europe or some other more peaceful place, perhaps not the Spanish frontier or the French frontier, but think about Ireland or that sort of thing. If you've watched my video about the lives of Irish monks, well, they would have gotten away with just being monks the whole time. But it's hard to do that in what is effectively a war zone. In any case, Gerard's immediate successor was Raymond Dupay, a French knight who became master of the hospital around 1120. Under Raymond's leadership, the Order of St. John took a decisive step of arming its members for combat. But don't get me wrong, that did not mean that they were switching lanes completely. They weren't abandoning the care of the sick. The hospital work certainly continued, but rather augmenting the order's duties to include the armed defense of pilgrims in the Latin territories. Initially, a small escort guard may have been organized to protect pilgrim caravans on the roads, but over time, however, the Hospitallers developed a full-fledged military wing alongside their charitable activities. Raymond Dupay is traditionally credited with formalizing this dual vocation. He drew up a rule, that is a set of statutes, for the order that retained the ethos of hospitality and service, while also permitting brethren to bear weapons in the defense of Christendom. By the mid-century, the Knights Hospitaller had emerged as one of the key military orders of the Crusades, second only to the Knights Templar, who had been founded in 1119, but they were explicitly on a military mission. Did a video about them a while back if you're interested. Well, the Hospitallers adopted the white 8-pointed cross as their emblem, a symbol that would become iconic. On the battlefield, they eventually wore a black or dark habit emblazoned with this white cross. But unlike secular knights, these were kind of warrior monks. They took monastic vows and lived communally under religious discipline, yet they fought with the sword against the enemies of the faith. They weren't afraid to get their hands dirty or their clothes bloody when the time called for it. Well, this was a new kind of holy knight, something that the church had not quite dealt with before, and it certainly raised a few eyebrows. You see, the problem is mixing bloodshed with holy vows. That's a radical concept. How do you reconcile thou shalt not kill with go out there and kill as many Saracens as you can? Well, influential churchmen like St. Bernard of Clairvaux, they had their own ideas. He staunchly defended the ideal of military orders portraying them as knights of Christ, who were fighting sin in the world through physical combat. And over time, the concept gained broad acceptance. In fact, many European nobles were inspired to join the Hospitallers, or just lend their support to them, seeing in the order a noble outlet for chivalry harnessed to a sacred cause. The 12th century history of the Hospitallers is marked by rapid growth in both wealth and military responsibilities. Donations poured in from Europe, estates, farms, mills, and revenues to endow the order's work. These assets were organized into a network of commanderies, that is, local chapters, across Italy, France, Provence, Spain, England, and beyond, and they generated income to send to the central convent in the Holy Land. It was with these resources that the Hospitallers not only sustained their hospitals, but equipped their knights and soldiers. Increasingly, the order was granted strategic castles to garrison on the frontier of the Crusader states. For example, in 1142, Raymond II, the Count of Tripoli, ceded the Hospitallers to the formidable castle of Crac de Chevalier in Syria. Perched atop a ridge, Crac de Chevalier would become the order's most famous fortress. They expanded it into a virtually impenetrable stronghold and used it as a base to dominate the surrounding region. Other fortresses and lands soon came under Hospitaller control, especially in the county of Tripoli and the northern reaches of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The order's growing temporal power meant that the Knights of St. John were not just caretakers, but feudal lords and frontline warriors. And so throughout the latter half of the 1100s, the Hospitallers played an increasingly active role in the major military campaigns of the Crusader states. They joined King Baldwin II and King Amalric I of Jerusalem on expeditions, and for instance, they earned a reputation for their discipline and bravery while out there in the field. The Knights of the Hospital, alongside their Templar rivals, often constituted the heavy cavalry shock troops in battles against the Muslim forces. They were frequently entrusted with holding crucial positions, the vanguard of a Crusader army on the march, or the rear guard covering retreats. And this was certainly a heavy responsibility, and a deadly one. They suffered accordingly in several battles. Yet their presence bolstered the Latin kingdom's defenses significantly. It's important to note that even as they were militarizing, the Hospitallers did not neglect their healing ministry. In every Crusader city where they had a presence, they ran hospices or infirmaries for the sick and wounded. The combination of caring for souls and bodies in peacetime and fighting in wartime made the Order of St. John a very respected institution, but also a very unique one. was a dual role, but it was not without tension. Some contemporaries wondered if monks should shed blood, even in a just cause. Within the order itself, the demands of warfare could certainly strain the resources and spiritual focus. A notable episode of that occurred in the 1160s, when Grandmaster Gilbert d'Assilé led the Hospitallers to support King Amalric's invasion of Egypt. These campaigns were costly failures, and the order was nearly bankrupted. The Hospitallers had invested men and money in an ambitious offensive far from their core mission of hospitality. In the aftermath, Pope Alexander III rebuked the order in an 1170 letter, essentially urging them to remember that mercy was holier than combat. He advised the Hospitallers to return to the original work established by their forefathers, that is, to go back to caring for the poor and sick, implying that this was a better way to serve God than military misadventures. And this papal admonition shows that even in the 12th century, church authorities were concerned that the Knights of St. John might lose sight of their founding purpose amid the temptations of power and warfare. But despite such concerns, circumstances left the Hospitallers little choice but to continue in arms. The Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem reached its zenith around the mid-12th century, but it was soon after that they faced existential threats. An iron sword in a golden age, I suppose. In 1185, on the eve of the decisive showdown with Saladin, the Hospitaller, Master Roger de Moulins, co-signed a peace treaty with that formidable Muslim leader. Evidence that the order was by then a quasi-political power broker. But the peace was short-lived, and within 2 years, open war erupted anew. The Hospitallers would be put to their greatest test. And so the year 1187 came, and with it brought catastrophe to the Crusader realm, and to the military orders in particular. We find ourselves at the Battle of Hattin, July 1187, where Sultan Saladin's army destroyed the main Crusader force of the Kingdom of Jerusalem. The Knights Hospitaller, alongside with the Templars, fought valiantly in this battle, but they were overwhelmed by the superior numbers and tactics of the Islamic forces under Saladin. Contemporary chronicles record that the military orders were considered the backbone of the Christian army, so much that Saladin, after his victories, singled out Hospitaller and Templar captives for execution, viewing these warrior monks as dangerous fanatics who would never cease opposing him. Saladin ordered nearly all the captured Hospitaller knights to be put to death, but the master of the temple was famously spared. Very few others escaped the sword. The loss of so many seasoned knights in one day was a devastating blow to the Order of St. John. Even more catastrophic was the loss of Jerusalem itself. By the end of 1187, Saladin had conquered the Holy City and most of the Crusader territories. The Hospitallers were forced to abandon their greatest hospital in Jerusalem that had been the heart of their mission for decades. The fall of Jerusalem certainly marked the end of an era. The birthplace of the order was gone, and they had to regroup in the remaining Christian-held ports along the Mediterranean coast. In the aftermath of Hattin, the surviving Hospitallers retreated to the city of Tyre, one of the last strongholds that had not quite yet been taken by Saladin, and then to Antioch and Tripoli. When the Third Crusade arrived, 1189 to 1192, by the way, under Richard the Lionheart and other Western kings, the Knights Hospitaller eagerly joined in the effort to reclaim the lost kingdom. They fought at the protracted siege of Acre, 1189 to 91, which culminated in a very hard-won Crusader victory, but victory nonetheless, not quite Pyrrhic, but certainly no cause to write home about. Acre became the new capital of the diminished Kingdom of Jerusalem, and the Hospitallers established their headquarters and a new hospital there. Throughout the Third Crusade, Hospitaller knights rode alongside Richard I of England and his allies in battles along the coast, such as the Battle of Arsuf in 1191, where their disciplined charge helped defeat Saladin's cavalry. Although the crusade failed to capture Jerusalem again, the Crusaders, with the military order's help, did secure a strip of coastal territory from Jaffa to Tyre. This provided a lifeline for the Christian presence in the Holy Land, one that would endure another century, largely due to the staunch defense by orders like the Hospitallers. The 13th century for the Hospitallers was a tumultuous period of both resurgence and relentless pressure. The order, now based in Acre, rebuilt its strength by recruiting new knights from Europe and receiving the patronage of monarchs and nobles. It continued to run hospitals. The Acre infirmary cared for the poor and sick as Jerusalem's had done before, while also fielding a formidable fighting force. The brothers and St. John participated in the Fifth Crusade from 1217 to 1221, which aimed to conquer Egypt. In that campaign, the Hospitallers played a major role in the siege of Damietta, and their Grand Master was an important counselor to the Crusade leaders. Though the Fifth Crusade ultimately failed, the Order's martial reputation only grew. Not long after, the Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II negotiated a treaty in 1229 that temporarily restored Jerusalem to Christian rule without fighting, a deal that the Hospitallers and Templars alike viewed with ambivalence, pretty much because it involved compromises with Muslim power, and, well, that wasn't a popular thing to do at the time. The Hospitallers maintained a cautious relationship with Frederick II, even briefly facing his hostility, but they continued to prioritize the defense of the Holy Land above European politics. But then came one of the darkest days for the Hospitallers, and the Crusader states in general, in October of 1244 at the Battle of La Fourbière near Gaza. There, a joint force of Crusaders and allied Muslim troops clashed with the invading Khwarezmian Turks, allied to the Egyptian Sultan. The result was a massacre for the Christian side. It was said that of the hundreds of knights Hospitaller present, only a handful got away surviving. The Grand Master of the Hospitallers was captured and held prisoner. He was later ransomed, unlike many of his brethren who perished. This disaster, even worse than Hattin in terms of losses for the military orders, left the remaining Crusader territories exceedingly vulnerable. Over the next decades, the Knights Hospitaller and Templars struggled to shore up the defense of their shrinking Christian enclaves in Syria-Palestine. They poured resources into fortifying their castles and cities, knowing that fierce new enemies, the Mamluk Sultans of Egypt, were on the rise, and intent on finishing the work of expelling the Franks. But despite this grim situation, the Hospitallers fought on with determination through the mid-13th century. They were present in 1248 and 1254, when King Louis IX of France, that is Saint Louis, led the Seventh Crusade, again going after Egypt. The Order's knights fought in the Nile Delta, and the Hospitalier master, also Guillaume de Chateauneuf, who was from before he'd been freed, was an important figure in advising King Louis. That crusade ended in failure, and King Louis was captured. The Hospitallers contributed to the huge ransom paid for his release. King Louis later embarked on another crusade in 1270 to Tunis, but it was also short-lived. By then, the Muslim threat to the remaining Crusader ports was more pressing. The Hospitallers concentrated on defending what was left of Outremer, that is, beyond the sea, as they say, principally the city of Acre and a few fortresses in Syria, such as Crac de Chevalier and Margat. They also still held territory in the county of Tripoli and had significant presence on the island of Cyprus, which had become a new base for Christian power after 1192. However, one by one, the Crusader strongholds fell to the Mamluk onslaught. Sultan Baybars, an expert general, captured the Hospitaller fortress of Crac de Chevalier in 1271, after a long siege. According to later accounts, Baybars employed a clever ruse. He forged a letter, purportedly from the Hospitaller Grand Master, instructing the garrison at Crac de Chevalier to surrender. The weary defenders, isolated, with no hope of relief, believed the letter and yielded the castle. Baybars, who admired the fortress's strength, allowed the surviving knights safe passage upon surrender. But the loss of Crac de Chevalier, which had been a cornerstone of Latin defense for over a century, well, that was a severe blow. There was no way of putting it nicely. In 1285, the great Hospitaller fortress of Margat also fell to the Mamluks. The territory of the order that could protect was shrinking rapidly. The final act came in 1291. The city of Acre, the last capital of the Kingdom of Jerusalem and home to the Hospitaller's convent, was besieged by Sultan al-Ashraf Khalil's forces. The Knights Hospitaller, alongside the Templars and other defenders, put up a desperate resistance. For weeks, they fought street to street, as sections of the city walls were breached. The Grand Master of the hospital at the time, Jean de Villiers, was gravely wounded in the fighting. He was evacuated by ship just before Acre's walls were overwhelmed. Other Hospitallers perished defending the city's hospital and their quarter. By May 1291, Acre was lost, a final major Crusader city to fall. A few survivors, including Grand Master de Villiers, managed to flee by sea to Cyprus. With the fall of Acre, the Latin Crusader presence on the mainland Middle East was effectively extinguished. A tiny outpost on the island of Ruad off the Syrian coast held out until 1302, but eventually it succumbed. The Knights Hospitaller had been effectively driven out of the Holy Land. Of course, this was a moment of existential crisis for the Order of St. John. For nearly 2 centuries, they had poured their lives into the defense of Christian Outremer. But now, there was no Christian Outremer. So what were they going to do? The same question was on the minds of the Templar Order. They faced a similar crisis, though their fate would take a very different turn. Rest in pieces to them. If you want to learn more about them, you'll have to go watch my video about the Templar Knights. We won't go too far into it here, but tragedies, betrayal, it really has everything. Well, the Hospitallers, under Jean de Villiers' leadership, regrouped on the island of Cyprus, which at least offered a nearby refuge and staging ground. From there, they could, along with other refugees from Acre, contemplate how to continue their mission, whatever mission that was going to be. The Hospitallers still had significant wealth and extensive lands back in Europe, so not all was lost. They also had a corps of dedicated knights, not just strong in combat prowess, but fiercely loyal. They would not be disbanding any time soon, that's for sure. Instead, the order began to reinvent itself, yet again looking toward the sea for a new frontier. After the loss of the Holy Land, the Hospitallers had to find a new role and a new base to carry on the fight. The focus on the crusading effort was shifting, however. There was no longer a fight to hold Jerusalem, that was in the rearview mirror, but it was rather to contain the expansion of the Ottoman Turks. other Muslim powers in the Mediterranean, but yeah, mainly the Ottomans. They were the main worry. The Knights Hospitaller thus evolved into a maritime military order, redirecting their holy war to the seas. Their important opportunity came in the early 14th century. In 1306, under the bold leadership of Master Fawkes de Villars, the Hospitallers launched an expedition to seize the island of Rhodes in the Aegean Sea. Now, Rhodes at the time was under a local Byzantine Greek ruler, nominally under the declining Eastern Roman Empire. The Hospitallers, with the blessing of the papal support and support from Western naval forces, attacked and captured Rhodes by 1309. Over the next few years, they also secured control of surrounding islands in the Dodecanese and parts of the nearby Anatolian coastline. It was effectively a new Crusader conquest, and it gave the Order of St. John a sovereign territory of its own. The Knights of St. John thus transitioned from the land-based lords in Palestine to island rulers in the Mediterranean. Rhodes would be their home for the next 2 centuries. They fortified the island heavily, turning the city of Rhodes into a strong citadel with massive walls and a fortified harbor. The location was strategic, allowing them to patrol the waters between Europe and the Levant. On Rhodes, the order developed a new identity as both a monastic state and a naval power. The Hospitallers continued to consider themselves knights in the crusading tradition, now often called the Knights of Rhodes, and they committed to defending Christian shipping in Mediterranean shores from Turkish piracy and aggression. They maintained a fleet of galleys, crewed by order brethren and mercenaries, and regularly launched naval raids known as caravans against the Muslim-held ports and sea lanes. In essence, they became warrior knights of the seas, attacking Ottoman and pirate vessels and protecting pilgrims traveling by the sea to the Holy Land. Well, even though the Holy Land was no longer in Christian hands, well, pilgrims still went there and often faced corsairs and all sorts of trouble. The Hospitaller Order also underwent internal reorganization during the Rhodes era. By the 14th century, it had adopted a system of langues, or the French word for tongues, or linguistic divisions. I suppose we should say longs, excuse me. Well, knights were grouped by their language nationality into different langues such as Provence, Auvergne, France, Italy, Aragon, including much of Spain, that is, Aragon, and English, which include knights from England, Scotland, and Ireland. And then there was Germany too, but yeah. So each langue had its own auberge hall, that is, in Rhodes, and its regional headquarters back in Europe. This was a structure that helped manage the diverse international membership and the extensive properties that funded the order. It was also during this era that the leader of the Hospitallers formally began to be styled Grand Master, a title that was already in use earlier, but somewhat in a colloquial way. It was now standard. The Grand Master at Rhodes effectively acted as independent princes on their island. They coined money, negotiated with emperors and sultans, and administered laws, all while remaining a religious order under monastic vows. Throughout the 14th and 15th centuries, the Knights of Rhodes were embroiled in almost constant conflict with Muslim powers, especially the rising Ottoman Empire. At times they also contended with naval forces of Egypt, and with also various Turkish pirate fleets. The Knights' fortress at Rhodes proved to be remarkably resilient. Several attempts were made to dislodge them. For instance, an Egyptian Mamluk fleet attacked Rhodes in 1440, and again in 1444. But the Knights repelled those assaults. The Ottoman Turks, after conquering Constantinople in 1453, turned their attention to eliminating this troublesome band of Christian corsairs on their southwestern flank. Sultan Mehmed II, who by the way was the conqueror of Constantinople, launched a major invasion of Rhodes in 1480. A large Ottoman fleet and army besieged the island, greatly outnumbering the defenders. But by this time the Hospitallers only had a few hundred knights, supplemented by a local Rhodian militia and foreign supporters, perhaps a few thousand men in total, to withstand an army of tens of thousands. It was not looking good. The siege of 1480 was quite intense, and the walls of Rhodes were battered, at one point nearly breached. Grandmaster Pierre d'Aubusson led the defense with valor, even fighting in the thick of combat on the walls, and in one critical assault, the Ottomans forced their way into a section of the city, and d'Aubusson, although wounded by multiple arrows, rallied the knights for a final counterattack that expelled the invaders from the breach. After several weeks of ferocious fighting, and high casualties on both sides, the Ottoman commander abandoned the siege in August of 1480. And just like that, the Knights Hospitaller had achieved a stunning but hard-won victory against the odds. This defense of Rhodes was celebrated across Europe. The seemingly invincible Mehmed II had finally been foiled, and the Hospitaller's role as the shield of Christendom was reinforced mightily far and wide. The reprieve was not permanent, however. The Ottomans would return, and with an even greater force. The intervening decades saw the Knights continue their naval raids, and also engage in diplomatic maneuvering. They occasionally aligned with Ottoman rivals, for example, forging understandings with the Mamluks of Egypt or with the Persian rulers to keep their enemies divided. But by the early 16th century, the Ottomans under Sultan Suleiman the Magnificent, with that big onion-shaped hat of his, it's really something to behold, were determined to eliminate Rhodes as a Christian stronghold. In 1522, Suleiman amassed an enormous invasion force. Some historical accounts say up to 100,000 soldiers and a fleet of hundreds of ships besieging Rhodes. The defending Hospitallers, led by Grandmaster Philippe Villers de l'Isle Adam, hope I got that one right, numbered perhaps 600 knights, and maybe a few thousand soldiers, including a few Greek Christians and mercenaries. The siege that unfolded in 1522 was one of the epic confrontations of the early modern era. For 6 months, the knights and the people of Rhodes resisted wave after wave of assaults, bombardments, tunnel mines. The city's fortifications were gradually reduced to rubble by the Ottoman artillery. Yet the defenders stubbornly fought on, street by street, sometimes hand to hand. By the winter of 1522, however, it was clear that the Hospitallers could not hold out much longer. They had suffered heavy losses and were running low on supplies. With large breaches in the walls and no hope of relief from Europe, Grand Master L'Isle Adam eventually agreed to negotiate. Sultan Suleiman, respecting the courage of the knights, offered relatively honorable surrender terms. In December of 1522, the Knights of St. John formally capitulated. And remarkably, Suleiman allowed the surviving knights and any Rhodian civilians who wished to depart to do so freely. He even let them carry their arms and sacred relics with them. So that's nice, I guess. Well, on January the 1st, 1523, after an emotional farewell ceremony, the Grand Master L'Isle Adam led the remaining knights out of Rhodes. They embarked on the ships provided and sailed away under the Ottoman escort, thus ending the Order's 213-year presence on Rhodes. Suleiman had Rhodes at last, but he also permitted the Order of St. John to live on in exile, a decision that would have consequences down the line. And just like that, they were all homeless. The Knights Hospitaller spent several years after 1523 just wandering around in Europe, trying to find a new base of operations. But the task of finding them a territory fell in part to the Pope and to powerful Catholic rulers who valued the order's military prowess. Finally, in 1530, there was a solution. Charles V, the King of Spain and the Holy Roman Emperor, offered the knights the island of Malta and Gozo in the central Mediterranean, along with the North African port of Tripoli, as a perpetual fief. This grant was made with the approval of Pope Clement. The terms required the knights to continue their fight against Islam in the Mediterranean and symbolically to send tribute of a single Maltese falcon each year to the the Viceroy of Sicily, an echo of medieval feudal token payments. Well, the knights found all this to be pretty reasonable, so they accepted. It's not bad, the entire island of Malta, just for that sort of token payment. Well, of course, they have to fight the Muslims as well, but you would just hope there wouldn't be too much fighting. Well, thus they packed their things, and they moved to Malta, a rocky archipelago that was strategically located between Sicily and North Africa, but at the time sparsely populated and underdeveloped. Settling into their new home, the Hospitallers, now often called the Knights of Malta, set about improving the island's fortifications and infrastructure. They took control of the old capital, Medina, and, more importantly, the coastal forts guarding the Grand Harbour. Tripoli, in North Africa, proved untenable. The order had trouble controlling it and eventually lost Tripoli to an Ottoman attack in 1551. But Malta itself would become a crucial stronghold. The knights, true to form, continued to engage in naval warfare against Ottoman and Barbary coast fleets from their new base. Their galleys patrolled the seas and launched raids on Ottoman shipping. Over the decades, the Ottoman Empire grew increasingly frustrated with the nuisance and threat posed by these Knights of Malta, who weren't only disrupting trade and troop movements, but occasionally intercepting rather valuable prizes. At one point they even captured the Ottoman Sultan's lavish personal galley and his chief eunuch, an incident that particularly enraged Sultan Suleiman. There's nothing worse than losing your chief eunuch. Sure we can all relate. Well, tensions culminated in what is perhaps the most famous chapter of Hospitaller history. That is the Great Siege of Malta of 1565. Anticipating an Ottoman attempt to conquer Malta, the knights had fortified two key peninsulas at the mouth of the Grand Harbour, building Fort St. Elmo and strengthening the older forts of St. Angelo and St. Michael that protected the towns of Birgu and Sengli. In May of 1565, Sultan Suleiman unleashed a massive invasion force, said to number around 30,000 soldiers, including elite janissaries and corsair forces, led by the infamous Admiral Dragut, backed by over 180 ships. Opposing them were roughly 500 knights and sergeants of the order, alongside a couple thousand native Maltese militia and several thousand Spanish and Italian soldiers who had been sent to assist the defense. Now, all told, the Christian defenders likely numbered just under 8,000. And, well, 30,000 soldiers and the 500 knights, well, it's a bit. The odds were grimly lopsided, we can say that much. The siege that followed was among the most brutal, but also the most heroic in military history. The Ottomans began by attacking the isolated Fort St. Elmo, which commanded the harbour entrance. The knights and soldiers in St. Elmo knew they were likely sacrificing themselves to buy time, yet they resisted ferociously for about a month. After sustaining incredible bombardments and repeated assaults, Fort St. Elmo finally fell in late June of 1565. The entire garrison of defenders was killed, having exacted a far greater toll on the Ottomans than Suleiman's generals had anticipated. They were certainly not going to be ransomed back after that beating. Well enraged by the stubborn defense, the Ottoman commander had the fallen knights' bodies mutilated. Many were decapitated, and their headless corpses were floated across the harbor on crude crosses to terrorize the remaining defenders. This was the horrific scenes we talked about in the introduction, which Grandmaster de Valette answered in kind by executing Turkish prisoners and firing their heads out of a cannon. Grisly episodes. This shows the desperation and resolve of both sides. In any case, St. Elmo was gone, and the Ottomans turned their full might on the main positions at Birgu and Sengli. Throughout July and August of 1565, intense fighting raged around the walls and bastions. The Knights of Malta, led by the indomitable Jean de Valette, who at age 70 fought on the ramparts alongside his men. Impressive enough alone that he lived to age 70 in 1565. Well, he was up there repelling the numerous assaults alongside them, so well done to him. At times, the situation was extremely dire. In one assault, Ottoman forces breached the defenses and entered part of the town, but the knights counterattacked and sealed the gap in fierce hand-to-hand combat. As weeks dragged on, both sides suffered from the summer heat, the disease, and the dwindling supplies. Hard to get food and water in a siege. That's the reason why they siege people, to stop them from doing so, so the more you know. The defenders grew exhausted, and their numbers shrank. But they were not going to give up. They refused to capitulate, and Grandmaster de Valette's leadership and the knight's oath to never yield kept morale intact even at the darkest hours. By September, the siege had reached a critical point. The Ottomans prepared for a massive assault to crush the last resistance. At the 11th hour, however, a relief force from Sicily, a few thousand Spanish troops, arrived on Malta. This small Christian reinforcement attacked the Ottoman besiegers from the rear. Weary, sick, and now fearing encirclement, the Ottoman commanders lost their nerve. The invaders withdrew suddenly in mid-September 1565, ending the siege, and against all expectations, Malta had been saved. The Great Siege of Malta became legendary. Europe rejoiced at the victory, seeing it as a turning point in the long struggle against the Ottoman expansion. And indeed, in 1571, just 6 years later, a Christian coalition fleet, including the Order's galleys, would decisively defeat the Ottoman navy at the Battle of Lepanto, and many contemporaries linked that triumph back to the defense of Malta, which had shown the Ottomans were not quite as invincible as everybody thought they were. And so in the wake of 1565, the Knights of Malta took stock of their precarious but triumphant position. They had lost a large proportion of their brethren in the siege, but new recruits soon filled the ranks, inspired by the glory of that victory. Word spreading far and wide, everybody wanted to join up with the Hospitallers. So, Grandmaster de Valette immediately began construction on a new fortified city on Malta, on higher ground, overlooking the harbor. This city, named Valletta in his honor, became the new capital. Built with the latest bastion fortifications, Valletta was one of the most advanced military citadels of its time, and a monument to the Order's resilience. The Knights also expanded their naval power, continuing to send out squadrons to patrol for corsairs. In 1570–71, they joined the Pope's Holy League against the Ottomans. A contingent of Knights Hospitaller fought bravely at Lepanto, where the Ottoman naval threat was curtailed. Over the next century, the Knights of Malta settled into the role of regional maritime defenders against Christian avengers, rather. They maintained a standing fleet and carried a campaign of privateering against Muslim shipping well into the 17th century. This ongoing naval war was a form of licensed piracy. The caravans of the galleys, which order justified as part of its perpetual crusade. They captured enemy ships and liberated many Christian slaves held by the Barbary corsairs, while unfortunately also sending the captured Muslim crews to serve as galley slaves on their own vessels. So these practices were brutal, but pretty typical of the age. They weren't unique in their approach, that's for sure. Through such actions, the order continued to be feared by its foes, and admired sometimes grudgingly by Europeans, even as the nature of warfare and politics changed around them. In cultural terms, the Order of Malta reached its zenith of prestige and opulence in the 17th and 18th centuries. The international nobility still vied to send their sons to become knights of this esteemed Catholic order. The knights built splendid churches, palaces, and hospitals in Baroque style in Valletta. They also cultivated arts and science. For instance, the order's hospital in Malta was renowned for its high standard of medical care and cleanliness, continuing that hospitaller tradition of healing. Yet with wealth and relative security came a bit of complacency. By the 18th century, the strategic context had shifted. The Ottoman Empire was no longer a dire menace to Europe, and secular nation-states had modernized armies and navies that overshadowed the small order. The Knights of Malta, while still militarily active to a degree, found themselves increasingly without a clear mission. Some observers critiqued that once the austere warrior monks had grown soft, they indulged in the comforts that were available to those of their rank. Duels and intrigues among knights, lavish lifestyles, and factionalism hinted that the old zealous spirit was beginning to wane. The final crisis for the Knights of Malta came from an unexpected quarter. That was the rise of revolutionary France. In 1798, during the French Revolutionary Wars, General Napoleon Bonaparte led a French expedition toward Egypt and made a stop at Malta. At that time, the Grand Master was Ferdinand von Hompesch, and the order's rule strictly pervaded fighting against fellow Christians. Exploiting this rule, and the fact that many knights were French and sympathetic to him, Napoleon demanded the surrender of Malta. After token resistance and considerable internal dissent, the order capitulated. The French forces took Malta without a pitched battle. Napoleon unceremoniously expelled the knights, seizing their wealth and properties on the island. This abrupt fall, essentially at the hands of Christian power, was a humiliating end to the order's sovereign tenure on Malta. And so, after 268 years, the Knights of St. John were once again scattered and dispossessed, just as they had been after losing Rhodes. But they didn't quite cease functioning. In the wake of their eviction from Malta, there was just a bit of a replanning, an intermission. The late 1790s and early 1800s was certainly a chaotic time. It didn't help that many of the knights were elderly, recruitment had dwindled, and now they had no base. They sought refuge in various European courts, notably the Russian Tsar Paul I, who admired the chivalric ideals of the order, offered protection. In 1799, some knights elected Paul I as their Grand Master, even though as a Russian Orthodox Christian he did not meet the Catholic requirements. But, well, I think they were moving beyond that at this point. This move was quite irregular, and it was not recognized by the Pope, but it reflected desperation to find a patron, And if the Pope wasn't going to come in and sort problems out himself, he can't quite get angry when they go over to the other side, can't he? Well, Tsar Paul took the title and formed a Russian branch of the Order of St. John, though it was quite short-lived. Well, more like Paul was short-lived. He was assassinated in 1801. It's one way to lose your patron. Meanwhile, the remaining legitimate knights, mostly those not under Napoleon's sway, regrouped in Italy. And for a while, the order had a shadowy existence, with claims of Grand Masters in exile. The Treaty of Amiens in 1802 even contemplated restoring Malta to the Knights, but Britain, which had taken over Malta from the French, ultimately refused to relinquish control of the island. Without a territory, the order's sovereign status was in limbo. But over the 19th century, the Knights Hospitaller found a new calling that echoed their very beginnings. They transitioned from being a military order to primarily a humanitarian one. In 1834, the order established its headquarters in Rome under papal auspices. Slowly, it revived as a Catholic charitable organization, focusing on medical and relief work. This entity became to be known as the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, or SMOM. A sovereign in limited and honorary sense, but without a country. The order retained its traditional structure, a Grand Master at the head, professed knights, and so on, and continued to be recognized diplomatically by many nations. But its mission, however, returned to the Hospitaller roots, running hospitals, clinics, ambulance services, providing aid in wars and disasters, and caring for the poor and sick around the world. By the late 19th and 20th centuries, the Knights of Malta, as they were popularly called now, became known for their neutral humanitarian work, kind of like the Red Cross, this kind of thing. They provided medical support in conflicts, set up leprosaria and charitable agency, and continued the spirit of service that Blessed Gerard had established 800 years prior. In a sense, it had come full circle. What began as a brotherhood of healers had, after a long and warlike interlude, refocused on healing once more. The white 8-pointed Maltese cross, which had once flown over Crusader castles, now became one painted on the side of ambulances, clinics, and first aid kits. I suppose the legacy of the Knights Hospitaller lives on in various offshoots and continuations. The Catholic Sovereign Military Order of Malta remains active today, with thousands of members and volunteers worldwide engaged in charity. It even retains some of the old ceremonial privileges, issuing stamps, passports for its officers, maintaining diplomatic relations, etc., a nod to that historic status. Additionally, Protestant branches of the order emerged after the Reformation, for example in Germany, Sweden, and in the British Commonwealth, i.e. the Venerable Order of St. John. These organizations, though separate from the Catholic order, also dedicate themselves to medical aid and charitable works, such as the St. John ambulance brigades found in many countries. You might have one in your country. They all draw inspiration from the medieval Hospitallers. Picture a medieval castle under siege, where amid the chaos, a defiant knight stands atop the battlements, ready to fight to the end. In one legendary standoff in 1152, King Stephen of England threatened to catapult a hostage child against the castle wall unless the garrison surrendered. The boy's father, the knight John Marshall, shocked everyone by coldly replying he still had the hammers and anvils to forge a better son. Incredibly, the king balked, and the child, William Marshall, who would later become famous as the greatest knight of his age, survived. This is just one little anecdote that sets the stage for our journey into the lives of medieval knights who defied kings, broke oaths, and in general just shattered the expectations of their era. We're going far from the courtly paragons of chivalry in the storybooks. We're looking at the rebel knights that lived by their own rules. By turns they were heroic, cunning, cruel sometimes, but above all they were interesting, and they certainly broke the mold of their time. So if you'll spend the next hour with me, we can learn about a few of these rebel knights. Allow me first to welcome you to the channel, though. Good to have you here. And I will begin with the customary thank you to those who are supporting on Patreon, YouTube memberships, and those who check out the merch store and the occasional donation through Super Thanks and the PayPal link. It's because of you that this entire channel is ad-free, an oasis in the sea of slop. Every time you leave the house these days, or even when you go home, there's advertisements everywhere. I want you to know that you're not going to get them here. In any case, thank you to those supporting. And if you're not in a position to support, well, how about you just like the video, leave a comment, subscribe, and tell your friends about it. That's really going to help us out. But all that being said, let's get on with the video now. Well, let's begin in 1066, or rather in the few years after it, this time of Norman conquest. Most of England bowed to William the Conqueror's iron rule, and those who didn't, well, they got the pointy end of it. But there was one region, the Isle of Ely, a swampy enclave of rebel resistance, and they refused to yield. It was here that an English nobleman named Hereward earned the nickname the Wake, meaning the watchful, leading a band of outlaws and refugees in defiance of Norman authority. Now, though he was not a knight in the Norman sense, Hereward was every bit the warrior chieftain, and later folklore would remember him as an archetypal English rebel knight. So that's why we're including him. According to monastic chronicles like the Liber Eliensis and the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, Hereward had been exiled in his youth and returned to find his family lands seized by invaders. Burning for revenge, he raised a revolt in the Fenlands. And in 1070 to 71, when a Danish fleet briefly joined the English uprising, Hereward and his allies seized the Isle of Ely as a fortress. King William besieged the isle, determined to root out this last annoying little pocket of resistance. And what happened next passed into legend. The Normans were unable to penetrate the treacherous marshes by force, so they resorted to psychological warfare. They erected a wooden siege tower and placed a witch atop it. This sorceress, perched high above the reeds, began hurling curses at the English rebels, loudly prophesying their doom. Interesting strategy, that's for sure, and the Normans hoped that fear and superstition would break the defenders' resolve. But Hereward was not so easily cowed. As the witch chanted, the English launched a sudden counterattack. They set fire to the dry reeds and rushes of the marsh. One 12th century account claims the flames caught onto the wooden siege tower itself. With a crack of timbers and a billowing of smoke, down the tower went. The unfortunate witch, overcome by fire and fear, fell to her death. The Liber Eliensis tartly records, quote, "She who had come to bring death upon others perished herself first by a broken neck." In the confusion, though, Hereward's men even managed to rout part of the besieging army. King William, unaccustomed to such humiliation, certainly being on quite a winning streak at the time, was said to be furious and deeply unnerved by the failure. That rebel knight of the fens had made the conqueror taste defeat. But ultimately, Ely fell, not through a battle, but through treachery. Bribed monks supposedly guided Norman troops through a secret path, and the rest was pretty unpleasant. But what about Hereward? Well, he narrowly escaped capture. And this is where the arguments begin about what happened. Some sources say he went out in a blaze of glory fighting Normans in the woods later on. Others suggest he accepted a pardon and lived out his days quietly. But whatever the truth is, his exploits were celebrated by later generations as proof that one bold warrior could defy an empire. Hereward the Wake's tale, passed down in chronicles and ballads, set a template for the noble outlaw knight in English lore, a man who fought oppression with wits and courage, unconstrained by the usual bonds of feudal loyalty. Well, let's travel now to medieval Spain, where we meet a knight whose very name became legend, Rodrigo Diaz de Vivar, better known as El Cid Campeador, the Lord Champion. Living in the tumultuous 11th century during the Reconquista, El Cid was a masterful warrior, but he was also a master of his own fate. He served kings when it suited him, but he would just as soon fight for himself, or even for the Muslim emirs if that advanced his goals. In an age when knights swore undying fealty to their lords, El Cid broke the mold by selling his sword to the highest bidder, and ultimately carving out his own principality. Originally a rising favorite in the court of King Alfonso VI of Castile, he earned renown in battles against both Christian rivals and Moorish realms, Moorish being the Muslims, by the way. They would call them the Moors. Well, this prowess won him the honorific Campeador, meaning a champion who had triumphed in single combat. But his very success also bred jealousy. After a dispute involving unauthorized warfare, Rodrigo attacked the Moorish kingdom of Toledo without Alfonso's approval, and earlier had publicly humiliated a powerful noble. King Alfonso exiled him around 1081. And that was when, suddenly cast out from Christian society, El Cid became a knight-errant, leading a band of loyal followers into an uncertain future. But he didn't languish in disgrace. He turned exile into an opportunity. He offered his military genius to the Muslim emir of Zaragoza, and for nearly a decade fought as the emir's champion. So imagine that scene, a Spanish Christian knight commanding an army of Moors against other Christians and their allies. That was practically heresy to some, and fair enough too. But to Rodrigo, warfare was just his job, and political loyalties were negotiable. That being said, the government would throw him under the bus at any turn anyway, so one can hardly blame him for going where the money is. In any case, during these years he defeated formidable enemies, Christian kings of Aragon and Barcelona among them. That enhanced his fame and fortune, while he learned the intricate politics of Al-Andalus. Now the very name El Cid comes from the Spanish Arabic Al-Sayyid, meaning the Lord, a title bestowed upon him by grateful Muslim allies. By the late 1080s, our knight had become a seasoned warlord fluent in both Christian and Islamic courts, a rarity that made him all the more formidable. But fate gave El Cid another chance to shape his own destiny, when a new danger, the fanatical Almoravid Empire in North Africa, swept into Spain. King Alfonso VI, desperate after a disastrous defeat by the Almoravids, recalled El Cid to Christian service. Rodrigo returned briefly to Alfonso's side, but the reunion was short-lived and quite uneasy. Soon he was off again on his own, pursuing the greatest prize of his career, the rich Mediterranean city of Valencia. Through shrewd diplomacy, siege warfare, and occasional treachery, El Cid took Valencia from its Muslim ruler in 1094. He then installed himself as effectively an independent prince. Though he paid lip service to King Alfonso, in practice he ruled Valencia as his personal domain, a Christian lord of a largely Muslim city, even striking coins in his name. So for the remaining years of his life, El Cid held on to Valencia against all newcomers, the Almoravid armies, the rival Spaniards too, cementing a legacy that straddled the line between outlaw and hero. The famous epic poem, El Cantar de mi Cid, composed not long after his death, recounts how he even in death supposedly won a battle. His corpse, armored and set upon his horse, terrified the besieging Moors of Valencia into flight. Now, in reality, after Rodrigo's death in 1099, his widow surrendered Valencia to the Almoravids in 1102. Must have been turning in his grave. Well, the Cid's autonomous lordship had ended. But the fact remains that for a few shining years, a knight with no crown made himself king in all but name. His story is embroidered with many colorful anecdotes reflecting his wiliness. One legendary tale from the epic describes how upon being exiled with nothing, he needed funds to raise an army. He cleverly filled 2 heavy chests with sand and persuaded 2 moneylenders in Burgos to loan him a large sum, telling them the chests were full of gold and jewels as collateral. Well, after Cid rode off, the lenders discovered the trick. But by then he was long gone, leading his mercenaries eastward. Now, whether that's true or not, it captures a popular image of El Cid as a rogue knight who outsmarted foes and friends alike. And despite bending the rules of chivalry, he's remembered in Spain as a kind of national hero, celebrated for his military genius and independent spirit that allowed him to transcend the petty loyalties of kings and kingdoms. He was a man of his own, getting what he wanted from the world. Now that's a trailblazer, if I've ever heard of one. Personifying the rebel knight as a master of his own destiny, loyal ultimately to honor and gain, not to any one lord. Well, let's move on to Crusader times. There's few medieval knights that have more fearsome of a reputation than Reynald of Chatillon, a 12th century French crusader who earned infamy for his ruthless and rebellious streak. Reynald, who's also called Reginald or Renaud, arrived in the Holy Land during the Second Crusade, and soon proved that he bowed to no authority except to his own ambition. Through marriage he became the Prince of Antioch, and later the Lord of Transjordan. But he quarreled violently with his Christian allies, and gleefully violated treaties with Muslim powers. His lawless actions helped to ignite a war that engulfed the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem, and it led to catastrophe. Contemporary chronicles, like the Archbishop William of Tyre, condemn Reynald as a troublemaker of insane audacity. Early in his career as the Prince of Antioch, Reynald's greed led him to torture the Latin Patriarch of Antioch in a grotesque bid for money. The story goes that when the Patriarch refused to finance Reynald's military schemes, Reynald had the old churchman stripped naked, smeared in honey, and left exposed on a rooftop under the blazing Levantine sun. Insects swarmed, stinging and biting the cleric, until he agreed to pay a ransom for his release. Now that's a shocking sacrilege. It scandalized even Renaud's fellow crusaders, but it was just a foretaste of his bold disregard for conventions. In 1156, Renaud also launched a brutal raid on Cyprus, which was then a Byzantine Christian island, friendly to the Crusader states. He claimed vengeance for an unpaid debt, but his forces ravaged Cyprus mercilessly, looting towns, burning churches, and allegedly assaulting nuns. Well, such violence against fellow Christians was unheard of. After all, the Crusades were called as a response to violence on Christians in the Holy Land, and now the Christians were doing the violence. It wasn't meant to be like that, wasn't it? Well, King Baldwin III of Jerusalem was so appalled that he offered to hand Renaud over to the Byzantine emperor for punishment. Well, Renaud was not going to have that. To save himself, Renaud had to literally grovel for imperial mercy. I'm talking on both knees, kissing the feet. He travelled to Constantinople and reportedly did cast himself at Emperor Manuel's feet with a rope tied around his neck, begging forgiveness. Any sort of cred that he had earned from his exploits certainly gone with that. It's very hard to look cool after that one. Well, I think the emperor maybe just pitied him, because the emperor decided to spare him. But that humiliation was seared into memory. William of Tyre wrote, "The glory of the Latins was turned to shame." Fate removed Renaud from the stage for a while. He was captured by Muslim forces in 1161, and he spent the next 15 years rotting in a dungeon in Aleppo. Many likely hoped that that was the end of him. But in 1176 he was released for a hefty ransom or in a prisoner exchange, and he came roaring back into the political scene. He soon married a wealthy heiress, Stephanie of Mealy, which made him Lord of Crac de Moab and Carac in Transjordan, two crucial castles controlling the caravan routes south of the Dead Sea. He was older, but unrepentant. Renaud now held a position where his recklessness could have even greater impact on the kingdom's fate. And he wasted no time in provoking the Muslim leader Saladin, who by the 1180s had united Egypt and Syria and loomed as the greatest foe of Christendom. When a truce was in place between King Baldwin IV of Jerusalem and Saladin, yes, that's the one with leprosy, Renaud flatly ignored it. In 1181, he attacked a rich caravan traveling between Egypt and Syria. Not an act of war, but more of banditry, and one that violated sworn peace. Now Saladin was understandably furious and demanded that the king of Jerusalem rein in his vassal. But Renaud arrogantly refused to return his plunder. Emboldened, he then undertook one of the most daring and, to Muslimize, sacrilegious exploits of the age. He built ships, had them carried in pieces on camelback to the Red Sea, and in 1182 launched a pirate fleet. Renaud's crews raided ports and preyed on merchant vessels, spreading panic that the Crusaders might even strike the holy cities of Mecca and Medina. One raiding party actually reached the town of Rabig, not far from Mecca itself, before Saladin's navy hunted them down. Now this audacity, a Frankish lord desecrating the Red Sea, Islam's home waters, escalated Saladin's determination to annihilate the Crusader presence. Even fellow crusaders viewed Reynald as a liability. Yet he continued to play kingmaker. In 1186, after the death of Baldwin IV and his nephew Baldwin V, Reynald supported the controversial coronation of Guy de Lusignan as King of Jerusalem. That same year, Reynald struck another caravan, reportedly capturing Saladin's sister in the process. Well, this final outrage pushed tensions to the breaking point. Saladin swore an oath to personally kill Reynald for his treachery. War erupted in 1187, with Saladin invading the kingdom of Jerusalem on a mission with a bit of revenge and conquest mixed together. The climax came at the Battle of Hattin in July of 1187, where Saladin's forces crushed the Crusader army. Reynald of Chatillon was among the captives brought before Saladin. The Sultan offered a drink of iced water to the defeated King Guy of Lusignan as a sign of mercy. But when Guy handed the cup to Reynald, Saladin intervened. Sharing a drink symbolized a promise of life, and Saladin had no intention of sparing Reynald. Facing the man who had tormented his people and defied every code of honor, Saladin reminded Reynald of his crimes. And then, keeping his vow, Saladin drew his sword and personally beheaded Reynald. One chronicle describes Saladin's strike cutting through Reynald's shoulder. His guards finished the grisly work of decapitation. The other Crusader captives looked on in stunned silence as Reynald's lifeless body was dragged away. And thus ended the tale of Reynald of Chatillon, a knight who gained infamy as a pirate, a warmonger, and an oath-breaker. In the aftermath, Christian writers often blamed Reynald for having wrought ruin on the kingdom by goading Saladin into war. And they're quite right to do so. Because indeed, within months of Hattin, Jerusalem fell, and the Crusader kingdom went into its death spiral. Reynald's rebellious career shows how one unprincipled knight, acting out of greed and arrogance, could ruin the entire plan, altering the course of history forever. He is remembered as the epitome of the rogue knight. Fearless, lawless, but ultimately self-destructive. But not all rebel knights fought solely with the sword. Some wielded words just as lethally. Our next story is about Bertrand de Born, a 12th century Occitan knight from France's Limousin region, famed both as a warrior and as a troubadour poet. He used his poetry to stir up conflict and rebellion, earning himself a lasting infamy. In fact, Dante Alighieri placed Bertrand in hell as a sower of discord in his work The Divine Comedy, which I did do a 14-hour reading of, by the way, if you're interested in that. Well, Bertrand's life demonstrates how a knight could defy the social order, not only by direct action, but by cunning manipulation and incendiary rhetoric. Let's get a bit of background first. Bertrand was lord of the castle of Hautefort, and from the start, he proved to be quite quarrelsome. He fought a protracted civil war against his own brother for control of their family lands. More consequentially, Bertrand involved himself in the tumultuous Angevin politics of King Henry II of England's dominions in France. The Plantagenet royal family was beset by rivalry. Henry's sons, Henry the Young King, Richard the Lionheart, and others, repeatedly rose in rebellion against their father. Bertrand de Born took full advantage of the strife. He became fast friends with Henry the Young King, Henry II's eldest surviving son, by the way, and egged him on in revolt. Contemporary chroniclers accuse Bertrand of being an instigator behind the scenes. He penned verses glorifying warfare, and even satirical political poems mocking peace. In one of his poems, Bertrand exalted that, quote, "I love the joyous time of Easter, that makes the leaves and flowers come out, and I love to see on the meadows tents and pavilions spread." Now, of course, he's referring to a encampment. He seems to revel in the sights and sounds of battle as delight. This warrior poet idealized the chaos of feudal conflict. According to legend, he addressed the young king as "my lord," and encouraged him not to submit to his father's will. Some later writers even claimed Bertrand's tongue was the serpent that poisoned the bond between Henry and his heir, though this may exaggerate the role. There were plenty of genuine grievances that drove the rebellions. He just didn't make it any better. Nevertheless, Bertrand fought alongside Henry the young king in the rebellion of 1173 to 74, and again in 1183. And while King Henry II eventually crushed these uprisings, and the young king died of dysentery during the campaign of 1183, on his deathbed, the prince reportedly expressed regret and asked for his father's forgiveness. King Henry, in his grief, came to believe that Bertrand de Born's meddling had helped turn his son against him. There is that old saying, "Your child is only one friend away from complete disaster." One medieval account has Henry II memorably declaring that Bertrand had always sought to kindle war, and that his songs had kindled the fire of strife between father and son. Well, the fallout for Bertrand was severe. After losing his patron and ally, he was besieged by none other than Richard the Lionheart, who at the time was still loyal to his father. Richard stormed Bertrand's castle and briefly sent Bertrand to prison. Facing the wrath of the Angevin king, Bertrand changed tune and begged for clemency. He supposedly composed a humble lament for the king's death that moved Henry II to mercy. According to a possibly apocryphal story, Henry II himself restored Bertrand's lands after hearing his contrite verses, a testament to the power of poetry even in war. So Bertrand the Born thus survived his brush with royal fury, and when Richard the Lionheart later rebelled in turn and became king in 1189, Bertrand served Richard and even went on the Third Crusade with him. The restless troubadour knight continued to stir up trouble in King Richard's quarters with King Philip II of France, writing biting satires urging Richard to war. Only in his old age did Bertrand retire to a monastery, perhaps seeking spiritual absolution for his lifetime of troublemaking. Now, we mentioned Dante Alighieri. He was writing over a century later and delivered the final verdict on Bertrand's legacy. In Dante's Inferno, that is Canto 28, the poet meets Bertrand de Born among the sowers of discord in the eighth circle of hell. Bertrand is depicted carrying his severed head like a lantern, a symbolic punishment for a man whose scheming tongue tore apart the bond between Henry II and his son. Dante has Bertrand's damned soul proclaim, quote, "Thus I carry my brain, alas, separated from its source which is in this trunk. In me you may see the perfect contrapasso," contrapasso being punishment fitting the sin. Well, it's this final gruesome image that immortalized Bertrand as the archetype of the knight who glorified and incited rebellion. But history might treat Bertrand de Born with a little bit more nuance than Dante's poetic justice allows. He was, after all, acting in a feudal world where rebellion was just another tool of ambitious nobles, and many shared blame in the conflicts he joined. Yet his own contemporaries recognized a dangerous cleverness in him. He blurred the line between knight and propagandist, showing how a sharp pen could amplify the impact of a sword. In any case, Bertrand's life reminds us that not all rebel knights were outcasts, or I suppose we could say lone wolves. Some like him thrived in the world of noble politics, using their wit and a little bit of violence interchangeably to shape events to their liking. Now let's look at another one. By the 13th century, discontent with royal rule sometimes led to entire factions of knights and nobles collectively rebelling. The figurehead of one of the most dramatic of such uprisings was Simon de Montfort, the Earl of Leicester, a French-born nobleman who became the leader of England's barons in a revolt against King Henry III. Montfort's rebellion, the Second Barons' War between 1264 and 67, wasn't a selfish grab for power alone. It had an ideological tinge, aiming to reform the realm's governance. But in the process, Simon de Montfort showed how a rebel knight could, at least for a time, wield more authority than the king himself. Simon de Montfort was a younger son of a famous crusader family. His father led the Albigensian crusade in southern France, one of the more dirtier crusades, I think. Simon came to England, married King Henry III's sister, and rose to prominence at court. Initially a trusted advisor, he later grew critical of the king's mismanagement and favoritism toward the foreign courtiers. Many English barons shared those grievances, which centered on heavy taxation and the erosion of feudal rights. Eventually, discord led to the provisions of Oxford in 1258, an attempt by the baronial party to impose a constitutional framework on the king. Montfort was at the forefront of pressing Henry III to accept these reforms. When the king backtracked on the agreements, Montfort and his allies raised armies. Civil war erupted in 1264, and despite being in his mid-50s, a very advanced age for battlefield command then, Simon de Montfort proved to be an energetic and capable general. At the Battle of Lewes in May of 1264, he led the baronial forces to a stunning victory over the royal army. King Henry III and his son Prince Edward, the future Edward I, were captured, and in the aftermath, Montfort was made the de facto ruler of England. He did something extraordinary then. He summoned a parliament in 1265 that, for the first time in English history, included not only nobles and clergy, but also commoners, town burgesses, knights of the shires, etc. This Montfort's Parliament is often celebrated as a pioneering step towards parliamentary democracy, and you can imagine the scene in Westminster, the rebel Earl, stern yet idealistic, surrounded by knights and citizens deliberating over the kingdom's governance, all while a captive king watched on as a bystander. It was a revolutionary inversion of the social order, a subject effectively dictating to his sovereign. Montfort's regime, however, made him many enemies. Some barons feared he was becoming a tyrant himself, and others simply saw an opportunity to regain royal favor. In 1265, Prince Edward escaped captivity and rallied royalist forces. A decisive clash came at the Battle of Evesham in August of 1265. Montfort, vastly outnumbered, faced the king's army in what he reportedly called a death for God's sake, fighting bravely alongside his loyal knights, including his own son. Montfort was defeated and then killed right there on the battlefield. The royalists, bent on vengeance, subjected his corpse to a horrific indignity. His body was mutilated, hacked apart, limb from limb. Chroniclers record that his head and his hands and his feet were all cut off. One of his severed body parts, accounts differ whether it was his head or another piece, was even sent to a noble lady who loathed him as a grotesque kind of trophy. So deep was the hatred that Montfort's memory was officially damned by the victors, at least for a time. Yet despite this grisly end, the popular opinion on Montfort was remarkably favourable in many quarters. To the commons and the church, he had been a champion of justice, so much that rumours of miracles at his grave circulated in the years after his death. Some townspeople and monks quietly revered him, almost as a saintly martyr who died for England's liberties. Though the crown tried to suppress such veneration, after all he was a traitor in royal eyes, the idea of Montfort as a righteous rebel lived on. Centuries later, historians would praise him as the founder of the House of Commons for his parliamentary innovations. Simon de Montfort's rebellion shows the dual faces of a knight's legacy. On one hand, he was a traitor who broke his oath to the king and met a traitor's fate. On the other hand, his cause, reforming royal government, was vindicated in the long run, and his method, calling an assembly of the realm, set a precedent for more representative governance. Montfort operated in the grey space between feudal obligation and higher principles. His life and death illustrate how a rebel with a clear vision, a strong sword arm that is, could, albeit briefly, remake the political order. But they also warn that medieval power struggles were unforgiving. Even a noble cause might end on the cutting block if fortune turned against you. But of course, no video about rebel knights is complete without the Scottish Wars of Independence, when knights fought to throw off the English domination. In the late 13th century, Sir William Wallace emerged as a leader of a Scottish resistance against King Edward I of England. Wallace was a minor noble, some say not even knighted until later. But in 1297, he rallied common Scots and fellow knights to rise up. In September of that year, he won a stunning victory at the Battle of Stirling Bridge, using strategy and the terrain. Wallace's smaller force ambushed the English as they crossed a narrow bridge, routing a much larger army. In the wake of this triumph, Wallace was knighted, and he was named Guardian of Scotland, effectively heading the government in the name of the exiled Scottish king. However, the success was short-lived. In 1298, Edward retaliated with a massive invasion and defeated Wallace's forces at Falkirk. Wallace slipped into guerrilla warfare and reportedly even travelled abroad seeking support. But eventually, he was betrayed. In 1305, the English captured him and put him on trial for treason. Wallace famously denied being a traitor, having never sworn loyalty to Edward. But he was condemned anyway. His execution was especially cruel. He was hanged, drawn, and quartered. Wallace was strangled by hanging, but cut down alive, and then he was mutilated and beheaded, his severed head displayed on London Bridge, and his limbs were sent to Scottish towns as a grim warning. Rather than break Scottish resolve, Wallace's martyrdom only deepened it. He became a symbol of defiance, inspiring his countrymen in death. And so Scotland's fight continued under Robert the Bruce, a nobleman of royal blood who had initially cooperated with the English. In 1306, Bruce made a fateful decision to turn rebel. He quarrelled with his political rival John Comyn and killed him at a church altar, and then quickly seized the crown of Scotland for himself. King Edward I branded Bruce a traitor and a murderer, and Bruce had to flee into the Highlands when Edward's armies overran his coronation site. But Bruce did not give up. Over the next few years, he waged a dogged guerrilla campaign, gradually winning back castles and territories from English control. And his turning point came in 1314 at the Battle of Bannockburn, when Robert the Bruce outnumbered Scottish knights and spearmen achieved a decisive victory against Edward II, the late Edward I's son. Bannockburn was one of the greatest upsets in medieval military history. Robert's strategy and the fierce resolve of his knights shattered the larger English army and secured Scotland's independence. In the years after, Robert solidified his rule, and eventually the English crown agreed to recognize Scotland's sovereignty. And so Robert the Bruce, once a rebel in hiding, reigned as an acknowledged king until his death in 1329. His journey from outlawed knight to victorious monarch showed that a rebellion, if successful, could be recast as patriotism. And together, the stories of William Wallace and Robert the Bruce showed two sides of the fight for freedom. One knight paid with his life. Another got a crown. But not all rebel knights fought over crowns or countries. Some took up arms for religious reform and paid the price. Let's talk about Sir John Oldcastle, an English knight and one-time friend of King Henry V. But he also became a leader of the Lollards, a proto-Protestant religious movement critical of the Catholic Church. Oldcastle's convictions drove him to rebellion against the king he had once served, making him an early martyr figure for the cause of reform, but also a traitor in the eyes of the crown. Sir John Oldcastle, Lord Cobham, had distinguished himself in an early career. He was a veteran soldier who fought bravely in King Henry IV's wars against the Welsh and in France. He was a jovial companion to Prince Hal, the future Henry V, in the prince's wilder youth. Shakespeare later immortalized a fictionalized version of this prince and knight camaraderie in the character of Falstaff, originally named Oldcastle in the early drafts, until protests from Oldcastle's descendants forced a change. But unlike Shakespeare's cowardly comic Falstaff, the real Oldcastle was serious-minded and devout. By around 1410, Oldcastle had embraced Lollardry, a movement inspired by John Wycliffe's teachings. Lollards advocated for scriptures in English, criticized the wealth of the church, and questioned doctrines like transubstantiation. Now, transubstantiation, by the way, is basically, from my understanding, you know how they do the wine for the blood and the crackers for the body? Well, they say that, well, once you drink the wine, once it goes into your body, it literally turns into the blood of Christ. Same with the crackers. Once you eat the crackers, you swallow them, well, then it turns into the body of Christ. That's transubstantiation. If anyone wants to correct me in the comments, please go ahead. It's probably a bit more complicated than that. Well, in any case, this put them on a collision course with the church authorities and the monarchy, which saw heresy as a threat to social order. Initially, because of Oldcastle's favor with Prince Hal, he was shielded from prosecution. However, Once Henry V became king in 1413, he felt obliged to crack down on heresy to please the church and solidify his rule. In 1413, Oldcastle was arrested and tried for heresy. Presented with articles of faith to recant, he refused. The chroniclers say that in dramatic interrogation, Oldcastle defended his Lollard beliefs unabashedly. He was convicted as a heretic and sentenced to burn. But he managed a daring escape from the Tower of London just a few days before his execution. Now a wanted outlaw, Oldcastle did not flee the country as some might. Instead, he organized a plot to overthrow King Henry V. He and fellow Lollards planned an uprising in early 1414. They would gather secretly at St. Giles Fields outside London, incite the populace, capture the king, and enforce reform, perhaps even instilling a more sympathetic ruler or a council. Henry V, forewarned of the conspiracy, ambushed the would-be rebels, and the result was chaos. Dozens of Lollards arrested and later executed. But Oldcastle slipped away, yet again, becoming a fugitive for several years. The king issued proclamations for his capture, painting him as a diabolical traitor. Oldcastle, for his part, allegedly plotted to kidnap the king on multiple occasions and maintained clandestine contacts with other dissenters. He evaded capture through a mix of luck and help of sympathetic commoners who sheltered him. Finally, in late 1417, Sir John Oldcastle was betrayed and seized in Wales. And by this time, Henry was in France waging war, the Agincourt campaign and beyond. The English authorities were keen to eliminate this lingering source of sedition. So Oldcastle was brought to London and condemned, both as a traitor and a heretic, a double damnation that the church and crown reserved for someone who challenged both spiritual and monastic order. In December of 1417, Oldcastle was hanged over a fire and burned alive. This method, simultaneous hanging and burning, was unusual and symbolically potent, signifying punishment for both treason and heresy. You'd be hanged for treason and burned for the heresy, so best of both worlds, I suppose. Oldcastle died, reportedly still steadfast in his faith, forgiving his executioners. To the establishment chroniclers, he was a cautionary tale of prideful insurrection. But later Protestant writers in the Reformation, a century afterward, hailed Oldcastle as a forerunner of the cause. The good Lord Cobham, who died for the true faith against a corrupt church and a tyrant king. Well and truly by the side of the Lord in heaven, as they say. Now, this rebellion was thus rooted in ideology more than in feudal politics or ambition. He wasn't trying to become a king, he wasn't trying to get rich, he was just doing what he thought was right spiritually. But it does demonstrate that the knightly class, typically seen as pillars of the old order, could also harbor new ideas. And when those ideas collided with loyalty to a king, Oldcastle chose principle over allegiance. A pretty unusual and risky stance for a knight. Now I think we've saved the best till last. Chivalry held that a true knight should protect the innocent and uphold virtue. But the next figure grotesquely inverted that ideal. Gilles de Rais, a French knight of the 15th century, went from celebrated war hero to a perpetuator of some of the most heinous crimes imaginable. And while not a rebel in the political sense, Gilles rebelled against every moral and religious law, committing evil on a scale that made him a rebel against humanity itself. Once, Gilles de Rais was the kind of knight young men idolized. Born to great wealth, and titled Baron de Rais, he even fought alongside Joan of Arc in 1429 during the 100 Years' War. At about 25 years old, Gilles distinguished himself by his fearless fighting in battles such as the Relief of Orléans. He was honored with the title Marshal of France, one of the highest military ranks, as a reward for his service, and by all appearances he was a shining example of French knighthood, brave, devout, and loyal to King Charles VII, at least outwardly. But after the war, things changed. Gilles de Rais had extravagant tastes. He maintained a private army and spent lavishly on luxuries, theatrical pageants, and alchemical experiments. His fortune began to dwindle, and he quarreled with family over his reckless spending. In an attempt to recoup wealth or gain forbidden knowledge, he turned to the occult. He patronized sorcerers or alchemists that promised the secrets of the philosopher's stone or demonic summoning to find hidden treasure. And it was during this period that Gilles began a hidden career of unspeakable crime, the kidnapping, sexual abuse, and murder of children. Rumors whispered of a missing peasant boy last seen near Gilles' castle. It took years for suspicions to surface publicly, partly because de Rais was a noble with the power to intimidate or silence accusers. But by 1440, the Bishop of Nantes had gathered enough testimony to take action. Arrested and put on trial, Gilles de Rais eventually confessed, under threat of torture, by the way, to a catalogue of horrors. According to the trial accounts, he admitted to sacrificing over 100 children. Some accounts say possibly 200, in a perverse spree spanning over 8 years. He and his accomplices would lure young boys and occasionally girls from the countryside by offering food or employment as pages. The children, as young as 6 years old, were then brutally violated, killed, and their bodies burned in the furnaces. The descriptions from witnesses and Gilles' own confessions are quite ghastly, detailing how he derived sadistic pleasure from the rituals of torture and death. The court and spectators were aghast that a man of noble blood, a knight who fought under the sacred banner of Joan of Arc, could commit such abominations. Some wondered if madness or demonic influence had overtaken him. Gilles remained unrepentant until facing imminent execution, when he made a final show of penitence. In October 1440, he was hanged and burned. His ashes were then cast into the river, as if to erase his presence from the earth. The shocking case of Gilles de Rais sent tremors through medieval society. Here was a knight who broke the code of chivalry in the most extreme way possible. Instead of protecting the weak, he preyed upon them. Instead of honoring God, he was said to have invoked devils. It was a betrayal of everything that knighthood stood for. And yet it happened under cover of Gilles' lofty status. Many historians consider Gilles de Rais as one of history's first documented serial killers, and we've talked about him a bit in the Serial Killers of Medieval France video. His trial transcripts survive too, allowing us to hear the voices of medieval peasants who tearfully recounted how their children vanished, and of servants who stumbled upon charred bones in their master's fireplace. But hold your horses. It is worth noting that some later skeptics have speculated whether Gilles might have been a victim of a political or a church plot, just as Joan of Arc had been. But the weight of evidence and his own admissions strongly support his guilt. Indeed, Gilles' close association with Joan of Arc made his fall from grace all the more jarring. You see, Joan was seen as a pure saviour of France, whereas Gilles became a cautionary tale of how even the highest, the noblest, could fall into depravity. His story was sometimes linked in popular imagination to the legend of Bluebeard, a wife-murdering noble in fairy tales, and it served as a morality play. Even those who once fought for good can be consumed by evil if they rebel against the laws of God and man. From the plowshare to the horseshoe, from the smallest nail to the noblest blade, the fruits of a blacksmith's labor held together the fabric of medieval society. Yet the life of a blacksmith in those times was more than just toil at the anvil. It was a life of highly skilled craftsmanship, regulated training, and vital social standing, one that combined the humblest of everyday tasks with the near magical transformation of metal through fire. But the blacksmith has often been romanticized in popular imagination as that burly figure forging swords for knights in the shining armor. But a closer historical look reveals a more nuanced reality. Blacksmiths were not merely weapon makers for lords, but they were indispensable artisans, serving the everyday needs of their communities. And so to truly understand the medieval blacksmith, we should probably detach them from the knightly mythos and analyze their lives on their own terms. Not everybody's making suits of armor. Some people are just making the nails to build the houses, the shoes for the horses, all of those small things in between. After all, society falls apart without the small things. So let's spend the next hour together, and we can take a peek into the life of medieval blacksmiths. Now, before we begin, allow me to welcome you to the channel. Once again, here we are, back to the medieval period. And if you have not yet subscribed, I invite you to do so. And I also invite you to lay the worries of being interrupted by troublesome ads to rest, because the entire channel is free of them. That includes everything in the playlist. It's because we are supported not by ads on YouTube, but rather by the kind patrons on Patreon, YouTube memberships, also donations through Super Thanks, the PayPal link in the description, and also the merch store. But if you really want to do us a solid, just leave a like, comment, subscribe, and tell your friends about us. The more the merrier. Now, with all that being out of the way and shameless e-begging all done with, let us begin our video for today. Nice and relaxed, as always. Well, what better way to set the scene than to begin with an old medieval saying which held that one can make no horse go, no building stand, no field yield without the work of the smith. And indeed, blacksmiths were foundational to medieval society. They provided the metal tools, hardware, and weapons that everyone from the humblest peasant to the noblest king depended upon. In peacetime, when it came around eventually, the village smith forged and repaired plowshares, axes, shovels, or other tools, but also cooking pots, nails, hinges, and all of those other everyday items. So it wasn't all just about forging a sword or an axe. It was a lot more involved than that. In fact, sure, if you could get that kind of work in wartime, well, good for you, get while the getting is good. But the market does what it does. And if all you know how to do is to forge blades, well, when peacetime comes, you're pretty useless. Well, let's go to Geoffrey Chaucer. Nothing more medieval than that. He gives us a vivid glimpse of such humble tasks in the late 14th century. In the work The Canterbury Tales. You should read it, by the way. Maybe I'll do a full reading of it. Anyway, a local smith named Gervais is described, quote, forging on his anvil harnesses, he sharpens shares and coulters busily. Now, forgive the medieval English wording of that. Basically, what he's trying to say is making horse harness fittings and sharpening the iron blades of plows. Now, this literary cameo shows that the average blacksmith was primarily a maker of tools and hardware for agriculture, transport, and domestic use, practical things that everybody needs rather than a specialist in swords and armor. Now, every village, if possible, sought to have a resident smith, and many manorial estates viewed a smithy as essential infrastructure. An early medieval royal decree in the year 800, Capitulare Divilis, explicitly ordered that each of the king's estates must have a certain number of skilled workers, and that goes from carpenters to blacksmiths and other trades, and they must always have them present for any needs that come up. Now, this capitulary even noted that lands with iron ore should supply that ore to the smiths, showing once again how crucial metalworking was to the self-sufficiency of an estate. Of course, blacksmiths were equally pivotal in times of war. While medieval blacksmiths did much more than craft weapons, their ability to forge arms and armor remained vital, especially during periods of conflict. The Frankish records under Charlemagne, that is the late 8th to the early 9th century, praised blacksmiths as key contributors to military preparedness. After all, they wouldn't be going at them with bare fists. One capitulary, issued in 802, amid Charlemagne's campaigns, required that lords maintain skilled smiths to produce chainmail armor for their soldiers. Well, this shows once again the heavy emphasis on warfare during Charlemagne's reign, a time when expanding an empire meant equipping armies with everything they needed, and of course, there was only one trade up to that job. Carolingian sources even mention with admiration the horse armor or protective iron sheathing for war horses that smiths crafted, offering cavalry a greater superiority in battle. But to the warrior aristocracy, a proficient armor blacksmith was worth its weight in gold. We see evidence of that value attached to a smith's products in legal codes, the early medieval lex ribuiaria. Excuse me with the Latin, doing my best here. That is a Frankish law code. This explicitly lists the Wehrgild, its legal compensation value of high-quality arms and armor. Now, for example, a good breastplate was valued at 12 solidi, which is a considerable sum in this law, meaning if such a piece of armor was stolen or destroyed, the offender owed 12 gold coins in recompense, and you better hope that you have them. Well, in effect, smith-forged goods had recognized monetary and legal worth. They were treated as a form of currency in the compensation economy of the time. Of course, not everybody had coins and monetary assets, so still quite a bit of bartering going on. After all, if someone else has something you need and you have something that they need, well, it only makes sense. In any case, this dual importance, that is, forging practical tools like plowshares and nails in peace and swords in wartime, made the blacksmiths an important figure, and one that straddles both the agrarian and military sphere of medieval life. And if you really think about it, in practical terms, choosing a trade where you know you'll always have work of some kind, a blacksmith is a pretty solid choice. Times of war, well, you'll always have plenty of work with that. Times of peace, well, there's plenty of houses to be rebuilt, so get on to the nails, I suppose. But it is important to note that throughout the medieval period, blacksmiths maintained this dual role. And what I mean by that is even when a smith was primarily occupied with mundane tasks for the community, the latent capacity to turn his forge to wartime production was always there, kind of like a switch ready to be flicked at any moment. A village blacksmith might spend most days shoeing horses and fixing tools, but in a pinch he could mend a knight's armor or forge iron arrowheads. The barbed kind, the ones that are hard to get out. They don't let you use them anymore, I don't think. Well, conversely, an armorer serving a castle could also craft common farm implements when needed. Medieval society never completely separated this weaponsmith from that of the toolsmith. In fact, both roles just coexisted. Well, they were both community craftsmen and also the backbone of the army. It's just they were doing the different roles at different times, really. So, that enduring image of a blacksmith as a weapon maker is only part of the story. They were just as much the makers of the plows and nails, the unsung builders of medieval civilization in peace, as much as they were the makers of swords and armor, the sinews of war. So let's not put the image in our head too much of that sword being hammered away on top of the anvil. And we move on with that in mind, that this is a very diverse trade. So, if you stepped inside a medieval smithy, you'd find a world defined by a glow of the furnace and the ring of iron clanging on iron. So let's briefly survey the tools and techniques that a blacksmith of the Middle Ages would have to master. The typical workshop, whether a simple village forge or part of a town's craftsman shop, centered on a hearth or furnace where iron was heated. The fuel was usually charcoal, which burned hot enough to soften and eventually melt iron. The smith worked the bellows, often a large double bellow operated by foot or perhaps an assistant if he had one, to pump air and raise the fire to a white-hot intensity. On the hearth, pieces of iron, either in the form of wrought iron bars or scrap metal to be reforged, were heated until red or yellow hot, and thus they would become malleable, able to move and shape into different things. Once the iron was heated to a kind of plastic-like state, the real artistry began. Now, the blacksmith's primary tool was, of course, the anvil, a massive iron block that provided a surface for hammering, with tongs in one hand to hold the glowing workpiece and a hammer in the other. The smith would forge the iron into a desired shape. Contemporary descriptions and archaeological studies show how this was done. According to the metallurgist Theophilus Presbyter, who wrote a treatise on crafts around the early 12th century, a smith first cuts off a piece of iron from the bar using a chisel, which is sometimes called a set. He does this while the metal is cold or slightly heated. Then, holding the hot piece with tongs on the anvil, the smith hammers it with a series of tools, heavy sledges for initial shaping, and lighter hammers for finishing it off, plus special instruments like punches to make holes or marks and drifts to shape holes or eyes. Now, there is a modern scholar of medieval technology called Ian Goodall who's done quite a bit of work in this field, and he summarizes the process as follows. A piece of iron was first cut from the bar with a chisel or set. Then the blacksmith, holding the iron with tongs, used a sledgehammer, lighter hammers and other tools, including punches or drifts, to complete the forging. So essentially, smithing was a matter of repeated cycles of heating up and hammering and heating and hammering again. The metal might be returned to the fire multiple times, each heating making it malleable again for further shaping, a practice called drawing the iron. So by hammering, the smith could lengthen or draw out a piece to make, I don't know, maybe a hinge or a sword blade, or thicken, or as they call, upset it, by concentrating the metal, for example, to form the head of a bolt or the base of a tool. Several specialized techniques rounded out the blacksmith's repertoire. Bending was done by hammering or using forms to curve metal. For instance, shaping a horseshoe or the rim of an iron wheel. Punching and drilling created holes. A hot punch could knock a hole through soft iron. To make the eye of an axe head, for example. Think about tools like that needed it. Could be pickaxes, things like that. Or, of course, holes could be later drilled out when the metal was cooled. Forge welding was particularly a high skill. It involved heating two pieces of iron, or perhaps steel, to near melting and hammering them together as they fused together. Medieval smiths used forge welding to attach pieces, such as welding a steel cutting edge onto an iron axe head, combining toughness with a hard edge. But they could also make chain links by welding the ends of iron rods together. Another technique was case hardening, or as they call it, carburizing, where iron was impregnated with carbon from charcoal in the fire to make a harder steel surface, useful for tools or weapons needing sharp edges. By the late Middle Ages, skilled smiths could even produce small quantities of true steel for blades through careful control of carbon in the iron. Finally, tempering and quenching were critical steps for tools and weapons. After forging a blade or tool, the smith would heat it into a certain color, which would indicate its temperature, and then quench it with water or oil, hardening the metal. Later it might be reheated gently to temper it. Tempering, of course, meaning toughen it up, rather. So the blacksmith's toolkit was accordingly diverse. Aside from hammers and tongs of various sizes, smiths used chisels and sets for cutting, punches for holes, drifts for enlarging holes, fullers and swagers, which were shaped anvils or dies for forming particular shapes. Also files for finishing things up. Final process. You want things to look nice after all. An important but often overlooked tool, however, was the slack tub, a barrel of water used for quenching hot metal. The dramatic hiss of red-hot iron dunked into the water was a common sound in the forge. It not only hardened some items, but also cooled work, so it could be handled for filing and finishing. The overall process required quite a bit of muscle, sure, but also a keen eye and a deep knowledge of metals. That's why it takes so many years to learn. A smith judged the heat of the iron by its color: dull red, bright red, orange, yellow, white, each indicating a temperature range, and that it comes with its different properties. The timing of the hammer blows, the angle of the strikes, and the rhythm of reheating and cooling. It's all part of a craft that takes years to master. But to the uninitiated, the smith's work might have appeared to be almost magical. Solid, cold iron was rendered soft and glowing, then transformed by hammer and fire into something useful. So it's little wonder that medieval folklore often gave blacksmiths a hint of the supernatural. The process of forging, with its fiery glow and showers of sparks, inspired metaphors in everyday language. Medieval people might speak of tempering one's emotions, or hammering out an agreement, drawing from the smith's lexicon, things that we even have to our modern days, of course. Well, phrases like strike while the iron's hot, of course, is an original thing from the blacksmith's workshop. Many people still use that. But in practical terms, the techniques of the blacksmiths were effective enough that many persisted with little change well into the modern era. A 15th century smith transported to an 18th century village forge might find a lot of familiar terms and basic tools and methods. Things didn't really change that much until the Industrial Revolution and machinery came in and all the rest. In any case, this continuity does speak to how refined and optimized the art of smithing had become during the Middle Ages. I guess they probably all thought that was the peak, that things would never get more advanced than this. But of course, all of this is, well, not something you could just pick up casually. You couldn't just show up and start forging things. It demanded long training and a progression of skills. In the early medieval period, blacksmith knowledge was often passed from master to apprentice, and it wasn't any formal schooling. Perhaps a young boy in a village might be taken in by the resident smith to learn the craft. Usually it would be the son of the smith, though. By working bellows, fetching fuel, assisting at the anvil, the apprentice gradually learned, first by observation, and then by practice. But as towns grew and trades became more specialized, formal apprenticeship systems did emerge. By the High Middle Ages, the 12th to 13th centuries, most European cities had established guilds for various crafts, and that includes blacksmiths, and they had to regulate the training process, but also the standards. So the typical situation would be a boy of 12 to 14 who would be apprenticed to a master blacksmith. The term of apprenticeship could last several years. Often 7 years was a standard length in later medieval England. And during this time, the apprentice lived in the master's household. He worked in the forge and was taught the skills of the trade. It was an immersive education, starting with menial tasks like pumping the bellows or sweeping up the shop. The apprentice would slowly graduate to basic forging tasks, making simple nails or gate hinges, of course under supervision. Eventually they would put him on to more complex work, but you'd have to do the nails and hinges first, I'm afraid. Well, primary sources indicate that masters did not coddle their apprentices. The master had a financial stake in the quality of the work produced. Faulty iron tools could ruin his reputation, and a bad reputation can ruin a business, so the training was strict and thorough. A medieval master smith was unlikely to be lenient with mistakes. It's just too much on the line. Only when the apprentice produced work of acceptable quality would he be entrusted with tasks independently. This hard-earned expertise is reflected in the word smith itself, which actually comes from an Old English term, smeath, related to smite, to strike someone, implying someone adept at striking metal. Well, perhaps the master adept at beating up the poor apprentice when he made a mistake. In any case, it became synonymous with a skilled metal worker. Well, upon completing apprenticeship, a young smith became a journeyman, literally a day worker, from the French word journée, by the way. Now, as a journeyman, he was no longer bound to a single master, and he could even earn wages for his work. Pretty good, huh? Often journeymen traveled to other towns to gain experience, find work where needed, and ultimately just keep honing the craft. The concept of the wandering journeyman was especially common in some parts of Europe. They might carry letters of reference or samples of work to show their credentials. A talented journeyman could eventually aspire to become a master blacksmith himself, but this was not guaranteed. Guild regulations in many cities placed limits on who could set up shop as an independent master. Usually one had to produce a masterpiece, that is, a master-level piece of work which was judged by the guild to prove skill. But he also had to have the financial means and often citizenship status in that town, to open a blacksmithing business. Now, there were some cases that guilds also limited the number of masters to avoid oversupply of craftsmen in a city. This served to keep quality high, but also competition regulated. Advancement from apprentice to journeyman to master, therefore, was a journey of merit but also of opportunity. You needed talent, patronage, resources, and probably a little bit of luck doesn't go astray. For example, a particularly skilled apprentice might catch the eye of a noble patron or a wealthy merchant, securing a loan or commission that helped him establish his own place of work. Others might remain journeymen for life if they lacked the means or connections to set up shop of their own. Now, the rise of guilds from the 12th century onward formalized all these practices. A guild was an association of craftsmen in the same trade, and blacksmiths in many towns formed such bodies to oversee training, standards, and also a bit of mutual support. Let's look at London, for instance. The Brotherhood of Blacksmiths is recorded as early as 1299. It later became the Worshipful Company. It existed to regulate the craft in the city, setting standards for iron quality and workmanship, preventing unlicensed smiths from undercutting prices, and often arranging the apprenticeship system. Guilds could enforce rules about who could call themselves a master, what prices could be charged for common goods, and even what materials could be used. Blacksmith guilds, like any other craft guilds, actively sought to prevent the market from becoming exploited or even saturated by too many workers or shoddy products, thereby preserving the prestige and economic viability of the smithing trade. In some cities, guilds also took on a social and religious role of sorts, holding patron saint feasts. Now, for blacksmiths, the common patron saints included St. Clement or St. Dunstan, and they also assisted members who fell ill or the families of deceased smiths. One important effect of guild organization was the elevation of blacksmiths' status in general. By late medieval times, master blacksmiths in prosperous towns could be influential citizens, and we have quite a bit of evidence from the city of Dinkelsbühl in Germany. In 1387, the city granted blacksmiths the right to hold seats on the town council, and you don't get a seat like that unless you're pretty important, right? Now, the official recognition shows the esteem and trust accorded to the trade. But this wasn't just isolated in Dinkelsbühl. Across many towns, the guild leaders, the aldermen or deans of the Smiths' Guild, often participated in civic affairs. In London, blacksmiths as a guild eventually became one of the city's livery companies, meaning they had a voice in the city governance alongside other major trades. So clearly, by the high and late Middle Ages, a competent blacksmith could be counted among the middling classes, or even the urban bourgeois. Not nobility, though. Not quite there, but certainly comfortably above the level of unskilled laborers, and certainly quite far above the subsistence farmers. Well, parents who were yeomen or minor gentry sometimes apprenticed their younger sons to trades like blacksmithing as a route to economic success. It was seen as a pretty good living, enough so that families would pay the apprenticeship fee to set up a boy in the smith's craft. The long training period and specialized skill meant that qualified smiths were relatively scarce, and thus could command pretty good fees for their work. It's all about supply and demand. Now, the guild system did impose some restrictions that could affect the daily life of the blacksmith. For instance, guild ordinances might dictate the working hours or days off. Many guilds forbade work on Sundays and major feast days, for example. They could also intervene in labor disputes, or in cases of unfair pricing. A town's records might show, for example, a fine levied on a blacksmith who sold substandard nails, or who started a forge, outside the guild's control. But overall, the guild provided a framework that professionalized the blacksmith's trade, maintained quality, and gave smiths a collective bargaining power in the urban centers. It is worth noting that in rural villages where formal guild oversight was weaker or perhaps non-existent, local lords or the community elders effectively played a similar role, ensuring the smith was competent and sometimes regulating his fees, especially if the smith was paid in kind or through manorial arrangements rather than direct market transactions. Well, we know what the guilds were like, we know what the general picture is, but what was it really like to live and work as a blacksmith on a daily basis? So let's step into the shoes, or perhaps a apron, of a typical medieval blacksmith. For the sake of illustration, though, we should consider a blacksmith in a modest market town or a large village in the 13th century. By this time, the patterns of work would be similar across much of Europe, though the details could vary by region and period. Let's start with the workshop and setting. The smith's workshop, or smithy, was usually a simple building, often open-fronted with large doors to allow ventilation and light, ventilation, of course, being very important. The constant heat of the forge made good airflow essential. In many cases, the smithy would be at the edge of the village or in a less crowded part of the town. Now, this was partly for safety, to reduce fire risk to nearby buildings, of course, and partly due to the noise and smoke that the smithy generated. No one wants to live next door to that, and you don't want to contaminate any other industries. Inside, aside from the hearth, anvil, and tools, there might be storage for iron bars and charcoal, a space for shoeing horses. Some forges had an attached lean-to or yard for this, with a hitching post. A horseshoe or anvil sign often hung outside as an advertisement of the trade. It was common to see black soot stains around the doorway and hear the ring of work from afar. Now, as for the blacksmith himself, his day started quite early. He would arrive at the forge at first light, especially in summer, taking advantage of the cooler morning hours before the midday heat compounded the furnace's warmth. The first order of business was to light the fire in the forge. Using charcoal from the previous day and fresh fuel, the smith, or perhaps the apprentice if he had one, and if the apprentice was allowed to do that sort of thing, kindled the fire and began pumping the bellows to get a good bed of coals. Now, once the fire was going, work could begin. If the smith had apprentices, or journeymen, they would be directed to different tasks. One might swing the heavy sledgehammer, while the master positioned the iron or pumped the bellows steadily as the master forged. Medieval smiths often worked in teams for efficiency. A rhythm developed, where an apprentice would reheat one piece of iron, while the master was hammering another, keeping a production cycle going. Clients might start arriving early with tasks. A farmer could bring a broken plowshare to mend, or request new iron tires for a wagon wheel. The local lord's groom might come by with horses to be shod. Shoeing horses, of course, was a constant task. It involved cleaning the horse's hoofs, cutting and shaping a new horseshoe, or pre-selecting a pre-forged one, and if the right size was available, heating it to adjust the fit, and then nailing it to the hoof. The phrase, "to shoe a horse," belies the labor. Each shoe required at least 6 to 8 nails, all of which were handmade by the smith as well. Blacksmiths needed not only strength but patience and gentleness when handling animals. A skittish horse could make the job understandably dangerous. I had a friend who I grew up with, and his family owned kind of like an equine center. They used to do dressage events and everything. Very impressive facility. But his poor father was shoeing horses one day, and I guess one of the horses did not want to be shoed. Well, anyway, it kicked up and broke a fair few of his ribs. Not good. Not good at all. The poor man had to crawl all the way back up to the house, and, well, it would have been quite a shocking sight to see. He's all right now, though. That's okay. Anyway, back to it. Well, blacksmiths needed not only the strength and patience, but gentleness when handling animals, as we've said, and many smiths specialized as farriers. That is a term for those who shoe horses and treat hoof ailments, especially in later Middle Ages, though in smaller communities the blacksmith had to really do it all. So between customer orders, the smith kept busy manufacturing common items in small batches. The constant staple was nails. Thousands of them were needed for buildings, carts, barrels, and, well, the work never really ended for that one. In fact, nail making was such a huge part of ironwork that in some regions it just became a distinct occupation of its own. But most blacksmiths still made nails regularly. And indeed, one medieval English document noted that a good blacksmith could make several hundred nails in a day, working with efficient technique. I mean, it's crazy to think that these days we can just show up to the hardware store and buy a packet of 1,000 nails. Just no problem. Oh, if those people of the past could only see what we have now. For all the present's problems, well, we certainly have manufacturing down to a more efficient process. Now, another frequent product was tools for other trades. For example, the cooper, which is a barrel maker, might need new hoops and draw knives. The carpenter needs saw blades and hammerheads. The mason needs chisels and iron clamps, and so on. The blacksmith was thus the toolmaker, enabling all the other craftsmen. Most of the other trades at the time would require something of some sort from the blacksmith, whether it be a midwife needing new scissors or maybe a baker needing new oven rakes, something like that. A network of dependency, of course. Now, by midday, the forge would be extremely hot. The smith might pause to eat, maybe a bit of bread, cheese, or a pottage brought from home, and drink a bit of ale or water to stay hydrated, but probably ale is the better bet since water could be a little bit contaminated. Medieval accounts sometimes mention blacksmiths enjoying a good ale given the heat and exertion. It's not surprising that they needed the refreshment. Think about chefs these days in kitchens and all the rest. Well, after a short rest, work resumed. If larger projects were underway, say the crafting of an iron-bound wooden gate for the town or manufacturing parts for a mill, the afternoon would be spent on those. Larger projects often required coordination. Forging a wrought iron gate or grill might take many days, shaping decorative scrolls and then riveting the pieces together. Likewise, making a sword or armor was quite complex and time-consuming, and by the late medieval period, as mentioned earlier, the average blacksmith in a small town might not tackle elaborate swords or plate armor alone. Those were often done by specialists in cities renowned for such work. For example, the swordsmiths in Toledo, or perhaps the armorers in Milan, very famous for their craftsmanship. However, a local blacksmith could certainly repair a damaged sword or patch a dented helmet for a knight passing through. For much of the Middle Ages, mail armor was common, and smiths did produce mail links. It was, however, painstaking, drawing wire, cutting it into rings, and then riveting each ring shut. Often apprentices were assigned to rivet mail links. Very tedious, but very necessary. During the day, the smith had to manage his material and fuel carefully. As for iron, it was expensive. Many smiths relied on scrap recycling. If an iron tool broke, the pieces could be reforged into something new. Old horseshoes might become nails. A bent sword could become a couple of axe heads. Which, of course, brings us to the question, what old artifacts did they just melt down? That's a shame. That is quite a shame. Well, bar iron, that is raw material bars, that had to be purchased from iron suppliers or traveling merchants who bought iron from smelting regions. In early medieval times, some blacksmiths smelted their own iron from bog iron or ore as a secondary skill, but by later centuries, smelting, that is running bloomeries or blast furnaces, became a separate industry, and the smiths primarily just bought the iron. Just easier that way, Time is money, as they say. Well, charcoal was another constant need. Large quantities were consumed to keep the fire hot. Typically, charcoal burners in nearby forests produced fuel for the local smiths. The smith's expenses for iron and charcoal would be deducted from his earnings on finished goods, so efficiency, minimizing wasted iron, and keeping the fire at just the right heat, it all mattered for his livelihood. But you also have to consider the sensory and physical environment of the workshop. It was a loud, smoky, and gritty place. Not a good place to work at all. The hammer blows on the anvil produced a distinctive ringing that could be heard across the neighborhood, and I bet you're imagining it in your head right now, aren't you? Well, one modern medical historian noted that blacksmiths likely suffered hearing loss over time from that constant exposure to the noise of metal striking metal. The forge's smoke, full of carbon monoxide and metal fumes, made the air thick. Blacksmiths often had perpetually sooty skin and a cough from inhaling smoke. However, many forges had chimneys or vents to channel the smoke out, and open doorways, well, they helped a little bit. The glow of the hot metal was intense. Smiths needed good eyesight, and also had to be aware of sparks. A shower of sparks when hammering hot iron could easily land on skin or in an eye, causing injury. Thus, some medieval smiths fashioned crude eye protection, or at least turned their faces away at certain strikes. They also wore durable leather aprons, and often gloves or wrapped cloth around their hands when not needing the bare-handed dexterity. Injuries, of course, were an ever-present risk. No occupational health and safety to be found, of course. Burns from touching hot iron accidentally, crushed fingers from a missed hammer blow, or even more catastrophic accidents, like, well, the whole place catching on fire. That's pretty catastrophic. Yet with experience, a smith would learn to minimize the dangers. Long hours at the forge built up formidable strength and calluses. Observers often remarked from the time on the brawn of blacksmiths. One 15th century English chronicle describes a notorious brawl where the town blacksmith's arms were as strong as iron, allowing him to wield a hammer as a deadly weapon. Good Lord, imagine that, you're just having a little drink at the tavern. You just want to go at it with fists, but the blacksmith pulls out a hammer and starts beating people over the head with it. Yeah, that ought to get the job done. Well, in any case, as daylight waned, and remember, artificial lighting was primitive, few oil lamps or tallow candles at best, the blacksmith's work would wind down. Often the day's last act was to shoe any remaining horses, or to let the fire die down after one more round of heating. Some smiths deliberately kept a low fire smouldering overnight, so that in the morning a big could be quickly rekindled, banked under ashes. Customers might hurry in before dusk to collect finished items or drop off new requests for the next day. When the tools are finally laid down, the smith might bar the workshop door and head home. Another physically exhausting day, likely a 6-day-a-week custom, with Sunday generally off for church and rest as per the Christian custom. In many cases, the smith's family was involved too. If he had sons, they might be learning the trade as apprentices to their father. A wife or daughter might help with running the business, keeping accounts, taking orders from customers, or even helping with little tasks like quenching hot small items or sweeping up the shop. There are instances recorded of blacksmiths' wives who assisted in forging nails or other light smith work. One famous illustration from the early 14th century Holcomb Bible shows a blacksmith's wife helping her husband by hammering nails on a small anvil. So that image of a lone blacksmith can sometimes obscure that it could be, much like pretty much any other medieval profession, a family enterprise. In any case, at the day's end, after washing off the grime, perhaps in a basin of water, a full bath would be a luxury observed for occasional times, the blacksmith might enjoy a decent meal, at least decent by the standard. Given their caloric expenditure, blacksmiths likely had to eat well where they could. Brown bread, stew or meat if affordable, ale to drink. The income of a blacksmith could also vary, but many were relatively prosperous within their community. In the 14th century England, a skilled blacksmith might earn a few pence per day, which put him above the average farm labourer, who might only earn around 2 pence a day in the late 1300s, and on par with other artisans like carpenters or masons. In any case, the hard work notwithstanding, the income allowed a smith's family a degree of security. They were not usually among the destitute, and in fact financial records from medieval towns often show smiths paying substantial taxes, implying that they were in the middle bracket of earners. They might also rent or own a decent property. Some smithies also had an attached house. In any case, we may imagine that when the work is over, supper was eaten, perhaps the smith would go to the tavern for a little bit of reveling, exchanging news, hopefully not going there with his hammer to beat people over the head with it. So we can imagine him with arms still blackened from the forge, recounting the day's labours, negotiating tomorrow's commissions, one of his friends saying, "Oh, by the way, I've broken the ploughshare. Can I bring it down to you tomorrow?" Yeah, sure. Bring it in the morning. We'll fix it up." Something like that. It's all very human, isn't it? And of course the blacksmith was often well connected socially. Many people visited the smithy daily, so he heard all the village gossip and all the news from travellers. And in literature, blacksmiths are sometimes portrayed as jovial and talkative folk, quick with a little joke or a proverb, possibly reflecting their real role as community fixtures. In any case, after a little bit of socializing, he'd probably retire for the night. Perhaps he'd have a distant satisfaction in the day's work, invisible as it might seem, manifesting in the functioning of carts, the harvesting of crops with his scythes, and the safe travel of horses that he shoed. Kind of quiet pride that I think many craftsmen surely feel, to be the unseen backbone supporting so many aspects of daily life. Yeah, I think it is. Think about it, you walk past, and you think every little part of this community, all being held together because I made the nails, because I shoed the horses and all the rest. Yeah, that's certainly a quiet kind of pride. The kind of pride that's really worth having. So throughout the medieval period, they certainly occupied a unique social position. Now, to be sure, they were commoners. You wouldn't go around mistaking a smith for a lord or a knight, but they were highly skilled commoners whose work was respected and sometimes even viewed with awe. Unlike unskilled laborers or peasant farmers, a master craftsman like a blacksmith had a valued expertise. In many medieval tax rolls and legal documents, a blacksmith is listed alongside millers, carpenters, and other craftsmen as part of the middling sort, essentially a middle class of medieval society, though the term is somewhat anachronistic. They could earn a good income, as we had discussed, and in towns they could be property owners and guild members with a political voice. In villages, a blacksmith might rank just below the manor's officials, and priests perhaps in importance. The old notion that every village needs 3 people, a priest, a miller, and a blacksmith, well, that's pretty fundamental of how the role is seen. However, there was also an almost mystical quality attributed to blacksmiths. Working with fire and transforming metal gave rise to folklore. In many cultures, blacksmiths were believed to have knowledge of charms or to be able to ward off evil, possibly because they wielded fire and iron, elements often used to symbolize protection. A famous English legend tells of St. Dunstan, a 10th century cleric who in his youth was said to be a blacksmith. The story goes that Dunstan once grabbed the devil by the nose with a pair of red-hot tongs, thwarting the fiend's temptations. A pretty colourful tale, commonly depicted in later medieval folklore, and one explanation as for why people often hang horseshoes over doorways to keep devils and witches away, a horseshoe being the symbol of the smith's craft and a charm against evil. While this is legend, it does reflect the folk idea that blacksmiths had a special power to combat the malevolent forces, likely because iron and fire were considered purifying and protective in many traditions, and that goes back a lot further than the Christian ethos too. Now in Scandinavia and Germany, folk tales of Wayland or Volund, the mythical master smith, were popular. He was said to have been captured by a king for his skill, hinting that real smiths too could be viewed with a mix of fear and admiration. Wayland's legend even includes a gruesome detail that the king hamstrung him to prevent his escape, a metaphor for society's attempt to bind the smith's special abilities for their own use, I suppose. In medieval Anglo-Saxon society, smiths clearly enjoyed high status, yet possibly lived somewhat on the margins of communities. The very first written law code in England, King Ethelbert of Kent's laws, which was written around the year 600, lists the were-guild, that is compensation value for people by rank. It assigns a princely value to a smith. If a blacksmith was killed, his death payment was to go to the king, not the smith's own family, effectively marking the smith as the king's man. This implies smiths were under royal protection or patronage, due to their importance, but at the same time, the need for secrecy or separation of smiths is hinted by archaeological patterns. Some Anglo-Saxon workshops were located at the edge of settlements, perhaps due to both practical reasons and possibly social ones. One Anglo-Saxon riddle describes a blacksmith's tools and fire in poetic terms, speaking of serpents on the floor, likely referring to the snake-like bellow hoses or iron rods, and the song of the hammer, in reference to the clanging of the iron on iron. Now the riddle conveys a mix of beauty and dread, calling the life of the smith, quote, tasting misery among snakes, a phrase used by modern scholars to summarize it. But this shows a bit of a dichotomy. The smith endures hardship and danger, yet also sings with his hammer and creates wondrous things. In any case, by the High Middle Ages, any earlier aura of mystery around smiths had likely diminished, as they became firmly integrated into regulated urban life. Blacksmiths, by then, were seen as solid and respectable craftsmen, though the whiff of their folkloric significance never really disappeared entirely. The association of blacksmiths with supernatural craftsmanship persisted in folklore. For example, in the Arthurian legends, the best sword Excalibur is forged by an otherworldly smith, in some retellings by the blacksmith of Avalon. Now, in the Germanic tale, the Nibelungenlied, hope I did that one right, dwarves forge powerful swords, mythic smiths. And that is something carried on too. They always talk about in some fantasy settings like Tolkien and things like that, the craftsmanship of the dwarves, this kind of thing. Underground, all the rest. Now, they are mythic, sure, but real smiths benefited from the mystique that working iron conferred. It likely bolstered their social standing. People thought twice about crossing a person who could manipulate the hardest metal, and maybe even had a patron spirit of fire on his side. And then there was, of course, religion that was woven into the smith's life. Many blacksmiths had a patron saint. Saint Eligius was one, a 7th century French saint who was a metalworker by trade. Saint Hubert and Saint Clement were also considered patrons of metalworkers in different regions. Guilds often placed themselves under the patronage and decorated their chapels with symbols like anvils or hammers. This religious aspect reinforced that smithing was a God-fearing and honest trade. And there is a frankly lovely account from a 12th century monastic chronicle describing a humble village blacksmith pausing in his work when he heard the church bell ring the Angelus, a devotional prayer. He supposedly made the sign of the cross with his hammer mid-swing. Whether that's true or not, it's still quite a nice little story. Now, in terms of legal status, blacksmiths as free men had the same rights as other free artisans. Those who were serfs or unfree, if any, working as smiths on a manor might have certain privileges. A lord often valued a skilled serf enough to give him a lighter field duty or even a share of profits. In some regions, the role of a village smith became almost hereditary, passed from father to son, with the family enjoying a respected position akin to the miller or the reeve. However, there were also instances of traveling smiths, especially in the early periods or frontier areas. These were smiths without a fixed forge, moving from village to village, shoeing horses, mending tools from a portable forge setup. They might have been of lower status compared to the established townsmiths, but they certainly filled the gaps in coverage when needed. And certainly if you had a broken tool or a horse that needed reshoeing, you'd certainly be quite happy to see them show up in town. Now finally, just another social aspect of the blacksmiths sometimes took on auxiliary roles in communities. They had practical knowledge that could be applied to unexpected needs. For example, because they had tongs and pincers, they might be called upon for tooth extractions, which is not a good job. And indeed some accounts suggest that in the absence of a surgeon or barber, a desperate soul with a toothache might ask the blacksmith to just pull out the tool with smith's pliers. Yeah, you'd have to be pretty brave for that one. But also, their role in making weapons meant that in times of local conflict or defense, a blacksmith was critical in arming villagers or militia. But on the flip side, if a rebellion or unrest occurred, authorities were weary of blacksmiths because, you see, they were the ones who had the means to make weapons. And there are cases in medieval records where after a peasant uprising, blacksmiths were specifically punished or even had their forges destroyed to prevent further arms making. Well, you just better hope if a rebellion breaks out and if you're supplying the rebels. you'd probably be putting a good amount of effort into your goods. After all, you want your side to win. Medieval history. What do you think of when you hear that? Castles, knights, the Crusades, the great kings and the great battles. Well, I don't blame you. 99% of it is about that. But there's another story that needs to be told. Perhaps one that didn't have quite an impact on the pages of history, but certainly one that was instrumental in creating them. Medieval childhood. It was a world of contrasts and challenges, yet also one of learning, familial love, and occasionally a bit of fun. In Christian Europe, particularly around the High Middle Ages, growing up was shaped by high infant mortality, hard work from an early age, deep religious influence, and of course that never-ending reality of one's social class. But it was also marked by care and community. Parents and the society at large invested great efforts in nurturing the next generation. Of course, past scholars once suggested that medieval people saw children as just miniature adults, and the concept of childhood was completely absent. But nowadays, this has been dispelled as somewhat of a myth. The truth is, medieval Christian society recognized childhood as a distinct stage of life. Parents mourned lost infants, and they cherished their young. And there's many a source we'll get to that reveals special care and affection directed towards children in particular. And so from the moment of birth and baptism, through the years of play, work, and training, up to the cusp of adulthood, medieval childhood had its own challenge and rhythm. And so, today, let's learn all about medieval children. What was life really like for them? Another untold story that we've finally gotten around to telling. But first, let me welcome you to the channel. I am your host. Perhaps you know me. And if you're new here, well, it's nice to meet you. Let me remind you that we are proudly ad-free. Amongst this sea of slop, you will not find any ads here. And that's a good thing. And we can do this because the lights are kept on by the kind patrons, YouTube members, those who visit the merch store, and the occasional donation. So we do appreciate if you consider following those links in the channel description and pinned comment. Other than that, like, comment, subscribe, tell your friends. Always helps us in the algorithm. And perhaps we can win the battle against the brain rot on this platform. Of course. That's it for that. Introductions out of the way. Let's get to the real meat and potatoes of the video. Let's begin. But I suppose we should begin by saying that the arrival of a child in the Middle Ages was certainly a moment of joy, but also one of quite a bit of anxiety. You see, things back then were a little bit different. The hospitals were certainly not as developed. Not everyone could just call up a midwife either. Childbirth carried serious risks, not just for the child, but for the mother. Yet, throughout Christian Europe, families eagerly awaited new children, and they prayed for a safe delivery. Midwives, that is, experienced local women, not really qualified in a degree sense, no pieces of paper to be found for that, just a little bit of experience. They would help out and oversee most births. They would use practical knowledge and a few herbal remedies to help the labor along. Perhaps a little bit of superstition. Never goes astray. In the noble households, a physician or a surgeon might attend, but often it was the midwife's skill and, well, God's good graces and a few well-placed prayers that ultimately was awarded with the heavy lifting of bringing a child into the world. And so, the first moments after birth, they were the really critical ones. Let's look at some modern estimates. By them, perhaps 1 in 3 children did not survive the first year. And if that's not bad enough, nearly half of all children died before they even became adults. Why is this? Well, you've got the big 3 problems: disease, infection, and malnutrition. They all took their toll, in different doses depending on the time of the year and circumstances. As a result, baptism was usually performed very soon after birth, often the same day or the next. This was to ensure that the child's soul was protected if death came early. In Catholic belief, baptism was essential for salvation. So if a newborn daughter seemed in danger, a midwife or a priest might perform an emergency baptism at home, rather than risk the child dying unbaptized. In fact, baptism was one of the first major events in a child's life. It took place in a parish church, where the infant was baptized with holy water, and then they were given a Christian name. This was more often than not a saint's name, or a family name to invoke protection. The parents selected godparents, i.e. spiritual guardians, usually close friends or kin. Usually you get like an uncle and auntie, or maybe, just your best friend and his wife. Their responsibility was to stand with the child, but this was more of a formality. Godparents were expected to assist in the child's upbringing and care where they could. But if the parents died, well, that's when they'd really have to step up to the plate. In any case, after the christening, the family usually would hold a celebration. However modest, perhaps a simple meal with neighbors in a cottage, or a more lavish gathering in a great hall. This would welcome the new child into the community. And so you can see, from the very start, a medieval child's life was framed by this Christian ritual and family ties. And indeed, in this video we are staying within Christian Europe. Perhaps we'll do other medieval children or ancient children at a different time, but for this video we have to set the goalposts. In any case, a newborn was seen in this context as both a fragile human needing worldly care and also a soul entrusted to the community by God. The baptismal rite, with its anointing and white christening cloth, was there to symbolize innocence and initiated the child into a spiritual family as well. And so, in this way, birth and infancy were woven tightly into religious life and communal support. So what happens next? Well, if you get through the baptism, once that's over, the day-to-day task of keeping a child alive and healthy began. More of a challenge than a task. Now, medieval parents, just like parents everywhere, at every time, doted on their infants and took any measures they could to protect them from any danger. But there was one common practice: swaddling. Newborns were wrapped snugly in linen or wool bands all the way from the shoulders to the feet. This would keep their limbs straight and secure. Swaddling kept children warm in drafty homes, and the people of those times believed that it helped their arms and legs grow properly. Well, medieval art often shows infants looking like little bundles, tightly bound. Babies would be swaddled for much of the day in their first weeks or months, only being unwrapped for feeding or cleaning. While they were swaddled, they were usually laid in cradles. But even the poorest of family tried to have some kind of cradle or a cradle-like instrument. A simple peasant cradle might be a rough wooden box or a wicker basket padded with straw. Nothing fancy, but it's more about function over form at that point. Wealthier parents, on the other hand, could afford more elaborate cradles, the ones draped with fine fabrics and a little bit of decoration. But it didn't really matter. Whatever the type, the cradle was meant to give the infant a safe and warm little nest, often placed near the hearth for the heat. Cradles could often rock, too, either swinging from a beam or set on curved rockers, and that helped lull the children to sleep. Even one ingenious point, some cradles even had straps or little buckles to secure a wriggling infant and prevent them from falling out if they jostled around too much. In any case, on that point, life was certainly quite fragile for an infant, and the medieval home was not baby-proofed at all. Full of hazards everywhere. A cradle near the open fireplace, well, that would keep a kid warm, but also expose them to the busy kitchen area. Those hot pots could spill, and indeed medieval records mention children accidentally scalded by boiling broth or porridge. Unattended infants were also at risk from animals. Pigs and dogs roamed freely in many villages. One grim English coroner's report tells of a child left alone briefly who was attacked and killed by a wandering pig. Now, regardless of medieval sensibilities growing up in the tough world like that, it certainly shocked the community. But incidents like that were not the norm, but they do underscore the constant vigilance that was needed to keep children safe. Far from being indifferent, medieval parents understood these dangers and tried to prevent them from happening. They might rig a cover over the cradle to shield against sparks, or assign an older child with the responsibility to watch the infants if the mother had to step away on some other errand. To further reduce risk, some parents avoided taking a baby into bed with them, despite the convenience for nighttime nursing. Doctors and clergy would always warn against co-sleeping, for fear a parent might roll over and smother their child by accident. Of course, this was a very real concern. It was well known, quite dreaded. One can only imagine the horror of waking up to that. A 14th century medical writer even noted that if an infant got used to sleeping in a warm parental bed, they would fuss about sleeping alone later, which is really a quite relatable parental complaint, going all the way back to the 14th century. Very human indeed. But despite the warnings, many families in cold and crowded homes did want to share beds with their children out of necessity. But the ideal in medieval advice was to use a cradle for sleeping. Feeding the child was a central concern. Medieval infants were typically breastfed, as doctors and the church both encouraged nursing. A mother's milk was seen as natural, God-given nourishment for an infant, the gold standard, even a kind of white blood that carried the mother's essence. If the mother was healthy, she usually breastfed the child for a long duration, at least by modern standards, depending on the mother, sometimes a year or more. Now, as for weaning off, that was gradual, starting perhaps in the second year of life when the child could digest softened foods. Mothers who could manage it kept nursing, partly because it was believed to strengthen the child, but also, unbeknownst to them, frequent nursing spaced out pregnancies. Now, on the other side of society, in aristocratic and wealthy families, however, the mother often did not nurse her own baby. Instead, she would hire a wet nurse, a lactating woman usually of lower social status, to take on the role of the feeding mother. And this practice was quite common among nobles. A high-born lady might have numerous duties or become pregnant again quickly, and, well, social conventions frowned upon noble women nursing. So in comes the wet nurse, sometimes a farmer's wife or a servant who had recently given birth, employed to live with the family and feed the baby. Families took care to choose a wet nurse of good character and health, since many believed a nurse's milk could transmit traits to the child. Church and medical writings insisted the wet nurse be a morally upright Christian woman, eat wholesome foods, and even abstain from sexual activity while nursing. It was thought that sexual intercourse could spoil the milk, but good luck watching everyone behind closed doors. In effect, the wet nurse became a temporary mother. Some infants stayed with their wet nurses in the countryside for months or years before returning to their parents' household. Despite the distance, noble parents did love their babies. Letters survive in which noble mothers inquire anxiously about their infant's health in the nurse's care, and often a lasting bond formed. Children sometimes remembered their wet nurse with great affection later, almost as a kind of, I suppose we could say like a foster mother, this kind of situation. But for the majority of families who could not afford a wet nurse, the mother herself took on that role, and this created its own intimate connection between medieval mothers and children of all classes. As infants grew into the teething stage, which if you don't know, that's around 6 to 9 months old, medieval parents did what they could to soothe the discomfort. They might give the baby a hard object to chew. Archaeological finds include teething toys like small bone or coral rings that infants could gum on to kind of distract themselves. Herbal remedies were also used. One text suggests rubbing the baby's gums with a bit of honey or softened plant root to ease the pain. And then there was folklore. That offered a few cures too, such as hanging a wolf's tooth pendant around the baby's neck to ward off the feverish illness that often accompanies teething. All these measures, they show that medieval parents paid close attention to the health of their children. And of course they tried all the different strategies, some effective, some ineffective, some a little bit misguided, but equally well-meaning. In any case, it was all to help the infant through all of their common woes. So, if the child survived infancy, roughly the first 2 years, their chances of growing up improved dramatically. A toddler who could walk and talk was far hardier than a newborn. Medieval parents, knowing how many infants never made it past that point, breathed a cautious sigh of relief when a child grew sturdy enough to run about. And that is not to say that they didn't cherish their children from the start, don't get me wrong. Abundant evidence shows that they did. But they were also painfully aware of the reality that an infant, and even a child, and well, even an adult, was never truly safe. The scythe could come down at any moment. Now, when infant deaths did occur, they were met with genuine grief. Parents sometimes gave a subsequent newborn the same name as a deceased child, not as a thoughtless replacement, but to honor the lost child's memory. Got to continue on that legacy, Far from being emotionally numb, medieval mothers and fathers mourned their little ones deeply. In fact, we have a bunch of quite touching epitaphs and laments. One grieving French parent in the 14th century wrote that their departed toddler had been, quote, "the delight of my eyes, now taken to heaven with the angels." Now that sounds like something that you certainly hear in a modern epitaph. Let's again all the way back hundreds and hundreds of years ago. Well, once the infant was past the most fragile stage, they entered the years of childhood proper. And that's roughly the ages of 2 or 3 up to about 7. It is in this span that children were increasingly mobile, involved in family life, and curious. A toddler or young child spent most of the day under the watch of their mother or older siblings, toddling about the house or the yard, finding things to do, and as they gained coordination, children naturally filled their time with finding fun things. Archaeologists have indeed discovered that medieval children had games and toys surprisingly similar to those of today. Let's look at a few examples. In excavations of medieval towns, researchers have found little toy figurines, a tiny wooden horse on wheels, a doll's head made of clay, and even a miniature toy sword and shield. In one discovery, a 13th century child's toy knight, complete with an actual shield, was unearthed, showing that even kids back then enjoyed make-believe with knights and battles, just as one might expect. It makes you wonder if they played Crusaders versus Saracens, like how we have cops and robbers. Yeah, this kind of thing, like cowboys and Indians sort of stuff. Who knows, they most likely did. Well, literary sources likewise mention children's amusements. One cleric noted with mild disapproval, even, the children even fidgeted in church with knuckle bones or nuts as improvised toys. Village girls made dolls or pretend kitchens out of sticks and mud, while boys might carve little swords or build toy windmills. Whatever materials came to hand could become playthings in a child's imagination. We have a pretty sweet little story from Gerald of Wales, a churchman of the late 12th century, who reminisced about playing in the sand with his brothers as a boy. While his siblings built sand castles, young Gerald, destined for the clergy, built sand monasteries instead. Showing off a little bit, I assume. Medieval children played active games, too. Some games have truly never changed much. Hide and seek, tag, leapfrog. They rolled hoops with sticks down the street. They blew bubbles with hollow reeds, things like that. Boys in towns would kick leather balls or inflated pigs' bladders in pickup games of football, much to the annoyance of the townsfolk whose windows or market stalls might get in the way of the children's amusements. And there were games of chance and skill, too. Children pitched small objects like cherry stones or polished pebbles in games akin to marbles. And they played with spinning tops, and they whipped wooden pegs. Board games and table games were enjoyed by older children and adults alike. In fact, chess had arrived in Europe by the High Middle Ages and became popular among those who could afford the sets. Simpler games like Nine Men's Morris were scratched into the cloister benches of cathedrals, where the carved game boards made by choir boys can still be seen to this day. All in all, medieval children had plenty of things to enjoy their lives, especially in those early years before formal work or training had begun. From a young age, however, children were also expected to start contributing in small ways and learning the skills they would need later. They could care for animals and siblings, fetch and carry items, and imitate adult tasks in a safe manner. Tiny fingerprints left in medieval clay pots show that children even helped craft activities like pottery making, probably doing simple tasks under adult supervision, of course. Now, on a farm, a boy of 5 might guard the family's cow, or help chase crows from the planted fields. A girl of a similar age might stir a pot or rinse laundry at the riverside with her mother's assistance. The chores were pretty light, only what the young'uns could handle, but the whole point was to teach responsibility. As for the adults, they also did their best to drill the children in good manners and etiquette from a young age. Youngsters were taught to remain quiet and respectful in the presence of elders, to keep themselves clean, and to observe proper behavior at the table in church. Parents and older siblings constantly reinforced these lessons, and misbehavior was usually met with swift correction. And, well, speaking of that, corporal punishment was a socially accepted part of discipline in medieval times. There's that popular proverb, spare the rod and spoil the child. Well, if you're not familiar with it, it basically means if you love your child, you'll not shy away from an occasional correction to instill good moral virtue within them. Now, this did not mean that children were constantly beaten, but a little smack or swat with a birch switch for serious naughtiness was considered pretty normal. School teachers, likewise, were quick to use the rod or cane on unruly pupils for those who would go to school. Medieval schoolboys later wrote humorous verses complaining about nasty masters with their beatings. It shows kids felt as much as kids do nowadays about strict discipline. In general, we can say that medieval parents believed in firm guidance, but it was guidance grounded in love and the desire to save a child's character, and perhaps even their soul. Now, around the age of 7, a turning point came. You see, 7 was seen as an age of reason. Basically, this means it was when a child was thought capable of understanding basic moral and intellectual concepts. At this stage, many children began more formal education or training suited to their station. For children of relatively well-off or scholarly families, primarily boys, this might mean going to school. In the High Middle Ages, schools were typically attached to cathedrals, monasteries, or collegiate churches. The main purpose was to educate future clergymen, but they often admitted other local boys as well. A boy of 7 to 10 might be sent to the cathedral school in a nearby town to learn Latin grammar or logic, with a bit of basic math and music. Essentially, the medieval curriculum of the trivium. Taught by a strict master, who, by the way, was usually a cleric, some kind of a clergy or churchman, the pupils sat on benches and chanted Latin declensions, learned to read and write on wax tablets, and memorized prayers and passages of scripture. Classes began at sunrise and could last for several hours a day. Discipline was famously strict in these Latin schools. The schoolmaster's rod or birch was always close at hand, and if a boy made errors in his recitation or was caught daydreaming, he risked a sharp rap on the knuckles, or perhaps even a worse beating, depending on how the teacher's mood was at the day. One English schoolboy in the 1100s scribbled a marginal note complaining, quote, "The birch is the worst. It causes pain beyond all measure." Well, you better start paying attention then, kid. No, I'm just kidding. Well, the fear of a whipping would certainly keep many a student focused on his lessons, that's for sure. But not all education took place in formal schools. Noble children often received private tutoring at home. A noble boy might be taught to read and do basic sums by a household chaplain, or perhaps an educated relative. Once again, certification was a little bit fast and loose. Now, noble girls, too, were sometimes given a literary education. There are cases of aristocratic women in the 12th and 13th centuries who could read and write Latin, all thanks to tutors, or perhaps a stint in a convent school. But more commonly, a noble girl was taught practical and ornamental skills. Things like how to keep accounts, play an instrument, embroider, manage servants, and of course, perhaps the most important is to speak with courtly manners. This education was meant to prepare her to be the lady of a castle, or the lady-in-waiting at a royal court. Basically, turn her into the most pleasant of that medieval ideals, whether she likes it or not. Watch my video on medieval princesses and their miserable lives. It might break a few stereotypes. For the majority of medieval children, those of peasant, merchant, or artisanal families, apprenticeship or on-the-job training was the true path to adulthood. Starting in early adolescence, often around 12 to 14, children began to learn a trade or an occupation. A village boy would learn farming by working the fields with his father from the time he was strong enough to swing a scythe or drive a plow team. A craftsman's son in a town might be formally apprenticed to a master in the guild. For example, a 13-year-old in London could be apprenticed to a blacksmith or a baker by a legal contract. He would move into the master's household, and for a term of 7 to 10 years he would be trained in the trade. The apprentice started with the menial chores, sweeping up the shop, fetching water, tending the fire. He would spend long hours in observance of the master and journeyman at work. Gradually, the master would teach him to handle the tools and carry out simple tasks. Over several years of practice, the apprentice would progress to more complex aspects of his craft. In any case, by the end of his term, this once unskilled boy would be a competent young craftsman, ready to head out into the world and make a living, often as a journeyman, working for wages until he could afford to set up his own shop. That is, if that day ever comes. So life as an apprentice, that was not easy. The hours were long, and a strict master might feed and clothe the apprentice only to a modest extent. But an apprentice also became part of the master's household, eating at the family table, and sometimes playing with the master's children. And many masters took seriously their duty to train and look after their young charges. City governments and guilds set rules to prevent abuse, such as forbidding a master from maiming an apprentice or failing to teach them properly. For the apprentice, this system was certainly a gateway to opportunity. After those tough years of learning, he could emerge with a valued skill. He might even join the guild as a full member. It really depends on how far he wanted to go. But let's not leave the girls out. They underwent training too. The peasant girl learned all the skills of housewifery by helping her mother. By her early teens, she could bake bread in the oven, brew ale, spin wool, weave cloth, sew and mend clothing, milk the goats or cows, and even tend the garden. Now, it might not be a blacksmith or a stonemason or a merchant, but these are extremely important jobs. The entirety of society falls down without them. In towns, daughters of artisans might be apprenticed in female-dominated trades like brewing, spinning, or midwifery, or they simply learned the family trade informally. There's even records of girls apprenticed to seamstresses or silk weavers, and of merchants' daughters apprenticed to learn shopkeeping skills. Many urban girls were sent into domestic service in a richer household during their teens. While working as a maid, a girl would learn cooking, fine sewing, and household management under the lady of the house. Effectively, an apprenticeship in running a grand household. By the time she got married, often in her late teens or early 20s, she would be equipped with all the skills to manage her own home. Now, as for the noble children, adolescence brought fosterage and advanced training. Noble boys around the age of 7 were typically sent to serve in another lord's household, often that of their father's overlord or a family ally. Perhaps they could begin training for knighthood. As a page, the boy learned courtly manners and attended the lord and lady at meals, while also practicing swordplay, riding, and hunting alongside the lord's knights. This fosterage system built networks of loyalty among the noble families. A young page might spend years away from his parents, growing up under the tutelage of another lord who would later turn him into a knight. Of course, not all pages and squires got to that point, but that was the ideal. In any case, at the age of 14, the page would become a squire, directly assisting a knight. What kind of help? Basically carrying his shield, tending his horse, continuing to hone martial skills. And if he proved himself, around the age of 21, the young man would be ceremoniously dubbed a knight in a church, marking his entry into full adult noble status. That being said, some knights were knighted earlier for some kind of act of bravery or stunning merit, and some squires were never knighted at all, just becoming esquires. Now, noble girls often were married off or sent to convents in their teens, but those who remained at court also had fosterage. It was common for a noble girl to serve as a lady-in-waiting in a great household, learning etiquette, music, dance, the arts of conversation and hospitality from an experienced noblewoman. And then there was the church. That was the other route for some youths, the entry into religious life. A number of boys and girls in the Middle Ages were dedicated to God's service as children. Some joined monastery or convent schools as adolescents, deciding to take their vows when they came of age. A few were offered as child oblates, given to a monastery at a very young age to be raised as monks or nuns. For example, the famed abbess Hildegard of Bingen was handed over to a convent when she was about 8 years old, to grow up in the cloister. Such early oblation became less common after the 13th century. The church sets stricter age limits for taking vows, that is. But in the High Middle Ages it still occurred. But generally, those entering the church did so around puberty or later. And of course, they couldn't come empty-handed. They have to have some basic education. They didn't just let anyone in. This isn't a Dickens novel. Or many future priests and clerics got their schooling as choir boys or acolytes, living in a cathedral school from about the age of 10 onward. And then, if inclined, choosing the clerical life in their later teens. Now, of course, we've mentioned different circumstances. Of course, childhood can dramatically vary by social class. Not much has really changed with that. But consider the gap between a peasant child versus a noble child. A peasant boy in a small village might grow up in a one-room thatched hut, sleeping on a sack of straw, shared with a few siblings. He owned only a couple of rough wool tunics, and he often could be seen walking around barefoot. From an early age he was expected to help with the chores, chasing birds from the crops, gathering kindling, herding geese around. His toys were improvised. A stick became his sword, a scrap of cloth, a doll. Pebbles served for a game, and they'd be creative and make something up. By his early teens, a peasant boy would work long days in the fields alongside the adults. A peasant girl, likewise, spent her childhood at her mother's side. She'd knead the bread, spin the wool, and of course, mind the younger siblings. She might snatch a few moments to play house with friends using makeshift dolls and dishes, but by 12 or 13, she was essentially an extra housekeeper. Many peasant girls married by their late teens, so they had to learn early how to run a household. Now, in contrast, there's the other side. A noble child's upbringing was cushioned by wealth and governed by strict expectations. A young lord or lady lived in a castle or a manor, surrounded by servants. A noble infant slept in an ornate cradle and wore fine clothes. As a noble boy grew, he was also taught to ride a pony and wield a wooden sword, almost as soon as he could walk. Around the age of 7, he might be sent to another lord's household to serve as a page, beginning training in courtly manners and knightly skills. It was there that he learned polite comportment, a bit of reading and Latin, and the arts of war, albeit in miniature, jousting on hobby horses, mock swordplay with wooden weapons, things like this. A noble girl stayed closer to her mother or a lady tutor. She was taught to be accomplished and ladylike, learning manners, music, needlework, perhaps enough reading and writing to manage accounts or read devotional books, but nothing too special. By her mid-teens, a noble girl was expected to run a large household with quite a bit of capability. Unlike peasant children, the nobles did not have to go out to the fields and do manual labor, but they had their own problems. Their lives were tightly controlled. Marriages for noble offspring were often arranged early, and they were done so out of political or financial gain. A noble daughter might be betrothed at the age of 12 and married soon after to cement some kind of family alliance. Well, despite the gulf between the rich and poor, children of every class shared some common experiences. All children, whether born in a mud-floored hut or a stone castle, were vulnerable to illness and accident. All were disciplined by their elders and taught the basic virtues prized by their society. And all found ways to play, and even survive amid these hard circumstances. A peasant boy kicking a rag ball and a prince playing at jousting both experienced the joys of the make-believe, just in their own way. And yes, in their own ways, medieval families across the social spectrum sought to protect and prepare their children, the very different life that awaited them as adults. Well, of course, like with pretty much all medieval people, religion was central, rich or poor. From their earliest days, children went to church with their families. They learned the basic prayers, and they grew up surrounded by Christian ritual and stories. At around 7 years old, the age the church considered a child capable of moral understanding, boys and girls were expected to make their first confession and receive their first communion, marking their true initiation into full participation in Christian religious life. Children were also participants in many popular religious festivities. For example, across Europe in the Middle Ages, there was a beloved tradition called the boy bishop, which allowed the child to symbolically take on the role of a high church official for a short time. On the Feast of the Holy Innocents, it is Childemus, December 28th, which commemorated the children killed by King Herod in the Bible, cathedral and monastery schools would suspend normal order, and they'd let the young ones take charge. They elected one of the choir boys, usually a boy of around 10 to 12, to serve as the bishop for the day. Adorned in a little bishop's robe, This boy bishop, with appropriate adult supervision, carried out many of these ceremonial duties of a real bishop, except celebrating Mass, of course. He led processions, presided at the chanting of the Vespers, gave blessings, and even delivered a sermon, pre-written for him by an adult. The real clergy stood aside and watched with a mix of pride and amusement as the child enacted the role of spiritual leader. Even when King Edward I of England once invited a boy bishop to sing Vespers in his chapel as part of the celebration. Now, this is quite a charming reversal of roles, I think. I think it reminds everyone of Christ's words too. Unless you become as little children, you shall not enter the kingdom of heaven. Well, at the same time, Holy Innocents' Day carried a somber undertone, recalling the murdered children of Bethlehem. Medieval people mixed play and piety in ways that can seem a little bit strange to us. But in England, it became customary for parents to lightly whip their children out of bed on the morning of Innocents' Day, but don't get me wrong, not in anger, more of a ritual reenactment of Herod's cruelty, meant to impress on the young the gravity of the feast. The token whipping was more symbolic than it was painful, but it certainly must have left some kind of an impression. Throughout the year, the Church honored children in various ways. St. Nicholas, the patron saint of children, was celebrated on the 6th of December. Medieval legends of St. Nicholas, such as his miraculous rescue of 3 schoolboys from murder, or his secret gift-giving to save poor children, made him a favorite figure. By the late Middle Ages, some communities had begun to give small gifts or sweets to children on St. Nicholas' Day, a practice that would much later evolve into modern Christmas gift-giving. Now, more routinely, children were involved in everyday religious life. They attended Mass and Saints' Day festivals. They joined family prayers at home. And many boys would serve as altar attendants or choir singers in church. The Church taught that children were born with original sin, yet were also examples of purity and faith. Now, this attitude comes through in the way of medieval art and literature, often idealizing the Holy Child of Jesus Christ and the innocence of the holy innocents or child saints. In a 14th century English lullaby, for instance, the Virgin Mary is imagined as singing lovingly to a baby Jesus, "Lullaby, my child, and be still." Images like that of the Christ child and his mother were extremely popular. They must have somehow resonated with the daily experience of parents comforting their little ones. So all in all, religion offers medieval children not only moral guidance and community, but also these moments of brevity, joy, and recognition. From carrying candles in a Candlemas procession, to dressing up as bishops in a December carnival, to receiving occasional holy day treats, children were woven into the fabric of medieval Christian life. The church, the local lords, and the guilds also stepped in to care for orphans and foundlings, seeing it as a Christian duty to protect the innocent. Thus, you can see faith as providing both an imaginative world of stories and saints that enrich childhood, and also as a social safety net, however rudimentary that was, but still one that sought to shield the young and the vulnerable. Well, it can't protect you forever, though, despite the care and the love surrounding medieval children. The reality is that hardships could strike at any time. Disease was the constant shadow. Common childhood illnesses like fever, diarrhea, measles, or smallpox often proved to be fatal in that age before effective medicine. When plague or famine struck, children were among the most vulnerable, and they often died in great numbers. Sometimes they even lost their entire families. The infamous Black Death of the 14th century, for example, carried off untold numbers of children, along with adults, leaving many of the surviving orphans behind. Medieval parents lived with the fear that an illness could suddenly snatch away their beloved child. But they had ways to respond, in the ways that they understood. They'd pray for divine intervention, invoking saints known to protect children like St. Margaret or St. Nicholas, and they'd use whatever home remedies that they knew. Nonetheless, childhood was perilous, and almost every family experienced the heartbreak of losing a child. Medieval children also faced external hardships of their era. War and violence sometimes swept through, and the young would get impacted by that too. During periods of conflicts like the Crusades or local feuds, children might be killed or captured along with adults, or they were forced to flee their homes. In cities under siege, hunger and disease affected children severely. Even during peacetime, accidents could be fatal due to lack of advanced medical care. A broken bone or a deep cut could lead to a deadly infection. In fact, we find gravestones and records for children who died by drowning, falls from high places, being kicked by horses, or other tragic mishaps. Give you a little example, there's one from the 13th century, the French accounts. It notes a group of overzealous young boys who took part in a popular religious movement, the so-called Children's Crusade of 1212, and decided to pack their things and march off unsupervised toward the Holy Land. Well, guess what? Most of them never returned home. They either starved to death, got ill, or they suffered exploitation. Events like that show how vulnerable medieval youth could be. Still quite a turbulent world. Yet, even in the face of these trials, medieval children and their families showed their own kinds of resilience. Communities rallied around their young in times of need. If a child was orphaned, typically relatives or godparents would take the child in. And then there were the guilds. They sometimes provided for the children of deceased members. And some cities established foundling hospitals or church-run orphanages, like the famous Hospital of the Innocents in Florence in the 15th century. Perhaps a time for a video for a different time. Basically, they would care for abandoned babies at this place. Neighbors often stepped up as well. That concept that it takes a village to raise a child truly applied in medieval villages and urban parishes. For instance, court records from medieval England describe how villagers would contribute food and clothing to an orphan child's upkeep, or how a town council arranged apprenticeships for poor boys and girls to give them a livelihood. Now, these efforts were, quite limited by modern standards, but they do show that medieval society didn't simply shrug at the fate of a child who had no one to care for them. There was a sense of communal responsibility. It all comes back to Christian charity, yes, but also just practical necessity, that necessity to protect and guide all youngsters as far as possible. A medieval queen being dragged to her death by wild horses in front of a jeering army. A princess conducting secret love affairs in the tower, only to see her lovers gruesomely executed and her reputation destroyed. A renowned scholar in Paris, castrated in his sleep as vengeance for a forbidden romance with his brilliant student. Now those certainly sound like scandals. I'm sure you'll agree. Today we're going to talk about the scandals of medieval France. Now, we already talked about the scandals of medieval England, so why not go across to the mainland? It's only a short boat trip anyway. Thank you for joining me today. First, I'll just say thank you to everyone supporting on the Patreon, YouTube memberships, the merch store, and the occasional donation, keeping the entire channel ad-free. Thank you. And if you can't do that, then just give us a like, comment, and subscribe. Anyway, all that being said, let's get straight into it. We start off really early in the medieval period, that is. In the tumultuous 6th century, as the Frankish kingdoms were fighting for dominance, there were two formidable women who became the center of one of history's bloodiest royal feuds. Brunhild, also spelled Brunhilde, was a Visigothic princess who married King Sigbert of Austrasia, while Fredegund was a former palace servant who rose to become the wife of King Chilperic of Neustria. These two queens could not have come from more different backgrounds. You see, one was high-born and quite educated. The other was low-born, but fiercely ambitious. The spark of rivalry was a heinous act of murder. Chilperic had initially been captivated by Fredegund, one of his servants, but under pressure to match his brother Sigbert's prestigious marriage, Chilperic took Brunhild's sister, Queen Galswintha, as his wife. Now, Galswintha, however, was soon strangled in her bed under mysterious circumstances. And, well, we don't have any proof, but people generally don't strangle themselves in their sleep, don't they? Gregory of Tours, a contemporary bishop and chronicler, bluntly alleges that Chilperic ordered her to be strangled by a slave in order to remove her and elevate Fredegund as his new queen. So, lo and behold, how convenient. Just days after Galswintha's death, Chilperic did indeed marry Fredegund. No time for mourning, it all looks a little bit suspicious. But really a blatant injustice. You see, it was obvious that the king was complicit in killing his own wife. And this outraged Brunhild and ignited a vendetta between the families. Brunhild convinced her sister Sigbert to avenge her sister. A brutal civil war erupted among the Frankish brothers. Sigbert initially prevailed, defeating Chilperic's forces in battle. But as Sigbert celebrated victory, Fredegund struck from the shadows. She dispatched assassins, who infiltrated Sigbert's camp in 575, reportedly armed with poisoned daggers hidden as eating utensils. At a triumphant feast, the men suddenly stabbed King Sigbert with their toxic blades, killing him and abruptly reversing Brunhild's fortunes. The young Brunhild was captured and imprisoned by her hated rival. Yet she proved as resourceful as ever, and as ruthless as ever. Brunhild escaped her captivity, married another member of the Frankish royal family to regain power, and continued to rally supporters against Fredegund and Chilperic. For decades, the feud raged on, marked by plots, shifting alliances, and spectacular acts of treachery. Fredegund gained a dark reputation in the chronicles for her cruelty and political cunning. It was said that she did not hesitate to bribe nobles or eliminate anyone in her way. Gregory of Tours recounts how Chilperic at times feared his own wife's wrath. Once a petitioner begged the king for mercy, Chilperic replied, "Well, I better ask my wife first." Oh dear. And Fredegund promptly had the man executed, so no luck there. She reputedly devised inventive tortures for those who crossed her, such as ordering the hands of failed assassins to be cut off, or having servants burned alive for disobedience. Under her influence, Neustria's court became synonymous with intrigue and bloodshed. Now, Brunhild, for her part, she was no passive victim. There's no good guy, bad guy in this story. She governed Austrasia as a regent for her young sons and grandsons, showing administrative talent and a thirst for revenge. At times, Brunhild and Fredegund even forged brief truces when it was politically expedient. Well, but the animosity always resurfaced after a while, so, old habits die hard. Each woman saw the other as responsible for destroying her happiness and her family. Chroniclers, writing in an era when powerful women were often scapegoated as the causes of strife, alternately vilified Fredegund as the embodiment of evil and admired Brunhild for her regal determination, though Brunhild too could be ruthless, ordering murders for her enemies as well. Their personal conflict had enormous political consequence. It fueled wars between kingdoms, caused the death of kings and princes, and destabilized the Frankish realm. And then, the crescendo. It reached a climax in the early 7th century, years after Fredegund had died of natural causes. Brunhild, by then a grandmother around 70 years old, was still attempting to maintain power in Austrasia. Excuse me. In 613, Fredegund's son, King Clothar II of Neustria, finally defeated Brunhild in battle. What followed was one of the most ghastly punishments ever recorded for a royal captive, an execution clearly intended to erase Brunhild's legacy through maximum humiliation. After accusing her of causing the deaths of multiple Frankish kings, including perhaps 10 members of his family during the long feud, Clothar II had Queen Brunhild tortured for 3 days. Thus, in a spectacle that shocked even that violent age, the elderly Brunhild was bound by her arms and hair and legs to wild horses, which were driven in different directions. The once proud queen was literally torn apart limb from limb. Her mutilated remains were then burned to ashes, as if to leave no trace of her. A gruesome end to Brunhild, certainly. Not just an act of personal revenge by Clothar, but a public statement. It symbolized the definitive triumph of Fredegund's bloodline and the reunification of the Frankish kingdom under Clothar's rule. But it also served as a dire warning to anyone who would challenge the new king. Medieval writers described Brunhild's execution with a mix of horror and moralizing, as if to say that even a queen was not immune to judgment for the blood she had shed, at least in their eyes. The feud of Brunhild and Fredegund stands thus as an archetypal medieval scandal. It's a mix of adultery, murder, and politics at the highest level. Certainly remembered for generations. Indeed, much later in France, these two queens would be compared to figures in tragic literature. Modern historians, passing a biased account of Gregory of Tours and others, know that both women were navigating a pretty brutal world, using their limited tools of power available to them. Nonetheless, the sensational nature of their story, the Game of Thrones without dragons, as it's sometimes called, certainly lives on in the medieval memory. Well, let's move on from that unfortunate affair to, well, another unfortunate affair. They're all pretty unfortunate today. It's a running theme. We move ahead now to the 9th century, jumping forward a couple hundred years, where we find a scandal in the Carolingian dynasty. That revolved not around murder or war, but rather a king's desperate attempt to get out of his marriage. It was King Lothar II of Lotharingia, region roughly encompassing modern Lorraine and parts of the Low Countries. He sought to divorce his wife, Queen Thiutberga, in order to marry his longtime mistress, Waldrada. Royal divorces were extremely rare and, publicly fraught in the Middle Ages, and Lothar's case became an infamous one for the shocking accusations he leveled against an innocent queen to achieve his aims. Yes, quite long before the days of Henry VIII and his unfounded accusations, there was Lothar. He married Thiutberga in 855, but it was all for political reasons. Their union produced no children either. Meanwhile, he had already fathered several children with Waldrada, whom he had a clear preference for. By 857, frustrated and anxious for a legitimate heir, Lothar decided to repudiate Thutberga. Since mere personal aversion or barrenness was not acceptable legal grounds for annulment, the king concocted a far more scandalous claim. He made an accusation that Queen Thutberga was incestuous, and he tacked on a few little sprinklings of moral depravity onto it as well. According to Lothar's charge, Thutberga had engaged in incestuous relationships with her own brother, and in an especially lurid twist that the siblings had committed, quote, unnatural acts in order to avoid compromising her virginity before marriage. Need I explain more? In any case, Lothar alleged that Thutberga had even become pregnant by her brother, and then resorted to witchcraft and abortion to destroy the evidence. These accusations were almost without precedent in their brazenness. No scandal like this ever before, especially publicly pointing the finger at a royal like that. And incest, that was considered to be one of the gravest of sins, a crime that tainted entire noble lineages. To accuse a reigning queen of such behavior was to invite outrage and give scandal to all Christendom. Now, unsurprisingly, Thutberga strenuously denied these charges. Despite being imprisoned and humiliated by her husband, she demanded the chance to prove her innocence through trial by ordeal, a common judicial practice of the time appealing to the judgment of God. In 858, a champion on Thutberga's behalf plunged his arm into boiling water, and miraculously it emerged with minimal injury, which was taken as a divine sign, clearing the queen's name. It's certainly a bold gamble, but you notice that Thutberga wasn't sticking her own arm into there. Champion indeed. By the verdict of the ordeal, Thutberga was declared innocent of the incest and sorcery charges. Congratulations. End of story, right? Not quite. You would think that that would be enough to end the matter. But there was somebody you forgot to ask, and that is the very unsatisfied and not so easily deterred King Lothar. Frustrated by the outcome, he essentially kept Thutberga under house arrest until she felt compelled to confess to the sins that she had not committed. Under duress, and perhaps fearing for her life, the queen eventually made a false confession that some of Lothar's accusations were indeed true. Armed with this coerced admission, Lothar convened a council of hand-picked Lotharingian bishops in 860, and he had them annul the marriage. They divorced, the king and queen, declaring Thutberga unfit, although notably even these bishops balked at allowing Lothar to marry Waldrada, his mistress, without approval from higher authority. The scandal quickly escalated beyond Lothar's own realm. The case was appealed to the Pope in Rome, since the dissolution of a royal marriage touched on the laws of the Church. Pope Nicholas I, an assertive pope known for upholding ecclesiastical authority, took quite a keen interest. Outraged by what he saw as a travesty of justice, Nicholas invalidated the local council's decision, and he actually sided with Queen Thutberga. In letters dripping with moral indignation, he castigated the bishops who had supported Lothar, reminding them in no uncertain terms that Thutberga's ordeal proved her innocence and that a coerced confession was completely worthless. The Pope saw in Lothar's actions not only a personal sin, i.e. adultery with Waldrada, but a dangerous challenge to the sanctity of marriage, not to mention the authority of the Church over said marriage. Under intense papal pressure, Lothar had no choice but to grudgingly take Queen Thutberga back, and he did so in 865, restoring her as his lawful wife and queen. Imagine the atmosphere at that breakfast table. This public rehabilitation of Thutberga was a triumph for Nicholas I and canon law. But it certainly didn't fix the marriage. That was a bitter shell. Lothar still had no heir from Thutberga, and continued to resent the situation. In a final twist of fate, the king's schemes came to naught. Lothar fell ill and died at age 30 in 869, still married to Thutberga, and without a legitimate son. His beloved Waldrada never became queen, and his realm was carved up by rival Carolingian relatives after his death. Now, the scandal of the divorce had repercussions far beyond the individuals involved. It set a precedent for the principle that even kings must bow to church law in matrimonial matters. The spectacle of a king publicly accused of vile falsehoods and humbled by a pope's intervention was quite astonishing. Medieval commentators saw the sudden death of Lothar, which occurred while he was returning from a journey to Italy, possibly seeking papal approval, as a sign of divine judgment on his attempt to pervert justice. Now, as for Thutberga, though a pawn in these events, she emerged with her honor fully restored. But you can certainly imagine it was quite a stressful situation. But just before we go, do spare a little bit of a thought for Lothar. After all, he was always in love with Waldrada. They never got there happily ever after. Like many other royals, he was shoehorned into a marriage that he never wanted, something just out of political expediency. Thutberga probably never wanted it either. And of course, there are no refusals. There are no divorces. Tried to do his best to get things annulled, but backed into a corner. Desperate situations are made. No, not saying that Lothar is a victim in all this. But, well, love makes fools of all of us, doesn't it? Anyway, moving on. Next up, we have one of the most poignant scandals of medieval France, which isn't about kings or battles at all, actually about love and learning. It's in the early 12th century. A renowned philosopher and theologian named Peter Abelard fell in love with his pupil Eloise, and their tragic romance became the talk of all Europe. This affair shocked the academic and religious communities of the time, not only because of its illicit nature, but also because Abelard himself chronicled it in searing detail, ensuring that future generations would know of their joy and suffering. Abelard was in his 30s, a brilliant but somewhat vainglorious teacher at the Cathedral School of Paris, which is, by the way, the nascent University of Paris. And Eloise was likely still a teenager, exceptionally well-educated and the niece of a canon named Fulbert. Abelard became Heloise's private tutor around 1115, and soon what was once an intellectual collaboration blossomed into a secret but passionate relationship. By Abelard's own account, in his autobiographical letter known as the Historia Calamitatum, or Story of My Misfortunes, the two lovers would steal moments together whenever they could, exchange letters, and, when Fulbert was away, enjoying intimate nights in the canon's own house. Their affair was as intense as it was clandestine. Eloise became pregnant, and Abelard spirited her away to his family in Brittany, where she gave birth to a son. In a fanciful nod to their scholarly lives, they named the boy Astrolabe, after the astronomical instrument, a detail that shows how bookish the couple was. To appease Eloise's angry uncle and save her reputation, Abelard proposed a marriage, but Eloise herself was quite reluctant. She famously argued against marrying Abelard, saying that a secret marriage would harm his career as a church scholar, and that pure love should be enough for them. Nevertheless, Abelard was old-fashioned, as he insisted, and the two were wed in a private ceremony. But that doesn't mean that they were coming out to fanfare. They kept the marriage hidden, with Eloise even denying that it even happened when she was confronted in order to protect Abelard's position, since a high cleric marrying could be seen as a scandalous or impede his advancement. Fulbert, however, eventually learned that a marriage had taken place, and he was not impressed. Feeling that Abelard was trying to squirrel Eloise away and perhaps suspecting he might cast her aside, the uncle grew enraged. In a brutal act of revenge, Fulbert and some accomplices took matters into their own hands. One night they broke into Abelard's chambers as he slept, and they attacked him. Abelard awoke to the most nightmarish of fates. The intruders had castrated him. That ought to wake you up. A literal and symbolic destruction of his manhood in his relationship with Eloise. The news of this vicious assault spread quickly among scholars and clergy. To many it was a horrifyingly literal retribution for Abelard's transgression of seducing a young woman under his tutelage. Abelard himself, once so proud and charismatic, was all of a sudden not so talkative. In the aftermath he retreated from the world and became a monk at the Abbey of St. Denis, while Eloise, heartbroken and at Abelard's urging, took vows as a nun at the convent of Argenteuil. But the story does not quite end at their separation. Years later, Abelard and Eloise began a correspondence by letters that are now famous for their depth of feeling and philosophical insight. In these letters, we see Eloise candidly expressing her undying love and anguish, confessing that she still cherished the passion for Abelard even under the habit of her nunnery. Abelard, now a monk and a teacher of theology, responds with a mix of affection, spiritual counsel, and at times defensive rationalization of their past. Through this correspondence, medieval readers were privy to an intimate emotional drama, a brilliant woman articulating love and pain, and a brilliant man torn between his religious duty and the love of his woman. It was rare in the Middle Ages to glimpse such personal reflections on a scandalous affair, and rarer still from the pens of the very people involved. The Abelard and Eloise scandal had a double edge. On one hand, it was the tale of illicit love punished by cruel violence, which moralists of the day cited as a cautionary tale against lust and the breach of clerical celibacy. But on the other hand, many who read Abelard's account and letters cannot help but sympathize with the lovers, and I'm among them. Eloise's eloquence and Abelard's remorse render them very human, and it's really hard to not be on their side. It transcends any dry condemnations of church law. And well, I don't know about you, but I wouldn't be letting the church tell me what to do. In any case, over time, their story became legendary. It's seen as one of those great tragic love stories of Western history. It's almost like a French Romeo and Juliet. It's got the same age differences as well. Anyway, medieval students in Paris supposedly wept at Eloise's letters. Centuries later, their supposed tomb in Paris at Père Lachaise Cemetery is visited by those who are inspired by their romance. And academically, Abelard continued to be influential as a philosopher, but he considered his personal tragedy a divine lesson in humility. Some lessons very hard-learned. And this one could have had a bit of a different syllabus. Poor old Abelard. Half the man he used to be. Well, let's move on. We're still in the late 11th century, where a scandal erupted that entangled the French crown with the church in a very public showdown. We got King Philip I of France, reigning from 1060 to 1108, who fell in love with a woman, Bertrada of Montfort. Problem was, she was already married, and in pursuing her, he earned the wrath of medieval Christendom. Philip I was initially wed to Queen Bertha of Holland, with whom he has several children with as well, including his heir. But in 1092, after nearly 20 years of marriage, Philip had that little itch in the back of his mind, and he repudiated Bertha. Poor old Bertha was put aside. The reason soon became pretty clear. The king had become infatuated with Bertrada de Montfort, a feisty noblewoman who also happened to be the wife of Fulk IV, the Count of Anjou. By all accounts, Philip's passion for Bertrada was overwhelming and heedless of propriety. He arranged for Bertrada to leave her husband, essentially an illicit elopement, and took her as his own consort. Some chronicles imply Bertrada was abducted. Others suggest she went willingly. In either case, by 1092, Philip was living with Bertrada as if she were the queen, despite the glaring fact that both he and she were already bound by Christian marriage vows to other people. Kind of a big deal back then. So, this blatant act of bigamy and adultery was a grave scandal. Unlike some earlier Frankish kings, who might have kept multiple partners informally, Philip tried to legitimize his relationship with Bertrada, insisting on treating her as a queen. Churchill authorities were, once again, not impressed. Adultery was a sin for any Christian, and bigamy, essentially 2 simultaneous marriages, well, that was like adultery, but double. Absolutely forbidden. Moreover, Philip's behavior threatened political alliances. It enraged the Count of Anjou, for one. He wasn't impressed either. No wonder. And it also flouted the church's role in sanctioning marriages. I mean, what's the point in them sanctioning marriages if people are just going to run off on their wives and husbands anyway? You can see how this is a huge mess. Throughout the 1090s, a series of church councils and synods condemned Philip's union with Bertrada and demanded that they immediately separate. Philip was not keen. He resisted stubbornly, refusing to give it up. In 1095, Pope Urban II, the same pope who would shortly call the First Crusade, by the way, bit of trivia for you, took the dramatic step of excommunicating King Philip I of France. Now, this meant that Philip was cut off from communion with the church, unable to participate in the sacraments, and, well, theoretically his subjects could consider themselves absolved of loyalty to him until he repented and got back in the good books of the Pope. Urban II even renewed this excommunication in the Council of Clermont in late 1095. Yes, that is the very council famous for launching the crusade. They had a few other things on the agenda, pointedly barring Philip from taking part in that holy endeavor due to his sin. It was a pretty shocking moment. The King of France, publicly denounced for marital sin in front of Europe's leading prelates, and declared unfit to lead Christian knights to Jerusalem, the biggest party of the year, and Philip was not invited. For years the stalemate endured. Philip continued living with Bertrada, while the ban of excommunication was still hanging over him. Contemporary chroniclers like Odoric Vitalis paint Bertrada as a clever and manipulative figure behind the scenes, a kind of Lady Macbeth of her age. Orderic even alleges that Bertrada dabbled in sorcery and at one point tried to assassinate Philip's son, the future Louis VI, to advance her own children's prospects for the throne. Well, those claims might be a little bit exaggerated by hostile churchmen, but they certainly show how negatively many viewed the king's illicit partner. Bertrada was seen as a temptress who had led a once pious king down a dark path. And we all know when you go down a dark path, you get to a dark place. Ultimately, Philip grew weary of being outcast from the church. In 1104, after long negotiations and likely under pressure from other nobles and bishops, Philip agreed to a form of public penance. He announced he would separate from Bertrada, at least officially, and restore good relations with the church. He performed the required penitent rituals, and the excommunication was lifted. But in reality, it appears that Philip and Bertrada did not entirely sever their personal relationship. They still had children together, and were often in each other's company. But they made a show of conforming to the church's demands. Bertrada herself accompanied Philip in the subsequent years in court life, though without an official title. When Philip died in 1108, succeeded by his son Louis VI, who was Bertha's son, Bertrada's influence began to wane. She eventually retired to a convent, which was a customary refuge for widows and fallen women alike, as they called them, and she died some years later, still in the habit. The scandal of Philip and Bertrada demonstrated a few important things about medieval France. It showed that even a king at the height of feudal power could be taken to task by the papacy and local church councils for flouting Christian morality. You got to remember, this was an era when the church was asserting its moral authority, and the spectacle of France's king being excommunicated was a clear victory for ecclesiastical influence. Furthermore, the incident likely prevented Philip from taking part in the First Crusade, which that might have altered history. Had he gone, as it was, his absence meant leadership of the crusade fell to other nobles. Domestically, while Philip faced embarrassment, the Capetian dynasty endured the crisis. Louis VI, once he took the throne, worked to rehabilitate royal piety and distance the crown from his dad's scandal. But it's hard to forget. In any case, it seems to humanize the king a bit, reveals him as a normal man with normal faults. But it showed how public and consequential private sins could become. In fact, there was one medieval writer who noted that Philip was, quote, so in love with that woman that he refused to part from her even under the threat of eternal damnation. And well, that sounds pretty romantic to me. Alright, so next one brings us to the 1190s and involves King Philip II Augustus of France. Pretty shrewd ruler, known for expanding his royal power, but he created a scandal that confused his contemporaries and also led to a direct confrontation with the papacy. The issue was his marriage to Ingeborg of Denmark, a young princess whom Philip married for a political alliance, but almost immediately rejected. The ensuing saga of repudiation, false accusations, and papal wrath became quite the scandal. It all began on the wedding day in 1193. Philip had been widowed from his beloved first wife, and with only one male heir, he sought a new bride. Ingeborg of Denmark, who was about 17 years old, was chosen as the best one for royal lineage and the strategic alliance her brother to the Danish king offered. They were married in a grand ceremony at Amiens. But astonishingly, the very next day, Philip began insisting that something was terribly wrong. He claimed that he found Ingeborg so repugnant, or some aspect of the marriage was so unsettling, that he just couldn't continue as her husband. Medieval sources are unclear on what triggered this extreme reaction. Later rumors suggest that Philip experienced a sudden personal aversion or even impotence, perhaps leading to him believing that he was under a spell. Look, whatever happened, within hours of the wedding, Philip basically had ice blocks for feet. He tried to send Ingeborg straight back to Denmark. However, Ingeborg was not going to be cast aside so easily. The deal was done. The contracts all signed up. You can't get out of a marriage that quickly. She had been crowned Queen of France at her wedding, and she asserted her right to remain as a queen. Bewildered and distressed, she took sanctuary in a convent for a time and wrote to the Pope, then Pope Celestine III, pleading for help. Philip convened an assembly of French clergy at Compiègne in 1193 to annul the marriage. That was Compiègne. He claimed that he and Ingeborg were too closely related, within forbidden degrees of kinship. Another dubious assertion, since any distant kinship had been known and waived earlier. In fact, Philip's advisers went so far as to fabricate a family tree to show non-existent blood relations. The compliant council declared the marriage null. But when this verdict was delivered to Queen Ingeborg, she reportedly cried out, "Roma, Roma," indicating that she would go straight to the papal court. Basically the medieval equivalent of being dragged into the principal's office. Well, thus began a ecclesiastical battle. Messy divorces, this kind of thing. The new pope, Innocent III, elected in 1198, was a formidable figure, determined to uphold church law. He reviewed the case and found Philip's grounds for annulment pretty shaky. Not only was the kinship claim false, but witnesses attested that the marriage had indeed been consummated. I don't know how much they witnessed, but Ingeborg insisted it had, countering Philip's later claim of non-consummation. Innocent II cancelled the French council's annulment and ordered Philip to restore Ingeborg as his lawful wife and queen. Philip, however, had already moved on. Literally. In 1196 he had quietly married another woman, Agnes of Merania, a princess from the Holy Roman Empire, and had 2 children with her. Now this was blatant bigamy, since in the church's eyes, he was still wed to Ingeborg. Faced with Philip's disobedience, Pope Innocent used one of the medieval church's most powerful weapons. In 1200 he placed France under interdict. Now, what is that? Basically, under an interdict, priests in France were forbidden from performing most sacraments and church services. No public masses, no weddings, only emergency baptisms and last rites. Well, essentially, the spiritual life of the kingdom had ground to a halt. This drastic measure aimed to pressure the French king by stirring his barons and common people into discontent. And guess what? It worked. Philip's nobles and advisers urged him to relent. France, they argued, could not endure being treated as a pariah among the Christian nations, nor could the devout populace stand to be cut off from the rights of the church. So reluctantly, Philip II yielded to the Pope's demand. He sent Agnes of Merania away from the court, and tragically she died shortly after in 1201, reportedly quite heartbroken, and formally took Queen Ingeborg back. In 1200, the interdict was lifted after about 8 months of torment. However, although Philip conceded publicly, his personal feelings towards Ingeborg remained cold. For many years thereafter, he kept Ingeborg in a sort of dignified captivity. Well kept, but effectively isolated. He refused to live with her as husband. The Danish princess turned queen endured an incredibly lonely existence. She later wrote letters to the Pope describing herself as a, quote, discarded like a withered branch, and detailing the other details of her confinement. It was not until 1213, when political needs compelled Philip to reconcile more sincerely, including papal support against England, that Ingeborg was finally honoured at court again as queen. Now, the Ingeborg affair was a scandal on multiple levels, you see. People across Europe gossiped about the mysterious reason for Philip's aversion, some saying it must be witchcraft, others saying impotence or hidden illness. Diplomatically, Philip's treatment of a princess of Denmark risked a rift within that kingdom. But most significantly, it was a showdown between a king's marital autonomy and the authority of the church. Innocent III emerged victorious, affirming that no monarch could simply set aside a wife on flimsy ground. In any case, it all reinforced the sanctity of marriage in church law, and demonstrated the lengths to which the papacy would go to enforce its will. Few things were taken more seriously than the indissolubility of a valid marriage. For Philip II, otherwise one of France's greatest medieval kings, the scandal was a rare personal failure and humiliation. Chroniclers note the irony that such a politically savvy ruler could misjudge the situation so badly. Ingeborg, though silent in the historical record beyond her appeals, gained sympathy as a wronged but pious wife, and after Philip's death in 1223, she lived on quietly in France for a few more years. And, well, she never returned to Denmark. She was still respected as a model of patience and virtue. So in the early 14th century, one of the most powerful and respected organizations in Christendom was brought low by a scandalous persecution orchestrated largely by the French crown. And that's the Knights Templar. This is going to be one of the sadder ones, for me at least. They were a military religious order, famed for their role in the Crusades and for their vast wealth, and they were suddenly accused of hideous crimes and heresies. The trials and executions that followed rank among the most notorious injustices of the Middle Ages, often seen as a cynical move by King Philip IV, the Fair, as they called him, to eliminate his debts and neutralize a political threat. It all starts on Friday, October 13th of 1307, a date that has since fed superstition about Friday the 13th, before you comment. Anyway, King Philip's agents carried out a stunningly coordinated dawn arrest of every single Templar they could find in France. Perhaps several hundred knights, some sources say thousands, including lower-rank sergeants and clerics, were seized and thrown into dungeons. The Templars had headquartered their order in Paris and owned extensive lands and treasuries. As for Philip, who was cash-strapped from wars, he was long eyeing out these riches. Now, initially, the public and even the Pope were shocked. Why would these Christian warrior monks, regarded as heroes of the Holy Land, be rounded up like common criminals? Doesn't make sense. Well, the answer came in the form of lurid charges. Philip accused the Templars of widespread heresy and moral depravity. According to the indictments, the Templars, in their secret initiation rites, spat upon the cross, blasphemed Christ, worshipped idols, including a mysterious bearded head called Baphomet, and engaged in forbidden sexual acts, including sodomy, not to mention conspiring against the church itself. If you're going to make a list of medieval accusations, well, this one pretty much ticked off every box. If such allegations were true, would indeed be monstrous. But the manner in which confessions were obtained, well, that cast doubt on their veracity. The Templars were systematically tortured. I'm sure you're not too surprised. Royal inquisitors applied the rack, the strappado, starvation, and other torments until many knights just told them what they wanted to hear. Under extreme duress, Men said yes, they had denied Christ and insulted the crucifix in ceremonies, and yes, they had engaged in obscenities with each other's bodies, and yes, they had participated in bizarre rites of vice. These confessions were then cited as, quote, proof that the order of the temple was thoroughly corrupt and deeply heretical. Outside observers were understandably skeptical. In England and other countries where torture was used less, most Templars denied wrongdoing. But in France, Philip's campaign was relentless. Pope Clement V, a Frenchman himself, at first hesitated to believe the charges. But Philip bullied the Pope into compliance. Philip had significant influence, having effectively relocated the papacy to Avignon in southern France. So, under pressure, the Pope authorized a wider inquiry. Ultimately, at the Council of Vienne in 1312, Clement formally suppressed the Knights Templar, not definitively pronouncing them guilty, but abolishing the order completely, quote, for the good of the Church, to end the scandal and turmoil. But by then, the Templars' lands and assets in France had largely been confiscated by the Crown, or transferred to another order, i.e. the Knights Hospitaller. The once proud brotherhood crushed. The climax of this sordid affair came in March of 1314 in Paris. After years of imprisonment, the final Grand Master of the Templars, Jacques de Molay, and a few of his senior officers were to receive their sentences. A crowd gathered on the Ile de la Cite as a scaffold was erected near Notre Dame Cathedral. Expected to show public penitence, de Molay had been promised mercy, i.e. life in prison, if he acknowledged the order, supposed sins one final time. Instead, as papal legates read out the confessions, the aged Grand Master astonished everyone by retracting his earlier admissions. He proclaimed that the order was innocent, and that he had confessed only under torture to lies. Another high-ranking Templar, Geoffroy de Charnay, joined him in the defiant reversal. Now that's a dramatic twist, isn't it? In one moment, these men chose integrity and truth over their lives, effectively accusing King Philip and his ministers of a grievous injustice. Philip was infuriated, and perhaps he was fearful that this recantation would undermine the whole process. So he swiftly ordered de Molay and Charnay to be put to death as relapsed heretics. That evening, the two Templar leaders were led to a small island in the Seine and burned at the stake in public. Chroniclers say that as the flames rose around him, Jacques de Molay called out to heaven, affirming the innocence of the Templars and reportedly beseeching God to judge the guilty parties. According to later legend, which, well, it may be embellished, but it became widely believed, de Molay used his final breath to curse King Philip and Pope Clement, summoning them to face divine judgment within the year. And strikingly, rather conveniently for the legend, both Philip and Clement did die within a year of the execution, which many contemporaries found to be eerily fitting, even if they didn't literally credit a supernatural curse. But the destruction of the Knights Templar was a scandal that had lasting echoes. In the immediate sense, it showed the lengths to which Philip would go to consolidate power to fill his pockets. He had earlier debased coinage and expelled France's Jews to seize their assets, and now he had eliminated a wealthy order that dared to be just slightly outside of complete royal control. In any case, the whole thing was a trial without proper evidence, a scandal created out of paranoia, greed, well, perhaps a little bit of envy of power, too. The same Parisian crowd that watched old soldiers die in the flames likely pondered the strange fate within months that the capricious king had, who orchestrated himself, was struck down. Thus, in the minds of many, the end of the Templars became a cautionary tale, a reminder that even the mightiest can fall, and that falsehood and cruelty in high places will ultimately face a higher reckoning. But of course, that's not the complete end of the story. You'll have to watch our Knights Templar video if you want that. Okay, next one. This one brings us to the year 1314, where a scandal struck the heart of the French royal family, one so shocking it reverberated in the succession to the throne. This was the notorious Tour de Nesle affair, a tale of adultery among princesses and knights. It's almost like a medieval soap opera, except, well, the consequences were a bit more serious. King Philip IV, i.e. Philip the Fair, had 3 adult sons, each married to a high-born young woman. The princesses, Marguerite and Blanche of Burgundy, who were sisters, and Jeanne of Navarre, resided all at the royal court of Paris. They all resided at the royal court of Paris while their husbands awaited their turns to rule. In 1313, Philip's daughter Isabella, who was Queen of England, came to visit France. Isabella noticed something off. A pair of embroidered purses she had given as gifts to the sisters-in-law turned up in the possession of 2 Norman knights, brothers named Philippe and Gautier d'Aunay, who had served in the household of the princes. Now this was all a little bit suspicious, and, well, she began to think that there was perhaps some improper relations going on. Back in England, Isabella reportedly informed her dad that her brother's wives might be concocting love affairs in secret. Philip launched a quiet investigation that soon uncovered, or, as some historians believe, fabricated, still debated, evidence of adultery. The 2 Darnay knights were accused of being the lovers of Princess Margaret, wife of the king's eldest son, Louis, and Princess Blanche, wife of the 3rd son, Charles. The meetings had allegedly taken place at a guard tower in Paris, the Tour de Nesle, which gave the scandal its enduring name, of course. Jeanne of Navarre, married to the 2nd son, the future Philip V, was implicated as well, but mostly as having known about her sisters-in-law's misconduct, and perhaps exchanging secret notes, not as an active participant of adultery herself. Once confronted, things went south pretty quickly. The knights were arrested and put to torture. Under pain, they confessed to the adulterous liaisons and whatever other salacious details their interrogators demanded, including clandestine nighttime trysts facilitated by members of the household. Now, whether that was true or not, it didn't really matter. It seemed like it was just coerced. The reaction of King Philip was going to be unforgiving in any case. Adultery involving the wives of the royal heirs, it wasn't just a private sin. It was treasonous, because it cast doubt on the paternity of potential future kings, and this struck at the dynastic integrity of the monarchy. Accordingly, the punishment was quite draconian. In April of 1314, the 2 knightly brothers, once dashing courtiers, were subject to public execution of horrific brutalities. Contemporary accounts indicate they were castrated and then flayed or broken on the wheel, in essence tortured to death in a spectacle to fit their alleged betrayal. One chronicle describes that after enduring mutilation, their bodies were finally hanged or quartered. The precise method varies in reports, but all agree it was gruesome and meant to ensure that they died in the utmost agony and infamy. Their suffering was intended as a dire warning. No one, not even the knights, could dishonor France's royal family without paying the price. As for the princesses, Margaret and Blanche, well, they were found guilty of adultery by a pretty quick tribunal. Of course, it takes two to tango, doesn't it? Their royal status spared them execution, but their punishment was life imprisonment under harsh conditions. Philip had their heads shorn, a traditional mark of shame, and confined them to fortress convents. Margaret, the wife of the heir apparent Louis, was held in the Chateau Galliard, a windswept Norman castle, where she reportedly died in 1315 after about a year. Some whispered she was strangled on orders of her husband once he became king, to free him up for a new marriage. Blanche, the wife of Prince Charles, languished in captivity for longer. After about 8 years, her marriage was annulled, and she was eventually allowed to take the veil as a nun, dying in obscurity by 1326. Excuse me. Now, as for Jeanne of Navarre, the third princess, who had maintained her innocence, she was placed under house arrest for a time. Remarkably, her husband, Philip, who became King Philip V in 1316, chose to rehabilitate her, likely because he needed her rich inheritance of Navarre and perhaps believed her to be less culpable. Jeanne was thus reinstated and even crowned queen consort. Her name cleared officially, though gossip doubtless persisted. The Tour de Nesle scandal had its own implications too. King Philip himself died later in 1314, not long after the affair broke. Some observed that his lineage seemed to fall under a curse following these events. Within the next decade and a half, all three of Philip's sons, Louis X, Philip V, and Charles IV, reigned in turn. But each of them died without a surviving male heir. Margaret's only child, Jeanne of Navarre, born to Louis X, had her legitimacy called into question due to the mother's adultery, complicating the succession. Ultimately, the direct Capetian dynasty ended in 1328, and it led to the rise of a new royal house, the Valois, and disputes that helped spark the 100 Years' War with England, as King Edward III of England, son of Isabella, pressed a claim to the French throne when the male line failed. While many factors led to that conflict, it is striking that the scandal of 1314 weakened the prestige and stability of the French royal family at the critical moment. But in the minds of contemporaries, it's all a cautionary tale. Chroniclers wrote with scarcely disguised glee or horror about the fall of these princesses who had allegedly betrayed their marriage vows. There was also a little hint of misogyny and moral panic. The notion that the decadence of the late Capetian court had literally led to God's judgment upon the royal house. In any case, in terms of modern historians, the modern historians, well, they've debated how much of the affair was true love gone wrong, versus perhaps a, politically motivated series of entrapments. Some even suspect that Isabella or others might have exaggerated or even engineered the situation for their own ends. But either way, the scandal remains one of the medieval world's most famous. A mix of courtly romance turned sordid, royal justice turned savage, and a dynastic disaster that reads like a dark fable about the wages of sin. And that's where we finish off today. A rather scandalous video. What about the scandals in your life? You had any scandals you've had to deal with? Oh, I hope they don't end like these ones have ended. Who knows what, well, we've recently gone through quite a few political scandals, haven't we? That list, rather concerning. Well, let us hope that the people on that list meet fates even worse than the princes. I hope so. A few medieval things we could probably bring back for some people. But anyway, I'm getting a little grim now. I'd like to thank you for listening, and just enjoy yourself however you want to after the video. Maybe you're already asleep, probably. I'm going to run the list of patrons and supporters. And once again, thank you for joining me. Like, comment, and subscribe. Lots of love to you all. And I will see you on our next scandalous episode. Farewell for now.